Hello everyone, welcome to StudyIQ IAS English channel. My name is Shubham Sagar. Hope I'm audible and visible to all of you. So today we'll do marathon. We'll do marathon of history and we'll do ancient history, medieval history, modern history. See why we need to do, and this is a PYQ marathon, not only last 10-year PYQ, we'll be starting like 2011 till 2024 because we are currently in 2025 and that particular exam has not yet happened, right? So 2011 to 2024, the most important PYQs which will give you conceptual clarity as well. And please, even if you have some students who are giving or attempting this year's UPSC pre-2025, you can also suggest them this particular video. Once we are done with this, it will help you and your friends. Why this particular video is very important from UPSC pre-2025 perspective? The reason is, unlike let's say polity, unlike let's say economy, unlike let's say other dynamic subject, environment, it includes current, static part, but more dynamic part. That is not the thing with history. History is 95% static, right? There is very less dynamic stuff which is happening. We'll talk about that today as well. And you people, let's keep it interactive. I will give you questions. You people can, write your answer in the comment section. And I will give you 30 seconds. We'll see a particular question, 30 seconds, and then you people can state your answer. So we'll do all these things and this will be a good session, fruitful session. So what we are discussing here is, unlike let's say other subjects, this particular history is very static, So most of the things, if you're doing let's say PYQs, most of the things will be covered. And this is the shortest way to do revision. And that's why we should be going by this particular method, So okay, so let's start the discussion. Tomorrow, there will be 3 particular PDFs which will be associated with this marathon: ancient PDF, medieval period, and and modern PDF. So all these 3 PDFs, I'll be sharing it in the Telegram group, Fun Study with you, by tomorrow. So you will get it. One thing again which is very important from exam perspective is the chronology part. We should know about the chronology, ancient, medieval and modern. We'll solve PYQs, at the same time we'll also deal with the conceptual things. So ancient period, if you talk about ancient history, so ancient history is, or if you talk about ancient India, Stone Age to 750 AD. That is the chronology, Stone Age to 750 AD. Then from 750 to 1200 AD, that is early medieval India, the source or the book which we are referring here is Upinder Singh Map. Early medieval India, 750 AD to 1200 AD. And then medieval India is from 1200 AD to 1757 AD. Medieval India, 1200 AD to 1757 AD. Modern India starts from 1757 to 1947. Now, there are different interpretations. Some people believe that modern India starts from 1707 after the death of Aurangzeb. So, it varies from people to people and there are different views regarding it. So one view is modern India or modern history starts from 1707 till 1947. Second and the most accepted view is it starts from 1757 and goes till 1947. Cool. So let's start from ancient history. It will also include component of art and culture. And we'll first start with, this is not like in a chronological order. The questions will be based on like what questions will give you conceptual clarity and whatnot. Again, you will understand all these things. Let's do it one by one. So this is a question in front of you regarding the Indus Valley civilization. Consider the following statement. 2 statements given in front of you. Which of the statement given above is or are correct? If you know this particular question, you can post it in the comment section, and I will give you 30 seconds or let's say 20 seconds. And if you people are not answering within that particular time period, and then we will move on and I will tell you the answer. So this is the first question. Indus Valley civilization, predominantly a secular civilization, and the religious element, though present, did not dominate the scene. During this period, cotton was used for manufacturing textiles in India. How many statements are correct? 1 only, like A, 2 only, both, or neither? What is your answer? 20-second timer. Okay, so Indus Valley civilization, when you will read about Indus Valley civilization, you will realize that Indus Valley people, they practice something which was known as animism. What is animism? Animism is worshipping of trees, stones, etc. There are different terms which we have to understand from exam perspective. One particular term is animism. Animism is worship of trees, stones, etc. trees, stones, etc. Then, so they practice this. And when we talk about, see, most of the information which we have related to Indus Valley civilization, that is archaeological in nature, because we have not been able to decipher their script. So archaeology is the main source, and we have found, mother goddesses, then Pashupati seal. So more or less, it looks like a secular civilization. And yes, the first statement is correct. It was predominantly a secular civilization. So there is one word which you have to understand from IVC perspective, that is animism, worship of trees, stones, etc. Then there are other words. Good afternoon. Then there are other words which is like monotheism, polytheism, cathenotheism. So monotheism is worshipping of or worship of one god. Polytheism, believe in multiple gods. Cathenotheism is a form of polytheism. What happens in cathenotheism? At different occasions, different gods will become supreme. Like you have Diwali, Lakshmi Mata becomes supreme. You have Dashera, Durga Mata becomes supreme. So at different occasions, different gods are becoming supreme. That is cathenotheism. So yeah, remember these terms also: animism, monotheism, polytheism, cathenotheism. So first statement is correct. The second statement is during this period cotton was used. Yes, cotton was used. In fact, there is a site which is very near to a place called Naushado. That place is known as Mehergarh. So Mehergarh had earliest evidence of agriculture in Indian subcontinent, and within 14-15 kilometers away from Mehergarh, you have a place called Naushado, and that is a Harappan side. So in Mehergarh, you had cotton and wheat cultivation. Do remember, rice cultivation happened afterwards. Cotton and wheat cultivation happened before that. So both these statements are correct, and the answer is C. What you can also do is, once we are done with this whole marathon, at the end, you can, write in the comment section how many questions you got correct of ancient, medieval, and, modern as well. So C is the answer. And do remember, there is a keyword associated with Harappan civilization, that is animism, worship of trees, stones, etc. This is actually important. This is the second question related to Indus Valley civilization. Please practice these questions. These questions will give you conceptual clarity, and these are important because questions even in 2025 more or less will revolve around these PYQs. These PYQs give you an idea what to focus on and what not to focus on. So which of the following characterizes the people of Indus civilization? They possessed great palaces and temples, worshipped both male and female deities, employed horse-drawn chariots in warfare. Whatever is your answer, you can post it in the comment section, and again, if you know it, you can post it. Otherwise, in 30 seconds, I will tell you the answer. They possessed great palaces and temples. They worshipped both male and female deities. They employed horse-drawn chariots in warfare. Select the correct statement using the code given below. 1 and 2 only, 2 only, 1 through 1, 3. And none of the statements given above is or are correct. Okay. So please remember one thing. There is a keyword here, and you will see once we are done with this marathon, you will see so many questions related to this particular keyword, that is called temples. One thing which we have to understand is earliest evidence of temple construction in India that we have got from like the Gupta period, earliest evidence, and that style is known as Panchayatan style. Earliest evidence of temple construction in India, Panchayatan style, is from Gupta period, and the style is known as Panchayatan style. Now what happens in Panchayatan style? See, let's say this is a temple, this is your main shrine or main god, then you have 4 subsidiary shrines, 4 SS. So you have 4 gods. If you have gone to temple, you may have realized what I am trying to depict here. Sometimes we go to temple and we see, okay, SS has given the answer, very good SS here. So sometimes we go to temples and we see gods. And then our mother is like, first of all, let's go to main shrine, and then we'll go to subsidiary shrine. So earliest evidence of temple construction, Panchayatan style in Gupta period, which is roughly around 320 AD to 550 AD. So in Indus Valley civilization, we have not got the evidence of temples. So if you do option elimination, you are left with B or D. You don't even need to check for 3. Let's go to B. So they worship both male and female deities. We have just seen in the previous question. They employed horse-drawn chariots. See, based on UPSC PYQs on like history, or like which has been asked by UPSC, does not believe that horse was there in Indus Valley civilization. So we will see more horse related question. The answer is B2 only, as stated by SS Talks. Very good, SS. So any like people who are watching this particular video live, if you know the answer, do post it and keep the session interactive. Later on also you can like post how many questions you got correct. Now this is a question asked in 2019. Which one of the following groups of plants was domesticated in the New World and introduced into the Old World? Have a look at this particular question and try to, because we are seeing this particular question in Indus Valley Civilization. So think about that, whether based on the existing knowledge you have about Indus Valley Civilization, are you able to solve this particular question or not? Okay, if we see this particular question, old world, new world, whenever I teach this particular question, I always tell people that whenever they see this particular question, they feel like we have to read world history now for UPSC pre. That is not the reality. You don't have to read world history for clearing UPSC pre. Based on your existing knowledge of Indus Valley Civilization, you can solve this particular question. Let's first of all focus on the keywords here. New world. So new world is referred to Americas, North America, South America. And then you have another word that is called old world. So the countries which were there, or the continents rather, which were discovered earlier. So Africa, Asia, Europe, so they will come in old world. Now the question here is, which one of the following groups of plants was domesticated in the New World and introduced into the Old World? See, if we are already growing something in the Old World, why would we bring it from New World? I have just told you, we have talked about Mehergarh, we have talked about Naushado in the previous PYQs. I have told you that they used to cultivate cotton and wheat. So cotton and wheat was already there in the Old World, so to say, Asia here. So just eliminate options which has cotton, eliminate option which has wheat, and you will be reaching at the answer, that is tobacco, cocoa and rubber. Very good here, Aishwarya. Cool. So Aishwarya has given the answer, tobacco, cocoa and rubber. So please, that's how you eliminate option, and don't get, like psychic feeling that, oh my god, I have to read world history, this and that. So the answer is tobacco, cocoa and rubber. Cool. So this is what they are saying. Remember the words, remember the places which we have discussed, that is Mehergarh and Naushado, all these are important. Next question, 2021, historical places well known for. Purja Home, Chandraketugarh, Ganeshwar. And again, I think in 2024, they have again asked questions on Chandraketugarh. So these PYQs will also tell you what are the places which UPSC loves. Love means they love a lot. So Burja Home, Chandraketugarh, Ganeshwar. Burja Home, and they're asking correctly matched. Do also pay attention to these words, whether they are asking correctly matched, they're asking incorrectly matched, all these words are important. So Chandraketugarh 2024 PYQ has been asked. We'll go and we'll see that particular PYQ later on. So these places are important. This is a question from 2021. Burja Home, place in Kashmir. Kashmir, famous Neolithic site. Burja Home, famous Neolithic site. Famous for pit dwelling. So Kashmir, we even today know that it's very cold out there. So they used to dwell pit, and they used to live inside the land or the earth because it used to be warmer. So they are famous for pit dwelling, not for rock cut shrines. What does rock cut shrine, or what do rock cut shrine means? So rock cut shrine is, let's talk about Mahabalipuram. So Pallava kings, they made so many structures in Mahabalipuram, Mamallapuram, Ajanta caves. So all these are rock cut shrine. Burja Home is not a rock cut shrine, or not known for rock cut shrine. They are known for pit dwelling. So if you eliminate first option, always do option elimination. That will help you a lot in the upcoming pre. So you are left with C and D only, 50% probability. Chandraketugarh, it is on the border of Bengal and Bangladesh. So Chandraketugarh, famous for terracotta. What is terracotta? Terracotta is fired clay. Fired clay. So you mold clay, you fire clay, you make pottery. That is one form of terracotta. So Chandraketugad, yes, it is famous for terracotta art. Ganeshwar, when you will read about Chalcolithic period, Chalcolithic sites, so you will read about Ganeshwar, Jodhpura, you will read about Ahar culture, Banas culture, Kaitha culture. So all these are famous Chalcolithic sites. Chalcolithic means known for copper, and the places which has copper, and they used copper in some way or the other. So Ganeshwar was a Chalcolithic site, and it has copper artifacts, obviously, if it is a Chalcolithic site. So that means second and third, they are correct. So that means D should be the answer, right? Yes, D is the answer. Again, a tricky question. Now, this is a question which requires study. It's not like, if you don't practice it, you can get it wrong. And as we have discussed, Chandraketugad is a place which UPSC love. They have asked question in 2024 as well. So this is Indus Valley civilization. The sites which are there in the red portion or brown portion, whatever you want to call it. See here, Jodhpura Ganeshwar culture, Kaitha culture, Ahar Banas culture. So these are non-Harappan Chalcolithic cultures. Chalcolithic cultures. So Harappan civilization, urban civilization, these Chalcolithic cultures, these are rural civilization. Just like you have towns in current age, then you have villages around it. So you can understand it that way for simplification purpose. So Harappan civilization, urban civilization, and these are rural sites. And important because UPSC has asked questions. Jodhpura Ganeshwar. See, this particular question was based on Ganeshwar. Maybe next year or this particular year, 2025, they can ask you Jodhpura, they can ask you Ahar, Banas, Kaitha. Then there are Inam Gaon, there are other places also. So we have to keep it in loop, and all these places become important from exam perspective. IVC question asked in 2021. Have a look at this particular question. Which one of the following ancient town is well known for its elaborate system of water harvesting and management by building a series of dams and channelizing water into connected reservoirs? Once you have done all these questions, you will realize that there are certain sites which UPSC loves to ask questions on. And here, the answer of this particular question is one such site. The answer is Dholavira. Dholavira. And generally, when you talk about Indus Valley civilization, you talk about upper town, you talk about lower town. Upper town is citadel. Division into two parts, right? Dholavira has been divided into three parts. Upper town, lower town, and then you have middle town also. And this is UNESCO's 40th World Heritage Site. In India, it was UNESCO's 40th World Heritage Site in India. Now, if you people know it, you can post it in the comment section. How many total UNESCO World Heritage Site we have in India? See, this is connection of static and dynamic. So when we are talking about how many total UNESCO World Heritage Sites are in India now, currently, that is in May 2025. So we are connecting static and dynamic now. Answer is Dholavira. And do remember the other points which we have just discussed about Dholavira. And not only Dholavira, the other option also, Kalibangan, Rajasthan, Black Bangles, if you translate it into English, Rakhi Garhi, Haryana, and again Ropar in Punjab. All these sites become important, and you have to do research as well. Again, if you know how many total UNESCO World Heritage Sites are in India, as of May 2025, you can post it in the comment section. Dholavira. Cool. Let's see this particular question again, related to Indus Valley, but also connected to Aryans, asked in 2017. Have a look at this particular question. And yes, if you know it, if you are watching it live, and if you know the answer, feel free to post it in the comment section, because that will give you confidence. Don't worry about the fact that, oh my God, I'm getting the answer wrong or right. That doesn't matter. Try to solve it. Very good, SS. So this is a question which related to Rigvedic Aryans and Indus Valley people. They're asking which of the following statements are correct. Generally, what happens when you see such verbose question? This is actually a verbose question, right? Having so many statements, this and that. So it becomes tough to follow these kind of questions. The point is, don't worry about it. The more verbose a question is, generally what we have seen in the trend, the more easier it is to solve those kind of questions. So just have a look at, let's say the first statement was, the Rig Vedic Aryans used the coat of mail and helmet in warfare, blah, blah, blah. You don't know anything about it. Let's leave it. Focus on the second statement. Rig Vedic Aryans knew gold, silver and copper. Indus Valley people knew only copper and iron. Now, here is the, tricky thing. This second statement is actually important. Iron. When you talk about iron, the basic consensus is iron was used, or we or northern India, they came to know about iron during the later Vedic period. Later Vedic period. That is 1000 to 600 BCE. And when you are talking about Indus Valley people, so you are talking about a time period that is mature Harappan phases from 2600 to 1900 BCE based on the writings of Upinder Singh ma'am and her book Ancient and Early Medieval India. So that means you can eliminate the second option. My legs are reaching, just give me a second. So yes, so second option, if you are eliminating it, we are left with A and C, that is 1 only and 1 and 3 only. Now again, third statement, Rig Vedic Aryans had domesticated the horse, whereas there is no evidence of Indus Valley people having aware of this animal. Yes, please remember, and that's why PYQs are important. Here, what UPSC gives the answer, that is important. Let's say, once we are done with ancient and medieval, we'll go to modern and we'll solve their PYQs. You will realize that there are some questions, there are many questions which are ambiguous in nature. Ambiguous means we are not very sure about the answer. What can be the answer of that particular question? There can be two answers. I remember in our time, there was a question in polity which was related to right to vote. Right to vote is a constitutional right, legal right, this or that. So there were enough evidences to prove it was a constitutional right. There were enough evidences to prove it was a legal right. But what UPSC gives the answer, that is important. So UPSC here also gave the answer that C is the answer, 1 and 3. Indus Valley people, they were not aware of horses. So we have to keep that in account. Let's say some new excavation happens and this and that, because people debate on this particular point, whether horses were there or not. So as this particular ma'am is saying, this whole question is actually debatable. Cool. Now let's move on to Aryans, because we have talked about one particular question where there was a interconnectedness between Aryans and IVC people. Let's solve this particular question on Vedic Aryans. The religion of early Vedic Aryan was primarily of 2012, they asked this particular question, Bhakti, image worship and yajnas, worship of nature and yajnas, and the last option is worship of nature and bhakti. See, 1900 BC, Harappan people or Harappan civilization, it ended. And according to Max Muller, according to Upinder Singh ma'am, after almost 400 years, you will see the emergence of Vedic culture. So there are two period, early Vedic period, 1500 to 1000 BCE, and then you have later Vedic period, 1000 to 600 BCE. Cool. In early Vedic period, people were settled around Sapt Sindhu river, that is Indus. Mohit has given the answer C. Very good, Mohit. So Indus, and then 5 tributaries of Indus over which India and Pakistan are fighting right now, and India has abrogated Indus Water Treaty. So again, history and current affairs are merging here. You have to read about Indus Water Treaty. It is in news. Important. So even though it's a history marathon, PYQ marathon, the important current affairs we'll discuss. So early Vedic period, people were settled around Sapt Sindhu river. And during the later Vedic period, people settled around Gangetic plains. Why that happened? Because as we have just discussed in the previous PYQ, that during the later Vedic period, iron was discovered, and using those iron tools, the heavily forested area of Gangetic region, that is UP, Bihar and West Bengal, the current region, they were cleared. The forests were cleared, and then people settled around this region, because this Gangetic plain region is one of the most fertile areas in the world, not only in India. Cool. And in the Vedic period, especially in the early Vedic period, people were very, very terrified of nature. Like when the monsoon will arrive, or when the rain will happen, and this and that. So they used to worship nature. And yajnas and sacrifice they used to do. Even currently, current era also we do yajnas, sacrifice. The famous yajnas were Ashwamedha, Vajapeya, Rajasuya. There were some yajnas and sacrifices which went on for years. Yes. We are not kidding. That actually went for years. There were some yajnas and sacrifice which were known to only few Brahmins, and that led to emergence of something known as Brahmanical supremacy, against which 64 heterodox sects will emerge. They will challenge this so-called Brahmanical supremacy, and the famous of these heterodox sects are Buddhism, Jainism, Charvaka, Jivika. We'll talk about them later on. So the answer is C, worship of nature and yajnas, as stated by Mohit. Very good, Mohit. Okay, next question asked in 2014 by UPSC. National motto of India, Satyamev Jayate, inscribed below the emblem of India, is taken from Kathopanishad, Chandogya. This is Chandogya. Then Aitreya or Mundak. See, understand one thing. Any particular Veda, when we talk about Veda, I always ask this particular question. Vedas. I ask, what are the different parts of Veda? And most of the people, they are like Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sham Veda, Athar Veda. They are not parts of Veda. Rig Veda, they are 4 different Vedas. Every Veda has 4 parts. Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka and Upanishad. Do remember, every Veda has 4 parts. Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka and Upanishad. Since Upanishad is the last part of a Veda, that's why it is also known as Vedanta. Upanishad is last part of a Veda. So Veda plus Anta. Ant means end in English. So Vedanta. So Upanishad, Vedanta. So like if you are reading about this Kat Upanishad, Chandogya, Aitreya, Mundak Upanishad, all these Upanishad has to be part of some Vedas. So now your homework is find out, like Mundak Upanishad is the answer stated by SS Talks and Aku Chera. Very good, yaar. Mundak Upanishad, Satyamev Jayate. Now the homework is, and that's how we have to read UPSC's mind via these PYQs. Your homework is Kat Upanishad, Chandogya and Aitreya. Find out even Mundak is part of which particular Veda. Each Veda has 4 parts. Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka, Upanishad. Upanishad is the last part. That's why it is also known as Vedanta, end of Veda. So Mundak Upanishad and SS Talks and Aku were correct. Mundak Upanishad, it is a part of Athar Veda. Similarly, the other 3 options you have to research, they are part of which particular Veda. Now let's solve some questions on Buddhism. See, Buddhism, Jainism, they are one of the most hotshot, like favorite areas of UPSC, from where they ask a lot of questions. So we have to practice these PYQs and gain some additional knowledge as well. In Buddhism, there are different mudras, Bhumi Sparsh Mudra, Varada Mudra, this and that Mudra. So solve questions and you will be able to remember these mudra. So Bhumi Sparsh Mudra, this was a PYQ asked in 2012 and they're asking what is the basic meaning of this particular Bhumi Sparsh Mudra. Buddha's calling of the earth to watch over Mara and to prevent Mara from disturbing his meditation. Buddha's calling of the earth to witness his purity and chastity despite the temptations of Mara. Buddha has reminded to his followers that they all arise from the earth and finally dissolve into the earth, and thus this life is transitory. Both the statements A and B are correct in this context. Bhumi Sparsh Mudra, and this is actually, Mohit has given the answer, SS has also given the answer, SS Talks. So basically Bhumi Sparsh Mudra is Buddha's calling of the earth to witness see, this goddess Mara or this demon Mara, she's not goddess, she's demon. So this is an example of, she is a demon of temptation. This we can, symbolize or connect with our own life also. There are so many temptations which will try to deviate you from your path. You are preparing for UPSC wholeheartedly, pre-2025, but then there are some temptations. You feel like I need to talk to that temptation for 2 hours. Don't do that. There will be enough time for everything. So in a way you can understand. Similarly, Buddha is not getting tempted by demon Mara and her antics, and she is telling to God, Goddess Earth, that she, or he is telling rather, he or she, Buddha is God. He can be anything. He can be male, female. Again, we are not going there. Buddha is, okay, so male according to the text, but again here also there are different interpretations of Buddha. We will not go there. The point is, yes, male from, Okay, so Buddha is telling to Goddess Earth that, see, I was not getted, or oh my god, I did not get tempted by like demon Mara and her antique. So that is Bhumi Sparsh Mudra. There are other mudras also. We don't need to do PhDs on these mudras, but yes, because UPSC has asked question on mudras, so do remember Bhumi Sparsh Mudra. What is the basic meaning here? That Sakya Muni overcame the obstruction of Mara while meditating. Now again, keywords, and SS Talks and Mohit were correct. The keyword is, do remember one thing, Sakya Muni. I think in 2024, UPSC has asked questions, which of the followings are names for Buddha, Sakya Muni, Tathagat, this and that. So this is also important. And PYQs give you an idea what things are, like what are the things which are actually important. So mudras in Buddhism, Dharma Chakra Mudra, wheel of Dharma. There are different events related to the life of Buddha. So when he left his house, that is Mahabhinishkramana, the great departure, and that is represented by a horse in Hinayana Buddhism. Then there is Nirvana, where he attained enlightenment, people tree. Then there is Mahaparinirvana, that is his death, which is sometimes represented by stupa. So this is Dharmachak Mudra, Dharmachak Pravartan, his first sermon which he gave in Sarnath. So Dharmachak Mudra is, symbol is something like this. You just have to understand Dharmachak Mudra is associated with, you know, his first sermon setting into motion the wheel of Dharma. Then there is something known as Varada Mudra, which is associated with charity, compassion, this and that. So Varada Mudra, charity, compassion, boon granting. So the keyword here is, you understand Bhumi Sparsh Mudra associated with Earth, Goddess Earth and Mara. Then this particular Dharmachak Mudra associated with first sermon, Varada Mudra associated with charity, compassion. Fine, that's it. No PhD needed, because there are so many things which we have to study. 2013 question on Chaitya and Vihara. What is the basic meaning of Chaitya? What is the basic meaning of Vihara? So they are saying that Vihara is a place of worship, Chaitya is the dwelling place of the monk. Chaitya is a place of worship, while Vihara is the dwelling place of the monks. Chaitya is the stupa at the far end of the cave, while Vihara is the hall axial to it. There is no material difference between the two. See, Chaitya and Vihara. Chaitya is what? Chaitya is a place of worship. Vihara is a dwelling place of the monks. Now there are other questions again. SS Talks and Mohit, they have given the answer, I guess. The previous answer was also B. So Chaitya, place of worship, Vihara is the dwelling place of the monks. Now there is one thing which we have to keep in mind. Like in art and culture, you will read about different caves, Ajanta caves, Ellora caves, Bagh caves, this and that caves. And then in those caves also, in some of those caves, the question will come of Chaitya and Vihara. And do remember one fact, which is a very conceptual thing, which you have to understand, that Chaitya is a place of worship, Vihara is the dwelling place where people will live. So more or less, in general, the theory is, in most of these caves, your Vihara will be, in most if not all, your Viharas will be greater than Chaityas. Do remember this fact, this is important. They can give you that in Ajanta cave, Chaityas are more than Vihara. It's very less, there is a very less probability of that happening. Because in a single place of worship, let's say 100 people can be there and they can worship. But if you want to live and if you want resting place, that cannot be one single place. You need multiple rooms. So generally Viharas are more than Chaityas if we talk about different caves. So the answer here is B, as stated by Mohit, Aku and SS Talks. Very good here. Now, 2013 question on Buddhism. UPSC loves to ask questions on Buddhism and Jainism. Which one of the following describes best the concept of nirvana in Buddhism? A, the extinction of flame of desire. B, the complete annihilation of self. C, a state of bliss and rest. D, a mental stage beyond all comprehension. So what do you think is the answer here? What is nirvana? They talk about nirvana. There's so much, even today we talk about nirvana, Mahaparinirvana. What is nirvana? When we will attain nirvana? A option, extinction of flame of desire. B option, the complete annihilation of self. C, a state of bliss and rest. D, a mental stage beyond all comprehension. So the answer is, what is nirvana? The extinction of flame of desire. So let's say I earn, let's say 1 lakh per month, then I will want to earn 1.5 lakh, then 2 lakh. There's no end to this. So I will attain nirvana rather when I will, this desire will end. I was reading a book called Sapiens, I keep on talking about Sapiens. So there they have talked about the concept of Buddhism. And they're like, sometimes what happens? We are angry, we'll try to control our anger. We are happy, we'll try to, do things which will make us more happy. There they have talked, Sapiens has talked about Buddhism. The core ideology of Buddhism is don't try to force to do anything. If you're angry, just process that thought. Don't judge your anger. If you're happy, just be happy. Don't judge your happiness. Don't judge anything. You are like today, you witnessed an accident, it's fine. Or you went through an accident, it's fine. Things happen. Don't judge events that I'm so unlucky, this and that. Just be. Don't judge anything, and that will also take you closer to nirvana. Extinction of flame of desire. Awesome book, Sapiens. Do read it once your pre is done. UPSC pre 2025. So as Dada JP Vashwani sir is saying, you can Google more about Dada JP Vashwani sir. Desire is never satisfied by the enjoyment of objects of desire. It will lead to more desire. It goes from more to more, as does the fire to which fuel is added. So yes, nirvana is extinction of flame of desire. Awesome thought. Now let's see this question. This is a very interesting question because UPSC asked it twice, in 2014 as well as 2015. Which of the following kingdoms were associated with the life of Buddha? Avanti, Gandhara, Kaushal, Magadha. They asked this particular question twice. This is actually very unique. Life of Buddha. See, they are not asking, Buddha or Buddhism influenced which particular region. Buddhism influenced like Indian region, Indian subcontinent, and even regions beyond Indian subcontinent. That is not the question. They are asking during the period of Buddha, he was associated with which kingdom? For that, we have to understand where was Buddha born. So Buddha was born in Nepal. His mother, oh my God, we are playing with the gender of Buddha here. Due apologies for that. So his mother, she was a Kaushal princess, and 16 Mahajanpad. There was a crash lecture I did, and there's a Mahajanpad lecture also. If you see that, you will realize that Kaushal is very close to Nepal borders. So if again Kaushal princess, her mother is a Kaushal princess, so obviously he must have gone to his Nanihal, oh my God, the mother's place. So Kaushal has to be there. So if Kaushal has to be there, just eliminate options. Do option elimination. That will help you a lot. Which does not contain Kaushal. Only one option is eliminated. This question is tough. This is not easy. Okay. Then during the life of Buddha, Nirvana happened. So if Nirvana happened in Bodh Gaya, Bihar. So Bihar and Magad region, that is important and associated with the life of Buddha. So 4 also has to be there. So 3 and 4 has to be there. So eliminate A. Now you're left with C and D. Even now, even after knowing these things, you are left with C and D. Tough question. Avanti and Gandhara. If you again look at Gandhara, it's in the current Pakistan region, very, very far away from where Buddha was. And if we see Avanti region, again the current Madhya Pradesh and the other region, again far from where Buddha was, the answer is Kaushal and Magad. All these regions, they got influenced by Buddhism, sooner rather than later. But during the life of Buddha, Buddha was associated with Kaushal and Magad. So again, a tricky question, a very tricky question. And the map will help you in understanding these things. 16 Mahajanpad, only Mahajanpad south of Vindhyas, Ashmaka or Ashika. Their capital was Paudarnipura or Potali. Then you have this Avanti Mahajanpad. That was in question. And see, here, this particular region is where Buddha was born, and Kaushal princess was her mother, and then he went here, Magad attained his nirvana, and then he went to Sarnath, gave his sermon, all these things. So you are not seeing him in the Ujjaini region, you are basically seeing him in this particular region. So Kaushal and Magad is the answer. Avanti is very far, and even like Gandhara is much away from all these regions. So it's a very tricky question. And Sunaina, Aku, Mohit, all of you have tried. Awesome. Tricky question, but a question which has been repeated, which is actually very rare. Question on Buddhism associated with Bodhisattva. Let's try to solve this particular question. And via these questions, you will also get conceptual clarity. Most of the questions related to history, which will be coming in this upcoming 2025 pre, will be from what we are studying. And even like once we are done with this lecture, the confidence you will get is that will be enormous, and that will also help you in some questions, let's say 1 or 2 questions, which will come outside the ambit of whatever we have read. because confidence is everything. Let's try to solve this particular question. So concept of Bodhisattva, central to Hinayana sect of Buddhism. Bodhisattva is a compassionate one on his way to enlightenment. Bodhisattva delays achieving his own salvation to help all sentient beings on their path to it. So see, understand one thing. During the fourth Buddhist council, if I'm not wrong, what happened? Buddhism got divided into two sects, that is Mahayana and Hinayana, during the period of Kushana ruler Kanishka. So Mahayana and Hinayana, if we talk about Mahayana and Hinayana people, so Mahayana, they represented Buddha in anthropomorphic form. Mahayana, they represented Buddha in anthropomorphic form, in human form, anthropomorphic form. Hinayana, they represented Buddha in symbolic form. Okay, then what else? In Mahayana, you have a concept of, like, in Mahayana, they treated Buddha as God. And in Hinayana, they are like, Buddha is one among us. He's not God. Then, as we are talking about, in Mahayana, there is a concept of Bodhisattva. And you will see in Hinayana, there is a concept of Arhat. So what is the concept of Bodhisattva? That Bodhisattva are those people who, before attaining their own salvation, they will help others attain their salvation. So concept of Bodhisattva is not central to Hinayana. It is central to Mahayana sect of Buddhism. So first statement is wrong. If first is wrong, eliminate A, eliminate D, you're left with B and C. 2 and 3 only, 2 only. Bodhisattva is a compassionate one on his way to enlightenment. Yes, he has not yet attained his enlightenment or nirvana. He is on his way to enlightenment. As Sunena and SS Talks, they have given the answer. Very good here. So he is on his way to enlightenment. Second is correct. Even we don't need to check for second because it is there in both B and C. Let's check the third. Bodhisattva delays achieving his own salvation to help all sentient beings on their path to it. That is correct. This is just what we have discussed. So B, 2 and 3 as stated by Sunena and SS Talks. Very good, Sunena and SS Talks. Let's move on. So this is about Bodhisattva and what is the basic meaning of Bodhisattva. So again, one question related to Bodhisattva asked by UPSC in 2018 with reference to, it's not which reference to, it's with reference to Indian history. Who among the following is a future Buddha yet to come to save the world? 2018 question. Future Buddha. So like in Hinduism, we have this concept of incarnation, reincarnation, and that there are different avatars of Vishnu, and we have this concept. Similar kind of concept you can see in Buddhism also. All these religions, they influence one another. Sunena has given the answer. So here also there is a concept that we have present Buddha, that is Sakyamuni, then we will have future Buddha. In the past also there was Buddha. Buddha will come in human form, then he will also come in animal form. All these stories related to Buddha in human and animal form in which he came to earth, that is there in the Jataka stories. So the future Buddha who is yet to come to save the world, he is known as Maitreya. And all these Avalokiteshwar, Lokeshwar, Padmapani, they are different Bodhisattvas. Bodhisattva is a concept we have just discussed central to Mahayana sect of Buddhism. Again, this is a factual point. If you know it, you know it. Otherwise, you don't. So, Avalokiteshwar, Padmapani, Lokeshwar, these are all Bodhisattvas. What is the basic concept of Bodhisattvas? That these people, before attaining their own salvation, they will help other people attain their salvation. Sunena has given the answer. SS Talks have given the answer. Cool. So, a factual question. Future Buddha, that is Maitreya. So again, see these great Bodhisattvas, Manjushri, wisdom. Now, there was one PYQ which UPSC asked, where they have asked about one particular Bodhisattva, who is a Bodhisattva of infinite compassion, then or something like that, and or represent forceful energy, etc. So do remember one thing, if they give you Avalokiteshwar, Padmapani, Lokeshwar in the same ABC option, they are all the same. There is no multiple choice answer in UPSC like, let's say, IIT JEE, which used to happen in our time. So all these three will be wrong. I hope you can understand where I'm going with this. You have to understand that Avalokiteshwar, Padma, Pani, Lokeshwar, these are all synonyms. They are all one and the same. So this was the question. Bodhisattva, who will come, or who is a future Buddha? Maitreya. Chittisgarh. These are the definition of different bodhisattvas. Just keep them in mind because UPSC asks questions. Different bodhisattvas images are there in Ajanta caves. Padmapani image is there in Ajanta cave. So that has also been asked by UPSC. So it becomes important. See this question? You can see so many questions on Mahayana and Hinayana Buddhism. And then Stharvari, Veeravadins and Mahasanghikas also. But let's focus here. Consider the following statement asked by UPSC in 2019. Deification of Buddha, treading the path of bodhisattvas, image worship and rituals. Which of the above is, or which of the above is are the features of Mahayana Buddhism? Try to solve this question. So Mahayana Buddhism, we have just discussed. In Mahayana Buddhism, they represent Buddha in anthropomorphic form. They talk about the concept of bodhisattvas who will delay their own salvation and help others attain their salvation. So deification of Buddha, that is representing Buddha in anthropomorphic form. This is actually a very high quality English. So first is correct. If first is correct, eliminate C option. We are left with A, B and D. Treading the path of bodhisattva, that is there. The concept of bodhisattva is there. So eliminate A option also. We are left with B and D. Image worshipping and rituals, yes, that is also there. So the answer is D, 1, 2 and 3. And that's why many people were saying that this Buddhism, it came as a reaction to Brahmanical supremacy. It came as a, Sunena has given the answer. Very good, Sunena. D is the answer, 1, 2 and 3. So like if you read about Buddhism, Jainism, other 64 heterodox sects, so you will realize that most of them, they were reaction against Brahmanical supremacy. They were reaction against the rituals and sacrifices which were done by Brahmanas. And at the end, these people are also doing the same thing. So this is one thing which will lead to which is one of the criticism of Buddhism, that you used to oppose rituals and sacrifices, and at the end you people are also doing the same thing, same but different. Oh my god. Okay, so D, 1, 2 and 3. You can have a look at these things. Now there is one term here. Paramitas. What is the meaning of the term paramitas? If you know the answer, post it in the comment section. Just give me 2 minutes. I need to go to the loo and then we'll continue the discussion. 2 minutes. Okay, so SS Talks and Sunana, they have given the answer. Paramita, see, that's why PYQs are actually important. Because if you have not solved these PYQs, maybe you have never heard this particular word. And again, if you people are not able to hear me, you can always write it in the comment section. I'm not audible or this and that. Any issues you find, you can write in the comment section. So paramitas, what is paramita? Or what is the basic meaning here? Like these are perfection whose attainment led to bodhisattva path. You can just remember like Amir Khan and he's a perfectionist and all those things. So there are certain criterias. If you want to go to the path or reach or want to attain the path which Bodhisattva is leading, and we have talked about Bodhisattva concept central to Mahayana Buddhism. So many questions on Bodhisattvas. So you have to do certain stuff. You have to be compassionate, this and that. All these perfections, they are part of something known as paramitas. Perfectionist, Amir Khan. So the answer is C, as stated by SS Talks. Cool. And Sunana has also given the answer. Very good, yeah. So paramita, just remember this word. Again, we don't need to do PhD. We don't need to go into 8, 9 different attributes related to paramitas. We should be compassionate. We should, have healing attributes. We should listen to others. And we should not judge people. All these things are fine. But the basic meaning, paramitas, perfections whose attainment led to the bodhisattva path. Cool. Now let's solve this question. And you will see later on also questions asked on Parivrajaka and Upasaka. So there are 3 words, Parivrajaka, Shramana, Upasaka, and they have given you the meaning. They're asking you how many of these meanings are correctly matched with the words. Have a look at this question. Interesting question, and you will see a repeat of these questions. Okay, so Parivrajaka, Shramana, Upasaka, when you will read about these terms, Sunan has given the answer D. So when you will read about these terms, basically they are one and the same. There's not much difference between Parivrajaka, Shramana and Upasaka. They all are like the wanderers, lay follower of Buddhism. So they're like synonyms, very same, very less difference between them. They are all the wanderers, they have left the world more or less, and they are following Buddhism. Parivrajaka, Shramana, Upasaka, not only Buddhism, even like, in Hinduism also you will have Shramanas. Shramana is nowhere related to priest with high status. These all words, Parivrajaka, Shramana and Upasaka, they are associated with people who are not very happy with the way things are going on in life. They want to leave life. They want to follow a path of nirvana, and for that they can follow Buddhism, they can follow Hinduism. So Shramana is not priest with a high status. If we eliminate second option, you are left with only B, 1 and 3. If you would have known only one thing, that Parivrajaka, Shramana, Upasaka, they are more or less the same thing. There's not much difference between them. Even then you could have solved this particular question. The answer is B, 1 and 3 only. And Parivrajaka, Shramana, Upasaka, they are more or less the synonyms. Just remember this word, these words, they will come later on also in PYQs. So important. B, 1 and 3 only. Interesting question. If you have not solved it, you can see here. Parivrajaka means roaming ascetic. Then Shramanas did not regard the Brahmanas. Again, you will see these are ascetic. These are monks, and they can belong to anyone like Buddhist, Jaina, Ajivika and others. It's just that they are in a way criticizing the normal way we are living our life, and they're more or less similar to monks, and you can have monks in Buddhism, Jainism, Ajivika as well, but they are not priest. You cannot associate them with priest. Now let's solve some questions on Jainism. A question asked in 2023, not that tough question, easy question. Have a look at it. SS Stock has given the answer so fast. Oh my god. So the question is, souls are not only the property of animal and plant life, but also of rocks, running water and many other natural objects not looked on as living by other religious sects. The above statement reflects one of the core beliefs of which one of the following religious sects of ancient India: Buddhism, Jainism, Shaivism, Vaishnavism. In like Bujair has also given the answer. Sir, whole history will be covered. Yes, Sunaina, whole history will be covered. I don't know how many hours will be here. 6 hours, 7 hours. But we will cover ancient, we'll cover medieval, we'll cover modern. And we'll not go like in a fast manner. We'll try to understand concepts also. Very good, Bujair. Thala Perumana and SS Talk, Sandesh, Sunaina. So souls are not only the property. Like Jainism believes that even stones, they have souls. And like that's why in Jainism, they did not have many followers who were farmers, because they think about a scenario. They like, I will give you a very classic example. Sometimes what happens when we hit a door or something and we say sorry to door or something like, oh, sorry. This is a tendency which we have. Jainism says this is actually a good tendency. Every object has life. Even the door which you are hitting accidentally, it has life. So if you are saying sorry, that is fine. And in like farmers, they have to kill some insects if they have to do some farming, and Jainism say you shouldn't be killing anyone. So souls are not only the property of animal and plant life, but also for rocks, running water, this and that. And this is a philosophy of Jainism. Very good. All of you got the answer correct. Sunaina, Bujair, SS, Sandesh. Cool. Let's move on. Now this is a tricky question where PYQs will solve you. If you had not solved this particular PYQ, if this question, similar kind of question would have been asked in 2025, you would have got it wrong. Jain philosophy holds that world is created and maintained by universal law, universal truth, universal faith, universal soul. Now this is this is one of the trickiest question you will get in Jainism. So Jain philosophy, they believe that world is created and maintained by universal law. They say, like if you read about Jainism, who has given the answer? Sunaina, SS Talks and Sandesh, they have given the answer. When you read about Jain philosophy, it is said that initially Jainism was atheistic. They were not talking about God. And then later on, more questions were posed to Jaina scholars. And then Jaina scholars, they said that even if God is there, we will place them below our Jina, below our Tirthankar. So Jain, and they believe that this world, like there is one very interesting theory you will read in Astic school, which is known as Samkhya school. Samkhya Yoga, Nyaya Vaisheshika, Purimansha and Uttarimansha. Samkhya school also says something similar to what Jainism is saying. That world is created by and maintained by universal law. And Samkhya school says that there is, like, Vidhi ka Vidhan, we call it. It's a universal law. We are here and we will not be here few years down the line. Creation and destruction is the order of like law, or is the law of nature rather. If we are here for some days, we will die. Like, the only constant thing which we can predict for sure is we will die. So Samkhya school, they talked about something known as Prakriti, nature. Vidhi ka Vidhan, that is rule of nature. Creation and destruction are the rules of nature. For that we do not require God. Same concept is being stated by Jainism, that universal law, creation and destruction is the law of nature, and that thing will be done by nature. God has nothing to or no role to play in it. So Samkhya school, they talked about Prakriti, nature. Later on, they also added something known as Purush, soul. Prakriti plus Purush. And they said that this nature and soul combination, different permutation and combination of Prakriti and Purush, that creates something known as Jiva. But they were very silent about God. Then yoga school came, Samkhya Yoga. Yoga is everything which Samkhya is saying, but they are saying no, God is there. Samkhya plus God is yoga. So similar thought which Samkhya school is saying is stated by Jain philosophy, that world is created and maintained by universal law. So did you do philosophy in college? No, actually I tease these things. So it's very interesting. We'll talk about all these things as we move along. So Jain philosophy holds that world is created and maintained by universal law. Cool. Samkhya school, Kapil Muni, and these schools are very tricky. Most of the people don't know about these things. So I've just told you, Samkhya school and Jain school, they don't agree on everything. They are very different. Samkhya school is Astic school. They believed in the authority of Vedas. Jainism, they are Nastic school. They do not believe in the authority of Vedas. But here they are converging on this whole concept of Prakriti or nature. That the law of nature is creation and destruction. God has nothing to do with it. Let's solve this particular question. That is the previous question which we just solved. That is a tricky question. Do revise it. These are the questions which will make or break your pre, because if you have solved it, you will solve it in exam. Otherwise, most of the people will get that question wrong. With reference to history of ancient India, which of the following were common? Pay attention to the keyword here. Common to both Buddhism and Jainism. So, Buddhism and Jainism, if we talk about one basic difference, Sunaina and Sandesh have given the answer. So, one thing which many people talk about, they both are Gnostic school. Bujair has also given the answer. Cool. So, they both are Gnostic school, but the difference is Jainism is little too strict, too extreme. They have a practice which is known as Salekhana or Santhara. Here we are talking about Jainism. Salekhana or Santhara, where people fast till death. They're very extreme. We have just seen one concept. They believe even stones have life based on 2023 UPSC PYQ. Jainism, like Buddhism, is all about middle path, eightfold path, Ashtangika marg, visa lane. This is the mnemonic. Right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right meditation or concentration. So Buddhism stresses on middle path, Jainism is little too extreme. So avoidance of extremities, no, this is not common. This is a thing which is there in Jainism, it is not there in Buddhism. These two things, they are common. Indifference to the authority and denial of efficacy of rituals. That's why they are Gnostic school. They rejected the authority of Vedas. So second and third, they are the common part, and first is not the common part. First is advocated by Jaina people and Jaina scholars and monks. Buddhism says follow middle path, Ashtangika marg. So Sunaina, Sandesh, Bujair, you people gave the right answer. Awesome, very good. Keep it up. Let's see. And similar question, see, 2012 they asked this question. In 1996 they asked similar question. They added one more option. So who knows, in 2025 they can again give you the same question. So that's why PYQs are actually important. 2013 question. See this? Which of the following statement is applicable to Jain doctrine? Try to solve this. Surest way of annihilating karma is to practice pinas. Every object, even the smallest particle, has a soul. Karma is the bane of the soul and must be ended. So Jaina doctrine, surest way of annihilating karma is practice pinas. Yes, in Hindi we call it praschit, and you have to do pinas. And Salekhana or Santhara, which we are talking about, you don't eat, you don't drink, and you do fasting till that. That is one way of practicing pinas. You have done some stupid activities in your life. If you want to get rid of it, and you want to get rid of this whole process of life and birth, you have to practice pinas. First is correct. If first is correct, let's eliminate B option. Every object, this is what UPSC 2023 PYQ was, right? Every object, even the smallest particle, has a soul. They believe even the stone has soul. So second is also correct. Oh my god. If second is correct, everything gone. You don't even need to check for third. D, 1, 2 and 3 as stated by SS Talks, and I think Sunaina also stated the same, right? Cool. Or is that the previous answer, Sunaina? I'm not sure. So D, 1, 2 and 3, all these three statements are correct. These are the basic attributes of Jainism or Jaina doctrine. 2018 question on Jainism. Oh, I don't know whether it is Jainism or what. Let's solve this question with reference to, not which reference, with reference to the practices in India or religious practices in India. The Stanakwasi sect belongs to Buddhism, Jainism, Vaishnavism or Shaivism. Thanakwasi. See, there was a time earlier when people used to just focus on, Buddhism, Jainism, Mahayana, Hinayana. Then UPSC started, in Buddhism, they started asking about Stharviravadins, Mahasangikas. Bhujar has given the answer. Very good here. Now, even in Buddhism, Jainism, people earlier focused on just Shwetambar and Digambar. Jainism, they are focusing on Shwetambar, Digambar sect. Shwetambar people wearing white clothes, Digambar people wearing nothing, because they believe Jainism, they have 5 attributes, AAA BS: Ahimsa, Asteya, Aparigraha, Brahmacharya and Satya. Ahimsa, non-violence; Asteya, non-possession, like non-stealing; Aparigraha, non-possession; Brahmacharya, that is celibacy or chastity; Satya is truth. So there is one concept, non-possession. So Digambar people, they believe even if you're wearing clothes, that is one possession. They don't believe in possession. So nudity, Shwetambar, Digambar. But later on, even within these sects, further divisions came. Bees Panthi, Tera Panthi, Tota Panthi, Sthanakwasis, Murti Pujaks. So these are all different sects of Jainism. Because UPSC started asking about them, you have to read about them. And then, Murti Pujaks, as the name suggests, they are also known as Mandir Margis. So they go to temples and all those stuff. They are worshipping or doing idol worshipping. Mandir Margi under Shwetambar, Murti Pujaks. And inside Shwetambar, you have Sthanakwasis. And these people are also known as Dhundiyas. They are trying to search the purpose of life. They have prayer halls. They don't do idol worshipping, this and that. Then here in Digambars, you have Bees Panthi and Tera Panthi. Here they are fighting about their religious gurus. Some Bhatrakas, some believe in their religious gurus, some don't. Some, they practice using sacred rice, which is called Akshad, some don't. So these are some division. We don't need to do PhD here. The only thing is we need to know about these division. That Mandir Margi, Sthanakwasi, Bees Panthi, Tera Panthi, they are part of which particular sect? Jainism. And okay. So Shwetambar subsect, Murti Pujak, they are also known as Mandir Margi. Mandir Margi and Murti Pujaks, they are the same, they are not different. Same, not different. And then you have Sthanakwasis. I personally like Sthanakwasis a lot. Again, my personal opinion. You don't need to agree on that. Sthanakas, prayer halls. They don't do like idol worshipping, this and that. They're just trying to find out the purpose of life. Dhundiyas, they are called. Associated with like the searchers. Trying to find out the meaning of life. Bees Panthi and Tera Panthi, it's about their dharm gurus. Some believe in them, some don't. Now, this is one of the tricky questions which you can witness in your exam, which 99% of the people will not solve. But I will give you a trick. This particular trick will help you in eliminating or solving these kind of questions. 99% people will not solve this question in exam hall. See this. With reference to Indian history, consider the following text. Neti Prakarna, Parishtha Parvan, Avdana Shataka, Trisashti Lakshana Mahapurana. Which of the above are Jaina text? So this is tricky. This is very tricky. One thing which can save you here is Avadana. Remember one thing. The books or the names of text, if they are starting prefix or suffix, if it is Avadana, like Divya Vadana, so Avadanas are generally Buddhist text. Avadanas, Divya Vadana and other Avadanas. Avadana, this is a keyword. If you see any particular, text with Avadana as prefix or suffix, these are generally Buddhist text. Just eliminate third option. Be on the lookout for these things when you will be solving UPSC pre-2025 also. Avadana, Buddhist text, so let's eliminate third. If we eliminate third, we are getting the answer, that is B, 2 and 4. Just, you don't need to know about Neti Prakarna, Parishtha Parvan, Trishashti Lakshana Mahapurana. If you had known this basic concept that Avadana texts are generally Buddhist text, or mostly mostly Buddhist text, you eliminate third, you get the answer. There are so many texts, Mahavamsa, Deepa Vamsha, in Buddhist text, you have to remember Pitakas or Tipitaks, Vinaya Pitak, Sutta Pitak, Abhidhamma Pitak. We don't have to read all the books and everything. we have to solve questions when it comes to these texts. The more questions you solve, the more you will know about these cheat codes and tricks. So the answer is B, 2 and 4. Again, you don't need to do PhD here on Parishtha Parvan, Trishashti Lakshana, Mahapurana, 22nd Tirthankar, Neminath, in which particular book he has been depicted as a 22nd Tirthankar of Jainism, as a cousin of Krishna. How in some Jaina text, those writers, Jaina scholars, they believe that Draupadi was married only to Arjun, not to 5 Pandavas. They interlink Hinduism and Jainism. We don't need to do PhD there. We just need to know these cheat codes. Cool. So again, there are different texts. I will share this particular PDF on my Telegram channel, Fun Study with Shubh. You can read all these things. We have to solve as many questions as possible. So darshanas we were talking about, Samkhya school, and there I think Sunaina asked something that whether I have done philosophy or not. No, this also you have to read. See, I will give you some cheat code. We are here to solve as many PYQs as possible in ancient, medieval and modern. Like the most important PYQs we'll solve all. Doesn't matter if it is 6-hour or 7-hour session. The point is, we cannot study everything, but I will give you the most important things which will help you a lot. You will thank me later. So Samkhya school, we have talked about Purush and Prakriti. So there is clubbing which happens here when you're reading these things. Okay, let's not go to a question now. So Samkhya school, you will read it with yoga. Samkhya and yoga, they are both same. The concept is revolving around Purush and Prakriti. But Samkhya school does not believe in God. Yoga school is Samkhya plus God. Similarly, Nyaya school and Vaisheshika school, you have to read them together. Nyaya and Vaisheshika, you have to read them together. Both these schools, they talk about epistemology. Epistemology. What is epistemology? The way of acquiring knowledge, how we are acquiring knowledge. Again, Nyaya school, silent about God. Vaisheshika school talks about God. It talks about atoms and all those stuff. Similarly, in Samkhya and Yoga, we have talked about Purush and Prakriti. In Yoga, you have certain things, Yam and Niyam. Yam, which you have to discard, Niyam, which you have to follow. And Nyaya and Vaisheshika, epistemology, way of acquiring knowledge. Nyaya, silent about God. Vaisheshika school says there is God. Then Purimansha and Vedanta. Purimansha and Uttarimansha school, that is about Vedanta. So they are about we have talked about Veda. 4 parts, Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka, Upanishad. So Uttarimansha school, they talk about Upanishads, the study of Upanishad. And the Purimansha school, they talk about the study of Samhita, Brahmana and Aranyaka. That's it. Don't do PhD. Try to solve this question. Which one of the following pairs does not form part of 6 systems of Indian philosophy? Mimamsa, Vedanta, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Lokayat, Kapalika, Samkhya and Yoga. So 6 systems of Indian philosophy, they are talking about Astic school. Astic school, 6 schools. Just we have discussed Samkhya, Yoga, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Purimansha and Uttarimansha. Nastic school, and here Astic, generally when we talk about Astic and Nastic in Hinduism from perspective, Astic is they believe in God, Nastic do not believe in God. Here it's not about God per se. Astic school accepted the authority of Vedas. The 6 schools which we have just discussed. Nastic school rejected. And here in Nastic school, you have Buddhism, Jainism, Charvaka, Ajivika. Nastic school rather, rejected. Cool. So, 6 systems of Indian philosophy, Mimamsa, Purimansha and Uttarimansha, that is Vedanta, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Samkhya, Yoga. Lokayat and Kapalika, they are associated with, where it is. It is not associated with the 6 systems of Indian philosophy. The A, B and D, these are the options associated. So, C is the answer, Lokayat, Kapalika. Some of them are associated with Shaivism. Okay. Lokayat is, Lokayat, Charvaka, we'll talk about them later on. Now, let's not talk about them later on. Let's talk about them right now only. Sunaina has given the answer. Very good, yeah. So, if we talk about, there are certain schools like Charvaka, which is also known as Lokayat school. Then there is Ajivika school. So, Charvaka and Ajivika school. Charvaka, materialist. Charvaka school is materialist. And Ajivika school is, they say that everything is preordained. We'll try to understand. Let's understand it because UPSC has asked one question in 2014. They have given you it in options. They can always ask a full-fledged question on them. So Charvaka, Lokayat school, every materialist, they say that the purpose of life is enjoyment. Charvaka school, again, if I'm not audible because I jump a lot, I tend to have a lot of energy. So sometimes I break the mics and all those stuff, that happens. So you can always tell me that I'm not audible. So Charvaka, let me see first. Yeah. So Charvaka school, Lokayat school, materialistic school, they say that the purpose of life is enjoyment. Even if you have to take loan to enjoy life, enjoy, bro. And that's why if you have any friend whose purpose revolves around or who believes in Charvaka, never give them loan. Ajivika says everything is preordained. That means it has already been written in your life what you are going to become in future. Everything is preordained. So yeah, that is the philosophy of Ajivika. Many people, if I say that this is the philosophy, everything is written, you may feel like this will breed laziness, but Ajivika philosophy had many followers among warrior class and businessmen people. Why? Because let's say if you believe in Ajivika philosophy that everything is preordained, what has to happen tomorrow, it has already been written by God or whatever you want to call it. So then if tomorrow I'm going to fight a war, I have no hesitancy as such, because I know if I have to die, I will die in the war field or I will die somewhere else. Even in my house, the fan will go down on me and I will die if I have to die, because everything is preordained. So that gave warrior class hope that I should not be running away from war. I can die anywhere and everywhere. Similarly, businessmen, they're like, oh my God, should I invest money here or not? Dude, if you are going to lose money, you will lose money some way or the other. So let's invest, because everything is preordained. So Ajivika had many followers in warrior and business class. Okay, let's move on. Let's talk about some questions on Mauryan Empire. 2023 question, which is also like Buddhism, somewhat also Mauryan. Have a look at this question, and then we'll discuss some more concepts and theories. So concept of stupa is Buddhist in origin. Stupa was generally a repository of relics. Stupa was a votive and commemorative structure in Buddhist tradition. How many of the statements given above are correct? Is or are correct? A only one, B only two, all three, D none. Oh my God, you have 2D. Okay, no issues. Sunaina has given the answer. Cool, Sunaina. So concept of stupa. What is stupa? Stupa is relics or remains of Buddha or his closest follower. Please pay attention here. Many people believe, and even like Mahaparinirvana, the death of Buddha, is associated with this symbol called stupa. So stupa contains the relics of not only Buddha but even the closest or the immediate followers. Maximum stupas were built in Mauryan period during the time of Ashoka, and that's why you are seeing this question when we are talking about Mauryan Empire. So concept of stupa, maximum stupas built during Mauryan period. Remember, this is a important point. And but even though when we talk about stupa, relics of Buddha, remains of Buddha, his immediate followers, this concept is not Buddhist in origin. Even in Hinduism, you had this concept earlier, but this concept was popularized by Buddhism or Buddhist people, and that's why we generally associate stupa with Buddhist people, but this is not Buddhist in origin. Even in Hinduism, in Vedic period, you have this similar concept. So first statement is wrong. If first is wrong, these are the trickiest pattern. In 2023, when UPSC started giving only one, only two, all three, and D none, people had phobia. Don't worry about it. Not all questions will be like this. And 2024, they reverted back. The number of questions like this were very less. So all three cannot be the answer, right? Stupa is generally repository of relics. That is correct. So like none cannot be the answer, because only one, only two has to be there. 50% probability. This is correct. And stupa was a votive and commemorative structure in Buddhist tradition. Yes, it was. So only two. First statement is wrong. It is not Buddhist in origin. It has, in Hinduism also you have. In Vedic period also we have concepts similar to stupa. Only two. Let's solve this question. Who among the following rulers advised his subjects through his inscription? Whosoever praise his religious sect or blame other sects out of excessive devotion to his own sect with a view of glorifying his own sect, he rather injures his own sect very severely. Ashoka, Samudragupta, Harshvardhana, and Krishnadev Roy. Very good. SS, Sunaina, Bujair, and others. Okay, SS has given the answer of this question, I guess. Sunaina has also given the answer. So, who among the following advised through his inscription? Whosoever praises his religious sect or blames other sects out of excessive devotion to his own sect, with a view of glorifying his own sect, he rather injures his own sect very severely. And that's why there is one famous saying also. These days, the atmosphere is very charged and we talk about a lot of stuff. Communalism is a concept. Communalism, you will read in GS Mains also. 3 attributes of communalism. People of same religion having similar interests. People of different religion having divergent interests. And the third and the most problematic aspect of communalism is people of different religion cannot coexist with each other. So here you are seeing the exact opposite of communalism. He is saying that whoever praises his own religious or blames other sects, and there is also one saying which we keep on, this is Ashoka, this is just a quote associated with Ashoka. Ashoka is the answer. What I am trying to say here via this particular quote is, you can criticize your own religion, but never criticize other people's religion. We shouldn't be doing that because we don't know about other people's religion. So yes, so again we can learn from Ashoka. He has given so many of these quotes through his inscriptions, and there are 4 types of inscription associated with Ashoka: major rock inscription, minor rock inscription, major pillar inscription, minor pillar inscription. You know, major rock, major pillar, minor pillar. What is the basic meaning of these inscriptions? People get confused. Don't get confused. And it's not like everything is important. The UPSC PYQs will tell you which inscriptions you have to focus on. So major rock inscription means they are inscribed on rock and there are so many informations which are there. Too much information. Minor rock inscription, inscribed on rock, a very little piece of inscription or information is there. Just simple that. Major pillar, inscribed on pillar, lots of inscriptions are there. Minor pillar, inscribed on pillar, very few inscriptions are there. So that is the basic meaning here. Major rock edict is important for us from exam perspective. Major rock edict 12, and here King Piyadashi or Devanam Piya, these are some of the terms used for, SS has also given the answer, very good, used for Ashoka. There he has talked about all these things. Okay, you can have a look at it. Who of the following had first deciphered the edicts of or the inscriptions of Emperor Ashoka? 2016 question. Not that tough a question. SS has given the answer. Oh, SS has given the answer for. So, who deciphered Ashokan inscriptions? A very famous question. The answer is Aku has given the answer. The answer is James Prinsep. He deciphered Ashokan inscription, because of which we are able to read what was there in his major rock, major pillar, minor pillar inscriptions. James Prinsep. We'll not waste too much time on every question. Now see, a question asked in 2022. Site of Ashoka's major rock edict. All these major rock edicts and their locations are important. We are not saying it, UPSC is saying it. Dholi, Eragudi, Jogada, Kalsi and their locations. How many are correctly matched? This is a tough question. So Dholi, and here we'll see major rock edicts and their locations. They are important and that has to be learned through map. So Dholi is in Odisha, Eragudi is in Andhra Pradesh, Jogada is not in Madhya Pradesh, Kalsi is in northern India. So these 2 options are wrong, 3rd and 4th. Jogada I think is also in Odisha only. So 3rd and 4th is wrong, only 2 options are correct. B, only 2 pairs is the answer. And okay, you people have tried. Shunena tried, Aku has given the answer. Very good here. So only 2 pairs. So here are the locations or the set of 14 major rock edicts. We'll see the map also. That map is very famous. Kandhar, then you have Sabaz, Gadi, Mansehra, Kalsi, Uttarakhand, Girnar Lake, Juna. Girnar is anyway very famous. There is Girnar inscription also there of There was a Shaka ruler, Rudradaman. His Girnar inscription is very famous. And there, Skand Gupta has also mentioned certain stuff. Mumbai, Sopara. Sopara was a famous port town also. Dholi, Odisha. Jogada, Odisha. These were the sites which have been asked. Eragudi, Andhra Pradesh. Sannati is in Karnataka. So, major rock edicts, their location. I have no doubt at all, you all have seen this particular map a lot. You have to revise this particular map, you know. Major rock edict, Sabas, Gadhi, Kalsi. Major rock edict, just focus on major rock edict. 4 types of inscription, you just have to remember all the locations of all these major rock edicts. Sannati, Sopara, Girnar. You see, Eragudi, Andhra Pradesh, this was asked. Then Dholi, Jogada. All these becomes important. Forget about these triangles. Focus on the squares. They are important. And the black ones. And then these. Dham, like there are different terms here. Dham Mahamattas who are propagating Dhammas. So these words, they are important. Again, we'll come to these things later on. See this question. In which one of the following region was Dhanyakataka, which flourished as a prominent Buddhist center under the Mahasanghikas located? Andhra, Gandhara, Kalinga or Magadha? See, when we talk about Mauryan period, that is around 324 to 187 BC or 322 to 185 BC, roughly. Some people also say 321 BC. So again, dates are rough. After Mauryan Empire, there was a period which was known as Post-Mauryan period. Post-Mauryan period. And that Post-Mauryan period is from 200 BC to 300 AD. 200 BC to 300 AD. In that Post-Mauryan period, in northern India, you had means, you know, Shungas and Kanavas who replaced Mauryan Empire. In central India, you had someone known as Satvahanas. Satvahanas. They were also known as Lord of Dakshinapath. Lord of Dakshinapath. Satvahanas. Satvahanas. And Satvahanas, what is the question? Satvahanas, they had their capital at Pratisthana or Paithan. Pratisthana or Paithan. Dhanyakatka, they also made Dhanyakatka one of their capitals at certain point of time. Dhanyakatka is in Andhra Pradesh region near Amaravati. So the answer is Andhra. Satvahanas, Lord of Dakshinpath. Their kings used to take their names from mothers. Very famous king is Gautami Putra Satkarni. Gautami Putra, son of Gautami. So do remember, they can ask you which of the following kingdom is known as Lord of Dakshinpath. So as SS and Aku, they have given the answer. Sunana has also tried it good. So this is tricky. Dhanyakatika, Andhra region, and one of the capitals of Satvahanas. Satvahanas, Pratisthana or Paithan was their capital. Paithan, it is also known as, in Maharashtra region. Amaravati, near Amaravati, there was a place which was known as Dhanyakatika. This was also their capital for some time. And Amaravati, it is also famous for Amaravati School of Art. So there are 3 different schools of art which became famous during post-Mauryan period. One is, you know, in here, Gandhara School of Art. Buddha represented in anthropomorphic form. So Mahayana influence. Gandhara school. Buddha represented in anthropomorphic form, human form. Patronage given by Kushanas. Then you have Mathura School of Art. Again, Buddha represented in anthropomorphic form. And then you have Amaravati School of Art. Buddha represented in both anthropomorphic form plus symbolic form. These 2 schools, the patronage was given by Kushanas. Kushana ruler Kanishka. And here, the Amaravati School of Art, the patronage was given by Satvahanas, and after them, there was a dynasty which came, which was known as Ikshwakus. These guys. So do remember, Satvahanas, they are very important from exam perspective. Questions on Sangam age. UPSC started asking questions on Sangam age. Sangam age, we'll talk about it. First, have a look at this question. Which one of the following statement about Sangam literature in ancient South India is correct? Sangam poems are devoid of any reference to material culture. The social classification of Varna was known to Sangam poets. Sangam poems have no reference to warrior ethic. Sangam literature refers to magical forces as irrational. You people have given so many answers now, I get confused which answer is what, like, you know. Aku has given the answer. So, Sangam age, see, what we have just discussed, Mauryan period around 324 to 187 BC, 322, 185 BC, Post-Mauryan period 200 BC to 300 AD. So, when in North India, Mauryan period and Post-Mauryan period is going on, in South India, you have something known as Sangam age. Sangam age. From 300 BC to 300 AD. Approximate, and in that Sangam age there are three dynasties, Chola, Chera and Pandyas. When you read about North India, you talk about something known as vertical division of society, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra in North India. On the other hand, in South India during Sangam age, you had horizontal division of society, that is Kurinji, based on the land in which they were living, Kurinji, Mulai, Marudam, Niyadal, Palai. So these are different categories of land. On which land you are living, based on that you were categorized. So horizontal division in Sangam age and vertical division in North India. In South India, this was the scenario. But later on, even in South India, vertical division happened. Brahmins and non-Brahmins. And later on, to address the grievances of non-Brahmins, different parties got formed. Justice Party, and then you have the Dravidian movement, the current DMK and AIDMK, which you are hearing about. They emerge from these movements. So Sangam poets are devoid. See, pay attention to the extreme words, extreme statements. You have to eliminate these extreme statements. The first statement is Sangam poems are devoid of any reference to material culture, devoid of any. This is extreme, eliminated. Even if in these Sangam poems, and there are different poems in Sangam literature, one is Akam songs, love songs. I love you. There was a movie in our time, Arya, Allu Arjun. I love you, no, Upiriya. So Akam is love songs, Puram is war songs. Akam love song, Puram war songs. So Sangam literature, even if at one instance they talk about material culture, this statement will be wrong. Too extreme eliminated. Sangam poems have no reference to warrior ethic. Dude, they have wrote Puram songs, which is war song. How come no reference? Extreme statement eliminated. Sangam literature refers to magical, no, they did not refer to magical forces. At that time, they believed in magical forces. Even today, there are so many people in North and South India who believe in these magical forces. Eliminated. Social classification of Varna system, which was prevailing in North India. They were known to Sangam poets rather, although their classification was not like that, but it was known to them. It was not like alien to them. This Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra classification. So yes, B, as stated by Aku. And Sunana also tried. Cool, yeah, cool. So again, this is a question which we have to know, and please pay attention to extreme statement. UPSC has started loving Sangam age. They have started asking a lot of questions on Sangam age. See this question asked in 2023. With reference to ancient South India, Korkai, Pompuhar and Mujri were well known as capital city ports. Try to solve this. So Korkai, Pompuhar, Mujiris were, see, understand one thing. If you make a map, simple South India's map, so this particular region, rough region we are talking, this is Cholas, where Cholas were active. This is the region where your, Pallavas, like Chola, Chera, Pandyas. So here Pandyas are active. And this is the region where Cheras are active. Cheras and Pandyas. So Cholas, they were part of something known as Kaveri Delta. They had fertile regions, which was known as Marudam. And that's why out of the battle which happened between Chola, Chera and Pandyas, Cholas emerged victorious on different occasions. Korkai, Pompuhar and Mujiris. Mujiris was a port town here in Chera kingdom. Mujiris. Pompuhar was a port town in Chola kingdom. Puhar it is also known as. I think it is also known as Kaveri Pattinam. And then Korkai was a port town in the Pandya kingdom. Korkai. So these are all port towns and important port towns as such. So the answer is B, ports. So please pay attention. The map is important. And see, also understand one thing. since these kingdoms are so close to each other, they used to fight a lot, and that's why maybe you are seeing these Puram songs, war songs, where they are glorifying wars. Obviously, you will not go to war if you, and then there are something also known as hero stones, Nadu Kal worshipping, hero stones. See, when we talk about Nadu Kal worshipping, do remember these words. Nadukal worshipping. Because they used to fight a lot, so they used to revere their soldiers, they used to revere wars, and that's how, and they also see marriage as a way to, avoid wars. So let's say Chera is proposing to Pandyas that we do a marriage alliance, and if Pandyas ignore it, reject it, a war will happen. Cool. So Puram, an Akkam song, love song, Puram war song, hero stone, Nadukal worshipping. At that time, let's say you have a wound in the back, that was considered disreputable because it felt like you were running away from a war. That's why you have a wound on the back. And then the king, if he had a wound in the back, he will do fast until death. That was known as Vata Kirutal. So all these things are associated with Sangam age. You have to remember these things. They are important. And do remember the map also. If you see these Pandyas, we have just discussed, Korka is their capital town, and their Korka is their port town, and their capital was Madurai. If we talk about Cholas, they are lying in the Kaveri Delta. You can see the map also, and the river also here, Delta also. And Kaveri Pattinam, this is Puhar. And their capital was Urayur. This was their capital of Cholas. If you see Cheras, Mujiri here, Vanji here, Tondi here, these are all port towns, and some of them were capitals also because they are in the Western Ghat region, Cheras. So yes, important, very important. And then there are some Sangam texts which are important from exam perspective, like Shila Papadikaram, Mani Mekalai, Shila Papadikaram. They can ask you, these are Sangam texts. Which of the following are Sangam text? Shila Papadikaram, Mani Mekalai, Pattu Pattu, Tolka PM. So we have to remember these texts, very important from exam perspective. And then others, Tolka PM, Pattu Pattu, we have talked about Akkam songs, Puram songs, then there are Kural songs and all those stuff. Shila Papadikaram, Mani Mekalai, they are very important. Some people believe that Mani Mekalai is a sequel of Shila Papadikaram. Cholas, we have just discussed. Have a look at these things which we have been stated here. See this question asked in 2023. As you can realize, UPSC has started paying a lot of attention to Sangam age. So you cannot ignore. We have just discussed what is Vata Kirutal. Just try to have try to solve this particular question if you can. Which one of the following explains the practice of Vata Kirutal as mentioned in Sangam poems? Kings employing women bodyguard, learned person assembling in royal courts to discuss religious and philosophical matters, young girls keeping watch over agricultural fields, and driving away birds and animals, a king defeated in a battle, committing ritual suicide by starving himself to death. We have just discussed war is a very common theme in Sangam age because Chola Chera Pandyas, they are very close to each other. Akkam song, Lap song, Puram song, war song, hero stone, Nadukal worshipping. And Vata Kirutal is what? Backstab, back wounds are considered disreputable, and if a king has that particular back wound, he will starve himself to death. Very similar to Salekhana Santhara practice, committing suicide by starving himself to death. So this is Vata Kirutal, the D option. Do remember these words, these are important. Gupta period. So we have talked about Post-Mauryan period. After Post-Mauryan period, you have Gupta Empire. The dates, exact dates still debated, but most of the people, they believe that 318, 320 AD to 550 AD. So again, this is not exactly Gupta Empire, but this book was written during Gupta period. Which one of the following book of ancient India has the love story of the son of the founder of Sunga dynasty? Swapna, Vasava, Datta, Malvikagni Mitra, Meghaduta, Ratnavali. Just give me 2 minutes again. So as Sunaina, Aku, they have given the answer, right? The answer is Malvika Agnimitra. If you, oh my god, Malvika Agnimitra, as you see the name here, if you divide it into two parts, Malvika plus Agnimitra. Agnimitra, he was one of the Sunga prince. Malvika, love story of Malvika and Agnimitra. Sunga dynasty founder was Pushyamitra Sunga, and this particular dynasty was established removing Mauryan Empire. Why we are reading about it in Gupta period? Because this particular Malvika Agnimitra book was written during Gupta period. Again, a factual question. If you know it, like you know it, otherwise it can become difficult in exam to deduce it. It's very easy right now that see the name only contains two this and that, but in exam, in the pressure cooker situation, it's not that easy. See this question. With reference to scholars of ancient India, there are certain statements. These personalities are important. And if you, we will discuss. Once we discuss this, this thing will become clearer. But at least try it out. Aku has given the answer. Nice, Aku, yaar. So Panini is, oh my god, Panini is associated with Pushyamitra Sunga. So Pushyamitra Sunga, even if you forget, we have just discussed about Pushyamitra Sunga, founder of Sunga dynasty after displacing Mauryan Empire. So he is associated with post-Mauryan period, 200 BC to 300 AD. We don't know the exact timeline of Panini, who has written Ashtadhyayi. He has written Ashtadhyayi. Very famous Sanskrit book, grammar book, asked by UPSC and other exams. But his time period is way beyond, in the Mauryan period or even beyond that. We don't know the exact date, but there's almost 400 years gap. Panini is associated with Mauryan period or even the Mahajanpada period, not post-Mauryan period. So first statement is wrong. If first is wrong, you're left with B and C only. Amar Simha is associated with Harshavardhana. Amar Simha, this is Sanskrit book Ashtadhyayi written by Panini. Amar Simha also wrote a Sanskrit grammar book called Amar Kosh. He wrote it during the period of Gupta Empire. So Harsha is Harshvardhana. His time period is 606 to 647 AD. So this is also wrong. Now Kalidas, he is associated with Chandragupta II, and many people believe he was one of the Navratnas of Chandragupta II. So the answer is 3 only. Now this is a tricky question. This is actually a very tricky question. If you don't solve this question, because it's not easy to remember the timeline of these personalities, and that's why we need to solve these PYQs plus additional information. Kalidas, Meghadutam, Abhigyana Sakuntalam, so many books he has written. One of the Navratnas of Chandragupta II. Okay, there is also chronology of Gupta rulers which we have to remember. The founder, according to Al-Baruni's Kitabul Hind or Tahqiq-e-Hind, is Chandragupta I. His time period, many people believe, is 318, 320 AD to 335 AD, or some believe 350 AD. There are discrepancies. After Chandragupta I, there was Samudragupta. He ruled from 335 AD to 375 AD, and according to different scholars, 350 to 375 AD. After Samudragupta, there is a gap. There's a gap. Many people believe there is a guy, his name is Vishakha Datta. He wrote a book called Devi Chandraguptam. He said that between Samudragupta and Chandragupta II, there was a guy, his name was Ramagupta. But all evidences have been removed of that guy called Ramagupta. And that thing we know from a book called Devi Chandraguptam written by Vishakha Datta. Very important because Vishakha Datta, Devi Chandraguptam, Mudra Rakshasa, so many questions have been asked by UPSC. And then after Samudragupta, Ramagupta, you have Chandragupta II, who ruled from around 380 AD to 414 AD. After Chandragupta II came Kumaragupta, who established Nalanda University and who was the worshipper of Kartikeya, who is also known as Lord Murugan in Sangam age. Then after Kumaragupta came Skandagupta, who Kumaragupta reign is from 414 to 455 AD, Skandagupta 455 to 467. And after Skandagupta, the later Gupta rulers, they are not that important. So these are some timelines which you have to keep in mind, and cool. So 3 only. Tricky question, tough question, because it's very difficult to remember their timelines, the timeline of these personalities. But UPSC is telling you, remember these personalities, they are important from their perspective. See this particular question in 2019, asked in 2019. With reference to forced labor, now there is a keyword here which we have to remember from exam perspective. What is forced labor known in Gupta period? That is Vishti. What is Vishti? Source of income for state, sort of tax paid by people, totally absent in Madhya Pradesh. These kind of extreme statements you can anyway always eliminate. More often than not, they will be wrong in 99% of the cases. And that is actually too high probability. Forced laborer was entitled to weekly wages. Eldest son was sent. See, in Gupta period, generally what happens, when Britishers came, along with them came colonial historians. They tried to portray different periods of Indian history as dark age, like the Post-Mauryan period, 200 BC to 300 AD, because at that time foreigners came, Shakas, etc. They ruled over us. So they called that period dark age. Early medieval period, 750 to 1200 AD, called it as dark age. To counter it, nationalist historians started calling Gupta period as golden age, this and that. It doesn't mean everything was golden. You have to understand that. In Gupta period also there was forced labor. Remember the word Vishti. They can directly give you forced labor in Gupta period was known as what? That is Vishti. And it used to happen. You had to do forced labor for them. And in a way, you were paying for state. Let's say you're doing forced labor, then maybe you don't have to pay that much tax which they require from you. Some tax will be, reduced. So it is a sort of tax paid by the people. It was a thing which was happening in Gupta period, the forced labor of Vishti. Same thing, Ahom kingdom. There also, this forced labor thing happened. It was known as pikes. The forced laborers were known as pikes. Don't confuse it with the Paika rebellion which will happen in Odisha. But in Ahoms, the forced laborers were known as pikes. So these are some words, forced labor, Vishti, etc., which we have to remember. The answer is A. Again, if you have not solved these questions, it's tricky and you can get it wrong. But Sunaina tried it. Good. Now see this question. Again, it will give you conceptual clarity. Asked in 2021. Have a look at it. And I have told you one thing, the bigger the question looks, the easier they are actually. So the question is, from the decline of Guptas until the rise of Harshvardhana in the early 7th century. So Gupta's decline, Gupta period is like 318, 320 AD to 550 AD. Guptas. Harshvardhana arrived in 606 to 647 AD. Harshvardhana, he was a ruler of Pushyabhuti dynasty. Pushyabhuti dynasty. Pushyabhuti dynasty, Harshvardhana. This particular dynasty, okay, and their capital was initially at Thaneswar, Haryana region, Pushyabhuti dynasty, good. Now they are asking that during this period, during this almost 50 years, 60 years gap, who else were ruling here? So Pushyabhutis, we have just discussed, Harshvardhana, he is a ruler of Pushyabhuti. So obviously Pushyabhutis were there. So third has to be there. If third has to be there, eliminate options. You are left with B and C. Now you have to check. So Guptas of Magad, see, after this particular Guptas declined, there were later Guptas which came, and many people say that they had no association with Guptas. But what happens when you become popular? Let's say when Sunaina, Aku, SS Talks and others, they become popular, then people will try to emulate you. So similarly, many people believe that it's Guptas of Magad, that so-called later Guptas, they took their name from Guptas, they had nothing to do with Guptas, they were also there. So if they are there, 1, 3, 4, 6. Guptas, Pushyabhutis, Maukris and Matrakas. Maukris, it is believed that Harshvardhana, who is a very important ruler when we talk about, Aku has given the answer. Very good, Aku. So what I was saying, I forgot. Yeah. So Harshvardhana, these like his Prabhakar Vardhana, Rajyavardhana, there are so many people associated here. Manoj Prabhakar. So they used to work under Maukris, whose capital was at Kannauj. Then Harshvardhana, his sister was Rajeshri. She got married to a Maukri ruler, Grahavarman. This Maukri ruler, Grahavarman, was killed by like the later Guptas and a ruler of Bengal. His name was Shashank, and they killed him. This map will help you a lot. 590 AD, we have just discussed decline of Guptas. Decline of Guptas, 550 AD by 550 AD. Harsha period, 606 to 647 AD. And this period lies in between. You can see here, late Guptas, many people believe they have no association with the early Guptas. Maukris, capital at Kannauj. Pushyabhuti, Harsha is one of the rulers of Pushyabutis. Their capital was Thanvishwara or Thanesar, Haryana. So they used to work under mockeries. And Pushyabuti princess rather, Rajashri, sister of Harshvardhana, is married to mockery ruler Grahavarman. Then this mockery ruler Grahavarman is killed by late Gupta, and there is a Bengal ruler here, Shashank. They killed him. And then Rajashri wanted to become Sati, this and that. So Harshvardhana, first of all, Harsha's brother Rajavardhana, he went. He was also killed. Then Harsha went, stopped his sister from becoming Sati, and then he shifted the capital from Sthanvishwara to Kannauj. And that's how Kannauj became the center of attraction. Up until now, before this whole thing happened, Patliputra was the center of attraction. But from now, like 606 onwards, you will see Kannauj is the center of attraction. Even in early medieval period, you will have a tripartite struggle. Pala Pratiharas and Rashtrakutas will fight over Kannauj because the center of attraction was changed by Harsha from Patliputra to Kannauj. So again, long story short, remember this, Maitraka's Vallabhi, in Vallabhi, Jaina council happened. Cool. Okay, if we go back to this map, maps actually help you a lot. If you see Pallavas here, Kanchipuram, their capital, Mahabalipuram, they made a lot of rock cut architecture. Chalukyas, they are very famous for their Vishra style of temple, mixture of Nagara and Dravida style of temples. And that is also important. What else? Hunas. These Hunas, they are the invaders from Western Asia, and these people are responsible for the decline of Guptas majorly. Cool. Temple architecture. See this particular question. In the starting of this lecture only, I have told you what is Panchayatan. Try to solve this question. With reference to cultural history of India, the term Panchayatan refers to an assembly of village elders, a religious sect, a style of temple construction, and administrative functionary. What is Panchayatan? Very good. Sunaina has given it the answer. We have just discussed at the starting that earliest evidence of temple construction in Indian subcontinent, we find it during Gupta period, and that is Panchayatan style of temple architecture, where you have one main shrine and 5 or 4 other subsidiary shrines. It's a style of temple construction. Okay, questions on caves. Some questions. See this question. Again, a mixture of caves and Buddhism. The painting of Bodhisattva Padmapani, this also we have discussed at the starting of the lecture, is one of the most famous and oft illustrated paintings at Ajanta, Badami, Bagh and Ellora. Very good. SS and Sunaina and Aku and others. Bodhisattva Padmapani. The answer is, as Ashwini is saying, Ajanta. Ajanta, you have this Bodhisattva Padmapani. Go back to the starting of the lecture once we are done with this lecture, because this will be on YouTube. You can revise. We have talked about Bodhisattva, different types of Bodhisattva. Ashwini and Sunaina, they have given the answer. So Ajanta. Now, the other homework which you have to do apart from this is, you also have to research on Badami caves, Bagh caves, Ellora caves. Ellora caves you have, you know, like Ajanta, it's totally about Buddhism, all the caves. But in Ellora, you have caves dedicated to Hinduism, Buddhism, as well as Jainism. You have Kailashnath temple, you have so many things in Ellora. So, you have to research on the other 3 caves as well, Badami, Bagh and Ellora. This is not the only question which UPSC has asked on Ajanta. They have asked other questions also on Ajanta, located on Vaghera river, this and that. So very important from exam perspective, Ajanta caves. Do research on other caves as well. This is the Bodhisattva Padmapani. Now let's have a question on traveler. See this question. Ashwini, Sunaina, SS Talks. Very good. The Chinese traveler Yuan Sang visited India, recorded the general conditions and culture. In this context, again, these kind of questions may feel tough to you. If you feel like there are some extreme statements, try to eliminate it and try to see if you are able to, arrive at the answer or not. So Ashwini has given the answer. See, now there are certain travelers which are important from exam perspective. One is Yuan Sang, other is Fahian. Fahian, he's also known as Fazian, so that's fine. Fahian and then Yuan Sang or Xuanzang. So sometimes what happens, they will ask you the chronology. So the important thing is F and H in English alphabet. Whenever you're reading English alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, you will realize that F comes before H. That's a joke. So Fahian came before Yuan Sang. Fahian came during Gupta period. Especially exact Gupta ruler name is Chandragupta II. During his period, Fahian came to India. And Yuan Sang came during the period of Harsha, which we were talking about. Harsha, 606-647 AD. Fahian, when he came to India during Chandragupta II period, he taught FHI travelers. Very good, Ashwini. So Ashwini, Sunaina, SS Talks, they have given the answer. So Fahian, when he came to India during Gupta period, Chandragupta II, he talked about North India, even the Gandhara region, which is currently in Pakistan, many portion. He was saying that Buddhism is flourishing in that region. But in Gangetic Plain, he said that Hinduism is having a stronghold, and then he talked about caste system, untouchability, etc. Yuan Tsang also said certain similar stuff. Roads and river routes were completely immune from robbery. Can it happen in any period? Completely immune, bro? No, that is wrong. Extreme statement. Just eliminate one. Even if you don't know any Bol Bachan, which I just stated, you can solve this question. The punishment, this and that, tradesmen had to pay duties. These are general statements. One is extreme, eliminate it. Remember these things which we have just discussed. Fahian arrived during the period of which ruler? What is FHI? FHI is the mnemonic for the traveler Sunana. So Fahian, FH, and the third is Ising. Ising, he came around 671 AD. So that is FHI. Three travelers. Ibn Battuta, no, not Ibn Battuta, this is Ising. These are all Chinese travelers, Fahian, Xuanzang and Ising, 671 AD. Hope it's clear. Very good. Here, you people are asking doubts. Keep on doing that. This is actually good. So as Ashwini, Sunaina, SS Talks, they have stated B. The B is the answer. Let's move on. See this question. With reference to guilds, shrenis of ancient India, have a look at this question. So with reference to guild shrenis of ancient India, that played an important role. Now, what are these guilds and shrenis? You have democratic associations now. You have panchayats, you have municipalities. At that time, in the Mahajanpad period, even like in the Post-Mauryan period, you have guilds. These are traders associations. In simple terms, traders associations. They took decisions together and all those stuff. Traders associations. They used to make laws for themselves. What will be the working hours and where we will go to trade. There were various important guilds or shrenis like Ayavadle, Manigramam and all those. So these trading communities, they even went to Southeast, like Ayavadle, Manigramam, they went to Southeast Asia, and the trade was so profitable. And there are also, many people say that these guild shrenis, they are one of the earliest. Thank you, sir, for the mnemonic of Chinese traveler. Hum to kar you. Kaise yaad? Very good. Yeah, welcome, Aku yaar. And again, I'm telling you people again and again, it is good for you. Like, sometimes it's good to be selfish. It's awesome. But if you feel like there are some students and the friends of yours who are giving UPSC Pre 2025, you can share this particular video to them. You will realize later on how helpful it will be for them. History, not many people like history. This video will simplify things for them. Okay, let's focus. So Traders Association, Ayavadle, Manigramam, they used to trade in Southeast Asia, and many people say that these guilds or shrenis, they were one of the earliest democratic institutions in India. And even kings used to invest in them. Now let's focus on the options. Every guild was registered with the central authority and the king was the chief administrative authority in them. extreme statement. Not every, if we are saying that guilds are democratic institutions, how will they be democratic if you are registering everything with the state and king is administrating everything on them? It cannot be that way, right? If we are saying, just remember what I said, they are trader associations, they are deciding when they will work, they are deciding what will be the price, they are deciding where they will go to trade, they are different organizations like Ayavadli and Manigramam. If that, like, sometimes it was so profitable that kings used to invest in them, not always, sometimes. So that means it's not like every guild was registered. If every guild is registered and this is happening, then they will no longer be democratic, they will be undemocratic, because king is having a major say. So king was not always involved. When he felt like there is some profitable guild rather, he used to invest in them. The first statement, extreme. Have a look at this. Eliminate first. You are left with B and C. 3 only, 2 and 3 only. The wage, rule of work, standards and fixed by the guild. We have just discussed. This is the basic statement. So if second is correct, third is already there. So the answer is C. 2 and 3. Tricky question. None of you got it correct, but you people tried it, and that's what matters. This is again a miscellaneous question. You should know about it, and hope things are clearer now. This post-Mauryan period is anyway very important. Guilds and Shrenis, you will hear about them from Mahajanpad Mauryan period, but they become very popular or very profitable during this post-Mauryan period. When they were trading in Southeast Asia, when they were trading with, the Roman Empire. And why they were trading with Roman Empire a lot? Because during this period, post-Mauryan period, 2nd century BC to 3rd century AD, monsoon winds were discovered. So monsoon winds, if you read about it in geography, you will realize that in summer, monsoon blows like this, southwest, and in winter, they come from like this region, northeast. So during summer, these people from outside, they used to come to India using southwest monsoon winds, and in winter they used to go from here using northeast. Same was done by our guilds also. So that's why this Indo-Roman trade, they became very profitable, because monsoon winds was discovered by Hippalus rather. Again, one basic information, you don't need to do PhD here. PYQ 2024, let's have a look at this question. With reference to ancient India, Gautam Buddha was generally known by which of the following epithets? Naya Putta, Sakyamuni, Tathagat. A 1 only, B 2 and 3 only, C 1 and 3 only, D none of the above. See, Gautam Buddha, one thing which we have discussed via that particular map, Ashwini has given the answer. So Sakya clan, he was born in Shakya clan, his mother was a Kaushal princess. So Sakyamuni, obviously, even if you have watched some series etc. on Buddha, you will hear this, hey Tathagat, hey Sakyamuni. So Sakyamuni and Tathagat, you may have heard about it in different series. If you have not, you have heard about it right now. So Sakyamuni and Tathagat, they are correct. Second and third is correct. If second and third is correct, A and C option is gone. Now, B or D, even if you don't know about the first one, you have got your answer. That is B 2 and 3. Because none of the options are not correct. Sakyamuni and Tathagat, we call it to Buddha. Nayaputta is the name we given to Mahavira. Remember it. This is the first time UPSC asked this kind of question. Sakyamuni, but even if you have not known anything about Nayaputta, Sakyamuni and Tathagat, based on that knowledge, you could have solved this particular question. D, क्योंकि हमने कभी सुने, no issues, Aku. Where are you from, Aku? Okay. So, cool. Again, a good question. I think Sunena gave the answer, Ashwini gave the answer, SS Talks gave the answer, and Aku gave a cute answer. So, B 2 and 3. See this question, PYQ 2024. Chandraketugarh, at the starting only, first or second question was Chandraketugarh. So SS Talks has given the answer for this question. Chandraketugarh, Inam Gaon, Mangadu and Salihundam. So Chandraketugarh, At the starting we have discussed, and that's why I was telling you PYQs help a lot. We know Chandraketugad is not in Odisha, bro. That is at the border of Bangladesh and the current Bengal. So first is wrong. State is wrong. So just eliminate first. You are left with 2 and 3, 3 and 4. Inamgaon, Maharashtra, very famous Chalcolithic site. I guess he's not sure. Okay. So who has given the answer? SS Ashwini. So Inamgaon, Maharashtra, when I was telling you about Ahar culture, Banas, Kaitha culture, I've discussed Inamgaon. I've not told you the location. It is in Maharashtra. So second is correct. If we know second is correct, we are also knowing what Chalcolithic sites are important. Oh, Naku. Okay, Naku. I remember Naku. Naku is from Arunachal. She's one of our like my earliest student in Arunachal. Awesome place, Arunachal. You people should go there. I have not forgotten you, Naku. So let's focus. So second is correct. If second is correct, even if you don't know anything about third and fourth, it doesn't matter. The answer is B, 2 and 3. Inamgaon, Mangadu, Kerala. Now your work is to do research on Mangadu Shalihundam. My South Indian friends, don't kill me in the comment section later on if I'm pronouncing the name of that word like Mangadu wrong. Cool. Let's solve this question also again, asked in 2024. Just take a guess. These are not the questions which will decide your UPSC pre. These are the questions, just if you have solved it earlier, it's fine. But there are some questions which we shouldn't be getting it wrong, like the guilds and Shreni questions and all those stuff. So Shangabhuti, an Indian Buddhist monk who traveled to China at the end of 4th century AD, was see, this is a question which none of you should be getting it right. I'm telling you, leave these questions. When we talked about travelers, we mainly focused on Fahian, Yuanzhang, all these guys, Lalita Vistar. Okay, but you know, we have not talked about these guys who went to China. We have talked the other case. People from outside came to India. So Sangabhuti, many people believe he was the author of a commentary on Sarvastivadi Vinaya. And many people again believe, don't worry about this particular question, Sarvastivadi Vinaya. Many people again believe the source of this particular question is this book, Upinder Singh ma'am. I quote this book a lot. But does that mean that because of that particular question asked in 2024, we have to read this whole Upinder Singh book? No. The answer is no. Leave those questions. You don't have to get 100 out of 100 correct. Cutoff is 88, bro. 44 out of 100. So leave these questions. But there are so many questions which we shouldn't leave. So this is ancient history done. We have to do medieval and modern more. I will update or, upload all these PDFs by tomorrow on this channel, Fun Study with Shubh, because you people ask a lot of questions where I'll be uploading. So this is the channel, Fun Study with Shubh. Cool. Not thank you. This is just ancient history done. We still have to do medieval and modern. So let's go to medieval and modern. Do you people want a 5-minute break? Can we take a Sarvastivadi Vinaya, as SS, Ashwini, Sunena, all of you have taken a guess. Cool. Can we take a 5-minute break? Aku said C. Okay, Aku, the question we have still not given. Let's take a 5-minute break. So currently it is 5:10. Let's meet at 5:15. Hope I'm audible. Sunaina, Aku, SS Talks, Ashwini, and other people. So let's start, and we have to go to medieval history. Sunaina asked, we will do art and culture also. Yes. So in ancient also, I will just give you an example, Sunaina. We were talking about Buddhism, Jainism, temple architecture. These are part of art and culture only. So the art and culture included in ancient and medieval, we'll talk about that. And then some additional information which are in news and current affairs, we'll talk about that as well. So yes, that will be included to a certain extent. And yeah. But then other art and culture, let's say there are some art and culture which are not in news or the static part, some of them we may not discuss, but the important criteria is the PYQs. The art and culture which will be there in PYQs, we'll discuss them. So we are in the medieval history. When we have started the lecture, we have talked about early medieval India, 750 to 1200 AD, and then 1200 to 1757 AD, medieval India. During that period, when we are talking about Gupta Empire, I have also told you about, nationalist historians, colonial historians, their interpretation of history, and how colonial historians, the Britishers, they portrayed certain age as dark age. So early medieval India, 750 to 1200 AD, was one such dark age according to them. And they talked about something known as feudalism, which was there in India. So this is one question based on that feudalism. If you know the answer, you can post it in the comment section. Again, take a guess, even if you don't know it. I will give you 20-30 seconds and then we'll have a discussion on it. So with reference to Indian history, which of the following are the essential elements of feudal system? A very strong centralized political authority and a very weak provincial or local political authority. Emergence of administrative structure based on control and possession of land, creation of lord-vassal relationship between the feudal lord and his overlord. What is the basic criteria here? See, what is feudalism? Feudalism is, let's say, if we make a diagram like this, so you have king at the top, you have peasants or, serfs or whatever you want to call it, let's say subjects at the bottom. In between, there will emerge a group of hierarchies which will be known as feudal lords. And the more hierarchies you have, the more king has lesser, interaction with the subjects, and the more weak king will become. This feudal lords, they emerge when, like the initial talks we had, or we have heard about feudal lords during the Satvahana period, which is again post-Mauryan period. And this generally happens, let's say I don't have cash. Then what king will do? They will give some land to feudal lords. Land, on these lands, feudal lords can extract revenue. And they can take a revenue from these subjects and they can maintain their own army, this and that. So it was said that during this early medieval period, more and more feudal lords emerged, thereby making this whole system decentralized and making king weaker. So when you have feudal system, you don't have a strong centralized political authority. When you have a strong centralized political authority, you won't have feudal system as such. And that's what happened when Delhi Sultanate arrived. When Delhi Sultanate arrived at around 1206 AD, then you will see slowly and gradually feudal system fading away and you had something known as Iqtidari system. We'll go there later on. So first statement is wrong. When you have feudal system, you don't have strong centralized political authority. You have a decentralized political authority. That means you can eliminate A and D option. You're left with B and C. Emergence of administrative structure based on control and possession of land. Second is correct. So that means your answer is B. 2 and 3 only. A tricky question, but a good question. Feudalism, we should know about it. Then there are other concepts also related to feudalism, like Indian feudalism and European feudalism. And I will just tell you certain things. Indian feudalism is not as strict as European feudalism. And in European feudalism, peasants were reduced to serfs. They were bonded to their land and they were forced to work in very bad conditions. The reason was why European feudalism is very, very barbaric, because if you go and if you see European climate, they have 4 months of direct sunshine and every day matters. On the other hand, if you talk about India, we have around 10 months of sunshine and we grow 2 crops in a year, Kharif crop, Rabi crops and all those things. So it was not like if farmer is not working on a particular day, something will happen in India. But that every day mattered in Europe, and that's why European feudalism was much more stricter. The peasants were reduced to serfs, position of serf, and they had to do so much because every day mattered in Europe. So European feudalism much more stricter. We can talk about it later on. Right now, let's move on because we have a lot to talk. So, like in the ancient history, we have talked about Sangam age. UPSC has started loving Sangam age. Similarly, in medieval history, UPSC has started loving Mongols. They have asked a lot of questions on Mongols. Have a look at this question on Mongols. First, Mongol invasion. Mongols are Central Asian invaders, or why? Like, even when you have talked about Guptas, their decline happened because of Hunas. They were also Central Asian invaders. Why these invaders generally came from Central Asia? Because when you see the current Mongolia region and the Central Asian region, you will see a lot of grasslands, and nothing much happens on grasslands. So if they have to survive, they have to ransack other territories, and that's why you see the emergence of these Hunas or Mongols. First Mongol invasion of India happened during the reign of Iltutmish. He was one of the Delhi Sultanate ruler, Iltutmish. And this happened around 1221 AD, not Jalaluddin Khalji. So first statement is wrong. Do remember, UPSC has already asked a multiple questions on this Mongol invasion. So if first statement is wrong, you are left with B and D, 2 only, 3 only. During the reign of Alauddin Khalji, if we talk about Delhi Sultanate, so you have slave dynasty or Mamluk dynasty, which is from 1206 to 1290 AD. Then you have Khalji. So this Iltutmish, he belongs to slave or Mamluk dynasty. Then you have Khalji dynasty. It is also written as Khilji or Khalji, 1290 to 1320 AD. Then you have Tughlaqs, 1320 to 1414 AD. Then you have Sayyids, 1414 to 1451 AD. And then you have Lodhis, 1451 to 1526 AD. Cool. So this Alauddin Khalji, he belongs to Khalji dynasty during the reign of, again, marched up to 6 attacks, 6 Mongol attacks happened during the period of Alauddin Khalji. We'll talk about it. Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he is from this period, like Tughlaq dynasty, you can see here. Temporarily lost portion. No. See, if we talk about this, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he was one of that rulers who decided that he will go to Khwaziram region, Central Asian region, and they will ransack Mongols territory. But that did not happen. So he did not lose any portion. He was very aggressive in his approach. But yes, this happened. During the period of Alauddin Khilji, 6 Mongol attacks happened. There was one battle, Battle of Kili, during which Mongol marched up to Delhi and besieged the city. So second is correct, third is wrong. The answer is B, 2 only. Sir, first statement is wrong. Yes, first statement is wrong. First Mongol invasion happened during the period of Iltutmish, not Jalaluddin Khalji. And that's why we have eliminated A and C option SS talks. Cool. Okay. So the answer is B2 only. A tricky question. But if you, that's what I was saying. The last question which we did of, ancient India art and culture part related to Upinder Singh ma'am book, that if you get wrong, no worries. But if you're getting these questions wrong, this is actually a worrisome trend, because UPSC is asking a lot of questions on Mongols. See, this is a question which was asked in 2001. What is the answer of this question? You can see a trend, and here I have gone even 20 years back. Mongols under Genghis Khan invaded India during the reign of Balban, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, Iltutmish, Muhammad bin Tughlaq. What is the answer? We have just seen one question which was asked in 2022, first Mongol invasion. Now I'm just telling you how questions get repeated. This is a question which was asked in 2001. I just told you first Mongol invasion, or Mongols under Genghis Khan invaded India during the reign of Iltutmish. And Genghis Khan, that attack happened around 1221 AD. Genghis Khan died around 1227 AD. Again, just for information, you don't have to remember all these facts. Iltutmish period is from 1211 to 1236 AD. Iltutmish's daughter was Razia Sultan. So these are some important facts which you have to, you will remember. You don't have to, do too much mugging up. You will see them a lot. Now let's solve this particular question asked in 2021, again related to Mongols. Let's try to solve it. Let's try to, take a guess even if you are not very sure about it. Don't worry. You will see a trend here. SS has given the answer. Very good, SS. It was during the reign of Iltutmish that Genghis Khan reached the Indus in pursuit of fugitive Khwarizm prince. It was during the reign of Muhammad bin Tughlaq that Timur occupied Multan and crossed the Indus. It was during the reign of Dev Roy II of Vijayanagar Empire that Vasco da Gama reached the coast of Kerala. We have just discussed. You can see multiple questions on this particular fact. During the reign of Iltutmish, Genghis Khan reached Indus in pursuit of Khwarizm Shah. He was a very brave, prince of that region, like Khwarizm region. And this is first statement is correct. So first is correct. So that means C and D option, they are wrong. Sunaina has also given the answer. C and D are wrong because first is correct. We have just discussed this multiple times. A and B. One only, 1 and 2. Now you have to check second. It was during the reign of Muhammad bin Tughlaq that Timur occupied Multan and crossed the Indus. Now, if we go back, if you see this timeline, somewhere I have given you the timeline of Tughlaqs, 1320 to 1414. You can go back in the video and you can have a look at it. So, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, his exact tenure is from 1325 to 1351 AD. During his period, there was an author, his name was Ibn Battuta. I think Sunaina only wrote it in the comment section. Ibn Battuta. He wrote a book called Rihla. Important because NCERT mention about it. So, this is the reign of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Timur, he invaded India in 1398 AD. There is almost 47 years lag. So, this has not happened at the same time. Second is wrong. If second is wrong, you are getting your answer 1 only. Even if you don't know about Dev Roy II, this and that, you can easily, even if you don't know anything about third, if you know first and second, you can get this question. So, yes, A is the answer 1 only. A tricky question, but hope you can understand a common trend here. The common trend is UPSC asks a lot of questions on Mongols. See this question. With reference to Indian history, who of the following were known as Kulha Daran? So, there was one, like we have talked about, a bit about different Delhi Sultanates, slave dynasty, then you have Khaljis, Tughlaq, Sayyid and Lodhis. One of these dynasties were known as Kulha Darans. Oh my God, I have given you the hint. Good, Sunaina. The fact that you are answering it, that will help you in remembering stuff a lot. Kulha Daran. Again, this is a very factual question. See, if you have solved it, you will be able to solve it in exam. Otherwise, there are so many such facts, bro. How much you will remember? So, Kulha Daran Sayyids. Sayyid, it was believed that when you will read about Prophet, from the daughter's side, Prophet had a daughter called Fatima or something. So, from that daughter's side, Sayyid had a link to Prophet. And that's why they were given the name called Kulha Daran. They wear a hat which was known like that. So again, don't go on that facts. Just remember, even like I will tell you one very interesting fact. Sayyid, their reign was 1414 to 1451 AD. Sayyids. And if you see here, there is a link. Timur, he invaded India 1398 AD. Important because we have seen UPSC has asked PYQs. It is said that Timur did not kill Sayyids in large numbers when he ransacked the Indian region. Because of this particular fact, they were Kulha Darans, they were related to Prophet and from the daughter's side, and that's why Timur did not kill Sayyids that much. That much means he may have killed some of them, but he did not kill them all. So yes, Sayyids were claimed to be a descent from the Prophet to his daughter Fatima. So Kulha because they used to wear a pointed cap. Again, a factual information. Don't worry too much about it. There are many things which we have to worry about than that particular fact. So, Mamluk or slave dynasty, Khaljis. Here, there is one important fact. Mamluk or slave dynasty. Why it is named as such? Because when you will read about this medieval period, you will read about Arab invaders or foreign invaders or Muslim invaders. They have been called a lot of names. And these invaders, there is a mnemonic here. QGG. Qasim, Gajni and Gauri or Ghuri. Qasim, Gajni and then you have Ghuri. Muhammad Gauri. So, Muhammad Gauri, the last, he fought Battle of Tarayan 1191 AD and first battle, second battle. So, he did not have any son or daughter. He had slaves. He had many slaves. Like there was one slave, Bakhtiyar Khilji, who ransacked Nalanda University, this and that. Then he had Kutubuddin Aibak, Yalduj, Kubecha. So, Kutubuddin Aibak, he established this Mamluk dynasty and he is a slave. So, this is also known as slave dynasty. Now, there is one ruler in Mamluk dynasty who is known as slave of a slave. So, you have to remember this because this is a unique fact. And they can ask you, they have already asked it in different exam, who is slave of a slave? So Iltutmish, he is known as slave of a slave because he was the slave of Kutubuddin Aibak, who in turn is a slave of, you know, Muhammad Ghori. So that's why Iltutmish became slave of a slave, slave of Ghuri. So this is a factual information which we should know. Again, an interesting fact. Let's move on. So in this particular map, we have Mamluk, we have Khilji, we have Tughlaq, we have Lodhis, we have skipped Sayyids, Kulhadaran, and that's why Sayyids are saying that it's a matter of extreme mockery for them, you know. Okay, let's move on. Again, some questions on temple architecture. See this question, not that tough, right? What is the answer? The Nagara, Dravida and Vishra are the, what are they? This is the easiest question you will get ever in your life. So Nagara, Dravida and Vishra, main racial groups of Indian subcontinent, linguistic three, not the three main linguistic divisions into which the languages of India can be classified, three main styles of Indian temple architecture, three main musical gharanas prevalent in India. As SS stated, they are three main styles of Indian temple architecture. Nagara, famous in North India, Dravida in South India, and then Vishra, you have these like Chalukyas in Central India and South India, Chalukyas, Hoysalas, they gave patronage to Vishra style, which is a mixture of Nagara and Dravida style. So there are so many things, Shikhara, Vimana, these are the basic differences which we talk about. But in Nagara style, you generally don't have Gopurams or extensive gateways. You have those Gopurams in Dravida style. And in Dravida style, you have generally tanks, water. Why you have tank? Very good here. SS, Aku, Rudranarayan, all of you have given the answer. So why you have tanks in Dravida style? Because water, like if you talk about Nagara, North India, you have Himalayan rivers, perennial rivers. In Dravida, you have peninsular rivers, South India, so seasonal rivers. So that's why they used to have tanks, the waters in their temples. And then there are so many other differences also. We'll go there. Three main styles of Indian temple architecture. Basic question we should know. If you are getting this question, oh my god, wrong, then that is a matter of worry. Now let's see again another question on temple architecture related to Chaussat Yogini temple. As I think somebody was asking, Sunaina was asking art and culture. So this is again, here also art and culture, medieval history are merging. Try to solve this question. Now, why again this particular temple? Why UPSC asked? Because at that particular point of time, this particular, oh my god, so many particular temple was in news. So that's why UPSC asked. So with reference to Chaussat Yogini temple, situated near Mauryan, it is a circular temple built during the reign of Kachapa Ghatta dynasty. Now, let's say we don't know anything. Let's say you people don't know anything about this Chaussat Yogini temple. Even then, please remember this for your pre-2025. Don't just leave question. There will be so many questions where you will have no idea. At least try to read the option. See the second statement. It is the only circular temple built in India. Can you ever think, can there be only one circular temple? Can there be only one square or rectangular temple? This is an extreme statement, bro. Let's say you are getting confused. This particular statement has a very high chance of being wrong. Very, very, very high chance of being wrong. If we eliminate second statement, A, B and D, you're just getting the answer. The answer is C. Even if you don't know anything about Chaussat Yogini temple, you eliminate second statement, you just read four options, you'll be able to deduce the answer. It is a circular temple, it inspired our parliament, the new parliament which was meant, and it is not meant to promote Vaishnav cult, it is promoting Shaiva cult. So the answer is C1 and 4. If you don't know anything, then you will be able to solve it. I will share this PDF, you can have a look at this, all the things which is written here. Bhakti and Sufi, just like in ancient India, UPSC asked a lot of questions on Buddhism and Jainism. In medieval, they ask a lot of questions on Bhakti movement and Sufi movement. Have a look at this particular question on Sufism. Very good, Akku. With reference to the religious history of medieval India, the Sufi mystics were known to pursue which of the following practices? Meditation and control of breath, severe ascetic exercises in a lonely place, recitation of holy songs to arouse a state of ecstasy in their audience. Now, Sufism, Bhakti movement. Bhakti movement arrived in South India in the early medieval period, because during that period in North India, you had these invaders who were ransacking territories. All these things, they are, related to spirituality, and all they cannot happen in a place where it's so much ransacking which is going on. It needs some amount of peace. That was there in South India. So Bhakti movement emerged first in South India. And then when Delhi Sultanate arrived, Islam emerged around 7th century AD, much before Delhi Sultanate arrived. And when Islam emerged, there was one particular, please remember one thing, many people feel like Sufism, Dargah, Muinuddin Chishti, this and that, and people go to their Dargahs and they feel like Hindu people and every people, they go. Don't confuse it. Sufism still is one of the sects of Islam. It is a part of Islam, and it is not like you can go there. It is much more a liberal version of Islam. Like there are different, division within Islam also. One form of Islam is Wahhabism, which is very, very, strict. And like in Saudi Arabia, you have Wahhabism. Sufism is milder version, much liberal version. Many people say that in Kashmir, you see increased militancy and all those stuff because of Wahhabism, which is like in Saudi Arabia, women cannot wear this and that. So yeah, Sufism, part of Islam, but yes, music and all those, there are songs also, Zinda Rehne Ke Liye Teri Kasam and ghazals and all those things are allowed there. So meditation, severe ascetic exercises, recitation of holy songs, all these things they do. These are all general statement. The answer is D, as stated by SS Talks, and Shunana also gave the answer, Aku also tried. These are all basic statements. Meditation, please remember one thing, let me tell you. You read about any religion, anything, none of these religions will say don't do meditation. All say meditation, even in Buddhism, Jainism, Hinduism, every religion will say meditation. You will never read anything bad about meditation in any religion. So first has to be there. If first has to be there, you are left with A and D. Now you have to just check third, recitation of holy songs to arise a state of ecstasy. What is wrong in that? So the answer is D, 1, 2 and 3. Don't think too much. Sometimes what will happen, in exam we will overthink. Don't overthink. If you feel like these statements are correct, these are general statements, that's fine. Those, like again the previous question, once we have done this, you should not be getting it wrong. If you're getting this question wrong, it's fine, because this is tough. This is the definition of a tough question. Try to see this question. Consider the following Bhakti saints: Dadu Dayal, Guru Nanak, Tyagraj. Who among the above was were preaching when the Lodi dynasty fell and Babur took over? Now, if you get this particular question wrong, it's totally fine, because you shouldn't be getting this question right. This is actually tough. So Babur took over. Babur tenure is 1526 to 1530. He defeated Ibrahim Lodi, the last ruler of Lodi dynasty, in first battle of Panipat. Dadu Dayal, Guru Nanak and Tyagraj. Guru Nanak ji's time period, if I'm not wrong, is from 1469 to 1539 AD. Approximately, let's play safe, approx. So obviously Guru Nanak sir was there when Babur was there. So Guru Nanak ji will be there if you eliminate A. What I'm trying to tell you is, you should not be getting this question correct. If you're getting this question correct, you are awesome. But once we are done with this, if similar kind of question comes in pre-2025, don't get this wrong. So second has to be there. If second has to be there, even now we have BCD. Dadu Dayal, his time period, he was born around 1540s, in 1540s. By 1540s, Babur has died. So Dadu Dayal was not there when Babur was there. So first is wrong. If first is wrong, we are left with B and C. Tyagraj, he came much later. He is associated with Carnatic music, and he came much later, and like 18th century or something. So if you 18th, 19th century, so if you eliminate Tyagraj, you get the answer. So you can understand here how tough this question is, and that's why I'm not expecting any of you to answer this question. This is a factual question, but now you know. Now also understand one thing, connect the dot. UPSC has asked question on Babur. UPSC also loves to ask questions on Vijayanagar Empire. In Vijayanagar Empire, the most important ruler is Krishna Dev Raya. So Vijayanagar Empire, we'll talk about that. We'll solve questions on that. So there are different dynasties: Sangam, Saluva, Tuluva, Aravidu. So Krishnadev Roy is from Tuluva dynasty. His time period is from 1509 to 1529. Some people say 1530 AD. So he is also a contemporary of Babar. He is also a contemporary of Guru Nanak Ji. Remember these facts. That's how you interrelate stuff. Okay. These are facts related to Guru Nanak Dev Ji. Dadu Dayal, who, like, you see, 1544, almost 14 years after the death of Babar, Dadu Dayal arrived. So you can say he is a contemporary of Humayun, he is a contemporary of Sher Shah Suri, he is even a contemporary of Akbar, but he is not a contemporary of Babar. And then his followers. See, there are different terms you will read in Bhakti movement. One is Shaguna Bhakti, other is Nirguna Bhakti. Shaguna Bhakti is God with attributes. God with attributes. Nirguna Bhakti is God with or without attributes. God without attributes. God without attributes. So when we are talking about this, Shagun, God with attributes, like in Hinduism, we represent Vishnu Bhagwan and Shiva Bhagwan and all these lords with, like, in human form. So Shagun Bhakti we preach. Nirgun Bhakti in Sikhism, Guru Nanak Dev Ji, he is represented as a Prakash Punj. That is God without attributes. So do remember these words. Dadu Dayal, he's talking about Jap and all the stuff, and his followers, like his ashram is known as Thamba. You can remember it with Simba. So Thamba, Simba. Okay, cool. Tyagaraj, 18th century, 19th century Carnatic music, much later than Babar. A very factual question, don't worry about it. But now don't get this question wrong. It's similar kind of question have been asked in like this year's pre. See this question. That was a tough question, forget about it. See this question asked in 2013. Now, this is a question related to rock cut architecture. Cases at Badami are the oldest serving. Now, sometimes people ask me this question that, sir, for 2025, which caves we should study, this and that. Focus on those caves which has been asked by UPSC earlier, like Badami, Barabar, Ellora, Ajanta. So, just focus on those caves. The caves at Badami are the oldest surviving caves in India. That is wrong. This Barabar and Nagarjuni caves which are there, and Barabar caves rather, and they were made by Ashoka in Mauryan period. They are one of the oldest cave, not this Badami cave. It was made much later. So first statement is wrong. If you eliminate first, you are left with B and C. 2 and 3, 3 only. Barabar caves were originally made for Ajivikas by Emperor Chandragupta Maurya, not Chandragupta Maurya, Ashoka, we have just discussed. So now you know Barabar caves are important. So Barabar, Nagarjuni caves, anything related to that, if it is in news, read about it. At Ellora, caves were made for different. So second is wrong, right? If second is wrong, your answer is third, even if you don't know anything. When we were talking about Ajanta, there was a PYQ related to Ajanta. We have talked about this, that in Ellora, we have caves for Jainism, Buddhism and Hinduism, unlike Ajanta, where we have caves for only Buddhism. So the answer is 3 only, C. See this question. 2014 question related to, again, how much UPSC love Ajanta. You can understand from how many times they have asked questions on Ajanta. Try to solve this question. Don't worry if you're getting this question wrong. Sunaina has given the answer. Very good, Sunaina, yaar. And SS Talks and Aku. Cool. A grand image of Buddha's Mahaparinirvan with numerous celestial musicians above and the sorrowful figures of his followers below. So we know Ajanta, Buddhism, Bodhisattvas, this and that. There is a very high probability of first being correct. If first is correct, we can eliminate B option. We are left with ACD. Tough question. Mount Up, Varaha Avatar. This is a very famous image of Vishnu God, like Vishnu Bhagwan, Udayagiri caves. It is not in Mount Abu, it is in Udayagiri caves. Udayagiri cave is different from Udayagiri and Khandagiri caves. So second is wrong. If second is wrong, you just eliminate options. You are getting the answer C1 and 3 only. Arjuna's Pinnace, Descent of Ganga, Mamallapuram, Mahabalipuram, rock cut architecture made by Pallavas. Rock cut architecture. Ajanta is rock cut architecture, Mahabalipuram is rock cut architecture. This we have discussed at the starting when we were talking about Chandraketugarh and different places, what they are known for. Burja Home rock cut shrine. Burja Home is not famous for rock cut shrine. Ajanta, Mamallapuram, these are famous for rock cut shrine. This Arjuna's Pinnace, Descent of Ganges, these are rock cut architecture. So the answer is C, 1 and 3 only. Again, these are the places which we need to know. Art and culture is very large. See again a question on Ajanta and Mahabalipuram, which is also known as Mamallapuram. That is telling you what caves and what places in art and culture are important. Try to solve this question. So, Ajanta and Mahabalipuram both were built in the same period. Ajanta caves, they are very old. Ajanta caves, it is believed that like some of them were built in the Satavahanas, built by Satavahanas, but most of them were built by Vakatakas, which were contemporary of Guptas. So they are very old. Mahabalipuram, they were built by Pallavas in like medieval period and just when ancient India was ending. So Mahabalipuram was made, the caves were made later on. Ajanta was made earlier. So first statement is wrong. If first is wrong, you can eliminate A and C, you are left with B and D. You don't even need to check for second one. Third is both have rock cut monuments. Obviously, that is the common theme which we are continuously talking about. Mamallapuram is in Kerala? Not in Kerala. Not in Kerala, Sunaina. Yeah, I think Tamil Nadu, right? So not Kerala. So Sunaina, SS Talks, Aku. Awesome, yaar. Awesome. B3 only is the answer. Please, the purpose of these PYQ marathon is to make you realize what are the areas which are famous. Yes, Mamallapuram is in Tamil Nadu. So these are the caves and the places which are famous. Again, a very factual question. I don't expect you people to know the answer of this question. The only purpose here is that once we are done with this, if they again ask Araghatta, just like they have asked places associated with the life of Buddha, you don't get those kind of questions wrong. Try to solve this question. With reference to economic history of medieval India, the term Araghatta refers to. Araghatta. Araghatta is water wheel used in irrigation of land. Again, a factual term. If you know it, you know it. If you don't worry. This is Araghatta, which was used earlier. There are thousands of such terms, such things which were used earlier. The things which we have to focus on are the terms which have been asked by UPSC. That's it. Let's talk about some questions on Mughal Empire. Ibadat Khana at Fatehpur Sikri was. What is this Ibadat Khana? Very good, SS Talks. Very good, Sunaina. So Akbar, his time period is 1556 AD to 1605 AD. Akbar, 1556 to 1605 AD. And during his tenure, like there are different periods which we have like divided Akbar's tenure into 1556 to 1573, then 1573 to 1580, and then 1580 to 1605, like that. So 1556, he is under the influence of ulemas, but he is differentiating personal life and professional life and he's abolishing jizya, this and that. 1573 to 80 is that period when he's having, oh my god, when he's having serious introspection regarding the purpose of life, this and that. So 1573 to 1580. And During this period, he will have talks. He established Ibadat Khana around 1575, where he used to have discussions. Earlier, only Sunni Muslims were allowed in this discussion. Then he allowed other religion also. And then these religious people, they used to fight with each other. And then he closed down Ibadat Khana. But after 1580, he talked about Sulh Kul or Deen-e-Ilahi because he understood the basic purpose of life. So Ibadat Khana at Fatehpur Sikri, hall in which Akbar held discussions with scholars of various religions. And that is what we are discussing. Different phases of Akbar's life, because when he was, king at 1556 AD, at that time he was a very small, a kid. So he is understanding things. He will understand things in 17 years, and then he will try to introspect about life. What is the basic purpose of life? Why are we here? And then he will establish Ibadat Khana at Fatehpur Sikri. And then in the third phase, he will talk about Tawhid-e-Ilahi, Deen-e-Ilahi and all this stuff. Okay. Again, a factual question. Have a look at this particular question. With reference to Mia Tansen, which of the following statement is not correct? This is a question which, if you are getting it wrong, don't worry. But the previous question related to Ibadat Khana, if you are getting that question wrong, then you should worry. Oh my God. So with reference to Mia Tansen, Tansen was a title given to him by King Akbar? No, it was given to him by a Gwalior king, a king of Gwalior. Again, a factual point. He composed Dhrupat, composed songs on patterns, invented many ragas, sa re ga ma pa dha ni sa, sa ni dha pa dha dha. So Tansen was not the title given to him by Akbar. It was given to him by a king of Gwalior. So this is the statement which is not correct. How many people will be able to get this question correct if they have not solved it beforehand? 2-3% people. But now you should not be getting this wrong if they ask similar kind of questions in 2025 pre. Tricky question, factual question. Don't worry too much about it. I don't think we have solved more than 4 or 5 questions like that. Other questions, you should worry about it. This question, not that tough, try to solve it. Who among the following Mughal ruler shifted emphasis from illustrated manuscript to album and individual portrait? Very good, Akash. Now, there is a Mughal ruler who is famous for his paintings. Like Shah Jahan, he is famous for his Taj Mahal. Now, he is very infamous for that as well. Again, we'll not go there. So, there is one ruler about whom it is said that he has so much knowledge of painting. Not many of these paintings have survived, but he was a very, he had too much knowledge of individual portrait and album and all those stuff. Illustrated manuscript means earlier when they used to make paintings, they used to make paintings of gardens and all those stuff. Slowly and gradually they shifted to album and individual portrait. The answer is Jahangir. Jahangir is known for his paintings. Later on, Shah Jahan, he tried to copy European paintings. He did not have his own style, artificial painting, this and that. So Jahangir, as Ashwini, Sunaina, SS Talks and Aku are saying. Very good. Jahangir. With reference to medieval India, which one of the following is the correct sequence in ascending order in terms of size? Now, this is again a factual question. If you're getting it wrong, fine. But once we have done this, don't get it wrong again. Pargana, anyway, UPSC asks a lot of questions on Santhal Pargana, Tenancy Act, this and that. So, they have asked a factual question. What is the order? Ashwini has given the answer. See, when you will read modern history, we'll go to modern history, we are currently in medieval. So you will read about tribal movements, peasant movements, Santhal movement, very important movement. And then Santhal Pargana Tenancy Act was passed after Santhal rebellion. In that, tribal land could not be given to non-tribal people. Pargana, Suba, like here ascending order they're asking, right? So Pargana, like something similar to small region, a district, you can call it, then Sarkar, and then Suba. Suba is actually a big region. Again, a factual information. If you know it, you know it. If you don't, you don't. So, Pargana, Sarkar and Suba. That is the order. Pargana, Sarkar, Suba. Remember it. You cannot do anything more about it. Now, let's come to Vijayanagar Empire. UPSC loves to ask questions on Vijayanagar Empire. If you see this Vijayanagar Empire, it was formed in 1336 AD by two guys, Harihar and Bukka. Harihar and Bukka. So, 1336 AD, if you see 1336 AD is converging with Muhammad bin Tughlaq's period. So, because of the policies of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, Suba, Sarkar, Pargana. Yeah, that is the descending order. Akash. Ascending order is Pargana, Sarkar and Suba. So, yes, 1336, Vijayanagar Empire established because of the expansionist policies of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, who was ruling from 1325 to 51. And 1347, Bahmani kingdom will be established. Harihar and Bukka, they were ruling around, Tungabhadra region, Krishna, Tungabhadra, Doab. Tungabhadra is one of the tributaries of Krishna also. So, these are some facts which you have to remember. Vijayanagar Empire, Sangam, Saluva, Tuluva, Ravidu dynasty. Then they made Virupaksha temple, Vitthal temple, so many things which are important from exam perspective. And Vijayanagar Empire, Krishna Dev Roy, he was known as Andhra Bhoja, and he was also known as establisher of Yavana kingdom. Class 12, chapter 7 NCERT. That is descending order, Akash, but I can understand why you got that question wrong. So now let's solve this question. Who of the following founded a new city on the south bank of a tributary to river Krishna and undertook to rule his new kingdom as the agent of a deity to whom all the land south of river Krishna was supposed to belong? Amogha Varsha, Ballala 2, Harihar 1, Pratap Rudra 2. Harihar 1. And here the tributary to river Krishna they are talking about is Tungabhadra. So, I have told you, don't worry too much about there is a joke also, like the big data and everything. What is the joke? The joke is, UPSC asked so much questions or so many questions on Vijayanagar Empire. There was a joke in our time that if there is an option related to Vijayanagar Empire, tick it, because UPSC loves to ask questions on Vijayanagar Empire. Don't you do it. I'm not telling you people to do it. I'm just telling that was the joke in our time. Again, this is a question. Who among the following rulers of Vijayanagar Empire constructed a large dam across Tungabhadra? The answer is Dev Roy 1. This is a factual question. You don't need to know that much. But once we have done this, just remember Dev Roy 1, who belongs to Sangam dynasty. He is Dev Roy 1. He constructed a large dam. That's it. And then remember that Krishna Dev Roy, he is from Tuluva dynasty. The founder of Tuluva dynasty is Tuluva Narsa Naika, who is the father of Krishna Dev Roy. Veera Narsimha Roy, he is the elder brother of Krishna Dev Roy. And then Alia Rama Roy, during his period, Battle of Talikota was fought, which is also known as Battle of Rakshasi Tangdi. And in this particular battle, Vijayanagar was decisively defeated by the Deccan Sultanate rulers. So, these are some factual information which we have to keep in mind. Solve this question. Try to solve this. Just whatever you feel like, try to solve this question. Ashwini, SS Talks, Akash, very good. Regarding the taxation system of Krishna Dev Roy, the ruler of Vijayanagar, consider the following statement. Now, you may feel like, sir, we have not talked about taxation system, this and that. Just remember one thing. You will not hear a lot of stuff in actual UPSC exam, right? So, here just have a look at what they have written. Tax rate on land was fixed depending on the quality of the land. This is if you think rationally. Vijayanagar Empire, so many travelers came. Akash has, I think, this is the previous answer which they have given. So many travelers came, But we are talking about Abdul Razak, we are talking about so many, Fernão Nunes, Domingo Paes, Duarte Barbosa. So all these guys, they have said so many things related to Hampi. Sunena has given the answer. Hampi and how Hampi was one of the best cities in the world at that time after Rome. So if and how they had such a good administration when we're talking about Vijayanagar Empire. So obviously this is a basic statement which can apply to any normal ruling kingdom. Forget about Vijayanagar Empire, which was massive in so many ways. So tax rate on land was fixed depending on the quality of land. Any sane ruler will do that. The second point is private owners of workshops paid an industries tax. This is also a general statement. Both these statements are correct as stated by Sunena. Both these statements are correct. So the answer is C, both 1 and 2. So as I'm telling you again and again, don't worry too much about statements per se if you don't know it. Think from general perspective. If you feel like these are general statements, this will be correct more often than not, tick it. Because there will be so many questions where you have to use this general awareness, so to say. You may feel like, sir, easier said than done once we have the answer. That I agree on. But you have to take that risk in exam. You cannot run away from it. This is a question taken from NCERT. NCERT. I have given you the name like chapter, class 12, chapter 7. You can have a look at it in your spare time. Even if you're not looking at it, that's fine. But so building Kalyana Mandapa was a notable feature in the temple construction in the kingdom of Chalukya, Chandela, Rashtrakuta. Oh my god, this is easy. I've already given you the hint. Kalyana Mandapa is like, when you will read about temple construction, you will read about Garbhagriha. So let's say you have a temple, so you have Garbhagriha. So Garbhagriha is the place where, it is also known as Sanctum Sanctorum. Garbhagriha, Sanctum Sanctorum. Sanctorum, where your main deity is placed. But it's not like now when you are entering a temple, you will directly enter into the Garbhagriha. Before that, you will encounter a hall, a passageway, which is known as Mandapas. Mandapas. And then if you go to Kalinga style of architecture, there are different types of Mandapas. They have different names which they have given it to. Mandapas, Ardha Mandapa, Mukhya Mandapa. If you have a big temple, you have different types of Mandapas. And like in Vijayanagar Empire, they used to marry gods and goddesses in these mandapas, which were known as Kalyana Mandapas, which is given in class 12, chapter 7. The answer is Vijayanagar Empire, as stated by Sunena, SS Talks and Akash. Very good here. So Kalyana Mandapa, class 12, chapter 7 question. Now this is a question which we should know, because if NCERT talks about it, this is important from exam perspective. See this question. Asked in 2021. That's why I was telling you that the joke related to Vijayanagar Empire. UPSC loves to ask questions on Vijayanagar Empire. According to Portuguese writer Nunes, there's a mnemonic I will tell you. There were so many Portuguese travelers who came to Vijayanagar Empire. How will you remember it? The mnemonic is something like this. FDD. You have fixed deposit. So FDD. For now, Nunes, the Nunes guy here, fixed deposit one. Domingo Paez. And then Duarte Barbosa. FDD, just remember it, they're important. They can ask you. For now, Nunes was a Portuguese, Roman, this and that. So he was a Portuguese. FDD, fixed deposit, and then another D. He's saying that women were expert. Remember Vijayanagar Empire, why UPSC loves to ask questions on Vijayanagar Empire? Sunena has given the answer, SS Talks has given the answer. Because Vijayanagar Empire was awesome, beyond awesome. There's a guy, his name is Barney Stinson, How I Met Your Mother. So he says that when I feel sad, I don't stop feeling sad and feel awesome instead. So please remember, Vijayanagar Empire was that awesome. So women were expert. Now this is a question where even if one girl is doing wrestling, one girl is doing astrology and she's expert in astrology, accounting and soothsaying, predicting future, this statement will be correct. So the probability of all these four being correct is very, very high. It's very tough for you. They are saying, for Nunes saying that women were expert. Let's say plural women. So even if two women is expert in wrestling, two women is expert in astrology, accounting and soothsaying, this statement will be correct. So the chances of all these things being correct is very high, and you have to go for D1, 2, 3 and 4. You cannot, soothsaying is predicting future. Even today, boys in college and girls in college, especially boys, they will take your hand and they're like predict your future if they want to. Okay, so answer is D1, 2, 3 and 4 as stated by SS Talks. Very well tried, Aku and other people. Cool. Don't overthink. The point is, don't overthink on these questions. See this question. Hundi. What is Hundi? Is it related to Mundi? Peter Mundi? He was a traveler. But Mundi is Sir in Hindi. Okay, let's focus. Hundi. What is Hundi? An advisory issued by the king to his subordinates, a diary to be maintained for daily accounts, a bill of exchange, an order from the feudal lord to his subordinates. What is it? It's like a check system. In the previous period, I'm watching a video for learning English, especially speaking. Oh my god, thank you so much, BFAT. I did not know my English was that good. So, Hundi is similar to the check system we have today, and this is a bill of exchange. Oh my god. Again, a factual information. Just like we have talked about guilds, shrenis, and all those. So, Hundi, bill of exchange. Let's solve some miscellaneous questions. In medieval India, the term fanam, fana for you. In our time, there was a song like fana for you and this. Very good, yeah. Which was Hundi, bill of exchange, as SS Talks and Sunaina said. Now see this. Again, a factual question. Like there are so many terms related question we have solved. Hundi, Araghatta, Fanam. Remember it. Make a list of it. Or watch this video multiple number of times. You will not forget it. Fana for you. There was a movie in our time also. Fana, Amir Khan's movie. The song Fana for you, it's from a different movie. Let's focus, bros. What is Fanam? Clothing, coins, ornaments, or weapons? What is it? So SS Talks, he has given the answer and he has said it is coin. It was actually coin. And this is a question either or question. Either you know it or you don't. What guess you will take? See, this is Fana for you. Tuk, tuk, tuk. Travancore Kingdom. This Travancore Kingdom is actually very famous because when you will read about Anglo-Mysore and different Anglo-Mysore war, you will realize the third Anglo-Mysore war that happened because of this Travancore Kingdom. This Travancore Kingdom is it was the neighbor of Mysore Kingdom and Tipu Sultan, and they did not have good relationship. Travancore also allied with the Britishers and they had some border issues, and Mysore attacked Travancore. Travancore took help of Britishers, and then the third Anglo-Mysore war happened between 1790 and 92 AD. Fascinating story. So coins, fanams, as you can see here in the medieval period in South India and other regions, this was a kind of coin as stated by SS Talks and Akash. Very good. Again, a factual question. Bhavabhuti, Hasti Malla and Chameshwar were famous what? Playwrights. Story ended. Just remember it. No need of like focusing too much on them, because again there is something known as cost benefit ratio. If you are reading these guys, how many names you will remember, bro? So it's fine. Okay, I will share all these PDFs on this Telegram channel, and now we have to start. Oh, just give me a second. We have to start the modern part. What happened? Why is this keep? Shall we take a 5-minute break, sir and ma'am? Let's take a 5-minute break. It is 6:09. Let's meet at 6:14. Oh, just give me a second. $6:14. Oh my God. So yes, I think Akash, SS Talks and other people, I'm audible. Sunena, BFACT and other people, hope I'm audible to all of you. So let's start modern history and the questions related to it. That will give you an idea what are the areas which are important. So a question related to Ryotwadi settlement. When you talk about land reform measures of Britishers, different settlements, permanent settlement, Ryotwadi settlement and Mehalwadi settlement. So this is a question on Ryotwadi settlement. Let's try to solve this question. If you know it, you can post it in the comment section and then we'll start our discussion. Hello. So Britishers introduced 3 settlements. Permanent settlement, which is also known as Zamindari system, where they fixed a revenue for the Zamindars, which has to be paid to the Britishers, and which was there in the Bengal region, Bengal presidency. At that time, the Bengal presidency included Bihar, Odisha, regions of Bengal, like the current Bengal, and some regions of Assam as well. Then you have something known as Mehalwadi settlement, which was there in Punjab among other regions, where they dealt directly with the villages, a group of villages. Mehalwadi, Mehal, village or group of village. Then you had something known as Ryotwadi settlement, which was prominent in the South India region, South India, where they dealt directly with the Ryots. Ryots, that is farmers. Farmers. Here what is happening, rent was paid. Now, why they are dealing with, Sunena has given the answer, Akash has given the answer. Why they are dealing with directly with Ryots here? And because in South India, the concept of Zamindar is relatively absent. And that's why Britishers decided, okay, Sunena and Aku are having good movements here, everyone. So, what I was saying, I forgot. So, because the concept of Zamindar is relatively absent in South India, and that's why Britishers resorted to Ryotwadi settlement. Rent was paid directly by the peasants to the government. That is true. That is the basic concept of Ryotwadi settlement. They are directly dealing with the peasants. First is correct. Oh, even if first is correct, we can eliminate D option. We are left with A, B and C. Government gave pattas to the Ryots. Yes, pattas is basically to assign or to understand which land belongs to whom. So, second is also correct. So, A is gone. The lands were surveyed and assessed. This is a general statement, bro. Anywhere if taxation happens, this has to be done. How will you tax people? How will you tax land if you're not assessing it? So, all the 3 statements are correct. C, 1, 2 and 3. Again, a question. Don't think much. If they are assessing, if you are, let's say you are a civil servant and let's say you became Nayab Tehsildar, somebody became a Nayab Tehsildar or something. So they have to assess land if they are charging or taxing a particular land. So this is a common statement. This was like, if this statement is given related to land revenue settlement, more often than not, mostly it will be correct. So don't overthink. See this question related to any Besant. Any Besant, very important personality. Question comes on her a lot. We are currently in modern history. Modern history, according to most sources, starts from 1757 to 1947 AD. 1757, why? Because Battle of Palasi happened, and after that, Britishers and East India Company rather showed that they are here to stay. Many people also believe it started from 1707 to 1947. Why 1707? Because 1707 is the year when death of Aurangzeb happened. But this is the maximum sources believe on this. So Sunena and Akash, they have given the answer. 80% was responsible for starting the Home Rule movement. That happened around 1914-15, Home Rule movement. In Ireland, people were demanding for Home Rule. There is an actor who was in Peaky Blinders. I don't remember his name. Peaky Blinders. He was also there in one movie on Oppenheimer, Peaky Blinders. So he is Irish. So Irish people, they get very, very angry when you call them British. So there was an interview I was watching of this guy related to Peaky Blinders, where the interviewer asked him that you are a Britisher. He was like, no, I am an Irish. So Ireland and Britain, they have their own issues. In Ireland, they were having this Home Rule movement, and Annie Besant was like, similar kind of Home Rule we should have in India also. So she started along with Tilak in different regions. Annie Besant's Home Rule was much more bigger because it was covering more areas geographically. Tilak's Home Rule League was more organized. So first statement is correct. If first is correct, eliminate B. You're left with A, C and D. She was not the founder of Theosophical Society. She was a member of Theosophical Society. Theosophical Society was formed by Blavatsky and Alcott. Blavatsky and Alcott, they formed Theosophical Society in 1875 in US. Then they established their branch in India in 1882 in Adyar. So many people believe, this is one of the common misconceptions related to Annie Besant, that she is the founder of Theosophical Society. That is actually wrong. So if you eliminate, like second is wrong. If second is wrong, eliminate second. You are left with A and C. Just check. She was the first woman president of Indian National Congress, 1917 session. First Indian woman president was Sarojini Naidu, 1925 session. So yes, third is correct. The answer is C, 1 and 3 only. Tricky question, oh my god. So well tried, Sunena Akash. SS has given the correct answer. SS talks. Now these are some, like, if you search, you will find I have made some videos on important INC sessions. 1917 session, Annie Besant, first woman president of Congress. 1916 Lucknow session, Lucknow Pact happened. Ambika Charan Majumdar. Ambika is not a girl, he is a human being, he is a man. And during this, there was a Surat split which happened in 1907. Moderates and extremists, they went different ways. They came together, hugged each other, and then they were like, we are two bodies, one soul now. In 1916, Lucknow Pact, Congress and Muslim League, they also came together. So 1916 is also very important. S.P. Sinha, 1915 session. He is the first member of Viceroy's Executive Council in 1909 via Parliamentary reform. So these are some factual information which are important from exam perspective. Oh my god. Let's see this particular question on Mahatma Gandhi. See, if we have to talk about ancient, medieval and modern, what is most important from exam perspective? The number of questions which has been asked in modern is obviously large. So yes, revise modern very thoroughly. I'm not saying ignore ancient and medieval, but yes, modern matters. So Mahatma Gandhi, he in early 1890s, he went to Africa, South Africa, and then he arrived India on 9th January 1915. 9th January 1915. And that is known as Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. 9th January 1915. Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. When he arrived to India, his political guru was Gopal Krishna Gokhale. Gopal Krishna Gokhale advised him not to enter into politics so soon. So he started Bharat Brahman, which you people will do once you clear UPSC. Okay, sir. Then his first major event which he attended was BHU, Banaras Hindu University inauguration. This has been asked a lot. And then his initial involvement was in these movements: Cake, Champaran, Ahmedabad and Kheda. So this Kheda Satyagraha was happening because in Kheda region of Gujarat, there was a famine. And when famine happened, there was a rule that Britishers should not be taking taxes from the farmers. But Britishers were like, we want taxes. Administration did not suspend the land revenue collection in spite of a drought. And that's why this whole protest was going on. This has nothing to do with permanent settlement thing. Permanent settlement was introduced by Lord Cornwallis in 1793. This event is happening around 1915-16, almost 120, more than 120 years gap. So second is wrong. And the answer is A, 1 only, as stated by Akash and SS Talks. Very good. So again, Kheda Satyagraha, Champaran, Ahmedabad and Kheda. These Satyagrahas are important. Just like Rowlatt Act is important. UPSC has asked a lot of questions on Rowlatt Act. Very good. Akash, Sunena, SS Talks, Aku and Sankalp. Rowlatt Act aimed at compulsory economic support to war efforts, imprisonment without trial and summary procedures for trial, suppression of the Khilafat movement, imposition of restrictions on freedom of the press. So what is Rowlatt Act? Rowlatt Act is a kind of preventive detention law. Preventive detention law means even in current setup, if you know any preventive detention law in the post-independent India, you can talk about it. Basic meaning is even if you have not done anything wrong, police can put you behind bars. In ideal case, if I am being put behind bars, I have to be produced before court within 24 hours. That is habeas corpus, a writ. But in Rowlatt Act, in preventive detention laws, those things are exempted. So imprisonment without trial, summary procedure for trial, that is Rowlatt Act. And people started protesting about this Rowlatt Act in 1919, and then Jallianwala Bagh massacre happened. Rowlatt Satyagraha, Gandhiji wanted to launch. Some people say even launched it, but after Jallianwala Bagh massacre, he suspended that Rowlatt Satyagraha. So imprisonment without trial and summary procedure for trial, as stated by SS Talks, Akash, Sankalp has also tried it, Aku and Sunaina. Cool. Imprisonment without trial and summary procedures for trial. See this question. Now, this is in haphazard order so that you don't, get to, again, let's try to solve it. There are so many questions on modern history, man. Usha Mehta, with reference to Indian freedom struggle, what is she known for? Akash has given the answer. So, like if you talk about national, like movements on a national scale, you have non-cooperation movement, 1922 to 22, called off after Chauri Chaura, which was a violent agitation. Then you have CDM, civil disobedience movement, which started in 1930 and went on till 1934. There were two phases of it. First phase, second phase. First phase was ended after Gandhi-Irwin Pact, when Gandhiji was called to England to attend second roundtable conference. And then you have Quit India movement, QIM, which started in 1942 and went on till 44-45, because again, so, and parallel movements where parallel governments were established in Balia, Satara, etc. And here Gandhiji did not call off Quit India movement even after so many violent activities happened. This was also a leaderless movement, because Quit India movement launched on 8th August 1942, and by 9th August morning, like most of the important leaders were arrested. And then because it became leaderless, so new leaders emerged. Jai Prakash Narayan, Usha Mehta, Aruna Asaf Ali. So she was running the secret Congress radio in the wake of Quit India movement, as stated first by Akash, and then Sunaina, and then SS Talks, and then Aku, and then BFAX. ASU is making copies of Sunaina answer. Oh my okay. Okay, ACU. Okay, okay. Let's focus, bros. You people. Now let's see this question related to Nehru report. With reference to period of Indian freedom struggle, which of the following were recommended by the Nehru Report 2011? Complete independence for India, joint electorates for reservation of seats for minorities, provision of fundamental right for the people of India in the Constitution. A1 only, 2 and 3, 1 and 3, D 1, 2 and 3. See, remember one thing, this Nehru Report, it has nothing to do with Jawaharlal Nehru. It has everything to do with his father, Motilal Nehru. Motilal Nehru. Coming around the time of 1928, Motilal Nehru. And here they are not talking about complete independence. Here they are talking about dominion status. What is the basic difference between dominion status and complete independence? Like during that time, late 1920s, Australia and New Zealand, what they had. So what happens in dominion status? You are virtually independent, but your head would be the Queen of Britain. In all matters, you are independent, but your head is Queen of Britain. We wanted complete independence, like we are a republic. We have president who is elected, although indirectly. So we did not want even that nominal kind of a thing that our head is the Queen of Britain, dominion status. We wanted complete independence, and that thing, here we are wanting dominion status. Complete independence will ask for the first time in 1929 Lahore session. This thing, Nehru report, is happening in 1928. And once this was discarded, the son of Motilal Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, became very angry and he was like, no, I don't want anything less than complete independence. 1929, Lahore session, Lahore located on Ravi River. Complete independence. Do remember one thing, that out of all the sessions from 1885 to 1947, Lahore session is the most important session based on the number of questions asked by UPSC. So first, if you eliminate, first is wrong. You are getting the answer, that is B, 2 and 3. Joint electorates, provision of fundamental rights. Now there are two terms here which are important from exam perspective. Sankalp, Aku, and okay, many people have tried here. So joint electorate and separate electorate. What is the basic concept? Separate electorate for Muslims was introduced for the first time in 1909 Act, Parliamentary Reforms. What happens in separate electorates? There are seats, let's say, separate electorates for Muslims. There are seats reserved for Muslims and only Muslim people can vote. But let's say we have joint electorate for scheduled caste. Then in that case, seats are reserved for scheduled caste, but everybody can vote. So joint electorate, Nehru report asked for. Then there was Jinnah's some point plan and Jinnah was like, no, we want separate electorate and all those stuff. So second and third is correct. First is wrong. Complete independence for the first time, 1929. Lahore session. Lahore session is the most important. Congress session, don't forget it. See this question. Congress ministry resigned in 7 provinces in 1939. Why? Okay, let me tell you a brief history. Civil disobedience movement launched in 1930, went on till 1934. But the basic movement fizzled out. The first phase was ended in March 1931. And then Gandhiji went to attend second roundtable conference. He came back, started the second phase in 1932, but the movement was not the same anymore. After the civil disobedience movement was called off in 1934, then there were talks like, what should Congress do now? Gandhiji was like, we should do constructive activities, charkha and all those stuff. And then there were people who were like, we should fight elections, we should become part of ministries. Gandhiji was like, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. But then even there were some people who fought elections. Congress ministries were formed in different provinces. Congress did well in 1937 provincial elections. But then they resigned after 24 months or 28 months of rule in 7 provinces. Why they resigned? Because 1939, if I'm not wrong, 1st September 1939, World War II started and Britishers made us a part of World War II before even asking for our permission. So, as there is a quote in Gangs of Wasseypur, permission leni chahiye thi, that means they should have taken our permission. Because they did not take our permission, we resigned. Congress ministry resigned. And the answer is none of the statement ever or given, oh my god, given above are correct. So that's why they resigned. The reason is they did not ask for our permission before making us a part of Second World War. Remember it. Now see this question. Mahatma Gandhi undertook fast unto death in 1932. Why? 20, not 20. It's more than 24. It's around 28 months, Akash. Why did Mahatma Gandhi undertook fast unto death? So again, we are doing a rewind because once you read these stories or listen to these stories, things will become much more clearer for you and you can solve a lot of questions. 1930, we are talking about civil disobedience movement. At that time, round table conferences were going on and there was one guy who participated in all the 3 round table conferences. His name was B.R. Ambedkar sir. Now, B.R. Ambedkar sir, 1909 separate electorate was introduced for Muslims. He was also asking separate electorate for depressed classes because he felt like the condition of depressed classes is very bad. Gandhiji was like, no, 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 I will not allow separate classes for depressed, like separate electorate for depressed classes, because then even within Hinduism we will get divided, and very badly, like that division will like break us further. And he was not in favor of it. Ambedkar sir, he went for first round table conference, second round table conference. After second round table conference, communal award was announced by Ramsay MacDonald, which is actually in a way giving separate electorates for depressed classes. Gandhiji was like, no, I am telling you this is not done. I don't like this. And then he went on to undertook fast unto death in Yarwada jail, which is in Pune. And then they had to do a Pune Pact, where they resorted to joint electorate, not separate electorate. Ambedkar sir kept on saying this, that this is my biggest mistake and this is a blackmail done by Gandhiji, and he was not very happy about it. So Mahatma Gandhi undertook fast unto death. Why? Because Ramsay MacDonald announced communal award and he was dead against it. That's why. See this question. I've told you Lahore session is the most important session when it comes to, when it comes to Congress sessions. Let's try to solve this particular question. And the more we listen to these stories, the more you will be able to remember it in actual exam. Lahore session is very important because, why it is important? Congress passed resolution demanding complete independence. Rift between extremists and moderates was resolved. Resolution was passed rejecting the two-nation theory in that session. So let's talk about it. Lahore session 1929. This is correct. We have just discussed. First time they demanded complete independence in this Lahore session. If first is correct, these two options gone, right? You're left with A and C, one only, 1 and 3. Rift between extremists and moderates resolved. If you go back in this lecture, you will realize there was a pact which we discussed, Lucknow Pact, Lucknow session, 1916, Ambika Charan Majumdar. There the rift between extremist and moderate was resolved, not in this session. So second is anyway not there, you have to check the third one. Resolution was passed rejecting the two-nation theory. Two-nation theory was given by Muslim League for the first time in March 1940. Muslim League itself was formed in 1906 by Aga Khan and Nawab Salimullah of Dhaka. They asked for two-nation theory in March 1940, first time. This session is happening in 1929. How can they ask for, how can they reject the theory which has not even been passed? So third is wrong, right? It was passed 11 years after. So the answer is A, 1 only, as stated by communal war. Intention was to separate Hindu and Muslim, right? Communal award is not about Hindus and Muslims. Communal war is different. Communal award is different, Akash. So communal award is associated with depressed classes, and communalism is a different thing altogether. So yeah, A is the answer. An important question. See this question. Quit India movement was launched in response to. If I give you these questions in a haphazard manner, I can tell you multiple stories and then you can connect the dots and you will be like, oh my God, everything is crystal clear. See this question. What is the answer? So Quit India movement was launched. Quit India movement was launched in 1942. We have just discussed this. Now, there are missions which came from 1940 to 47. So many different missions which came. In 1940, you had August Offer. 1939, World War II has started. Lord Linlithgow is the viceroy during this period, 1940. And they will say, India, that we need your cooperation in the war. We'll give you dominion status. That was rejected. 1942, Cripps mission came. Cripps mission. Under Stafford Cripps, he is again talking about dominion status. He's saying that we will make a constituent assembly, partly elected, partly nominated. He's saying that any province who don't want to become a part of, Indian, like the Indian Federation which will be formed, they can separate and they can make their own thing, whatever they want. A weak center he was talking about. Again, it was rejected. And in 1942 only, we had this Quit India movement. So it was launched in response to Cripps' proposal. Cripps mission headed by Sir Stafford Cripps. You will see Sir Stafford Cripps again coming in Cabinet Mission of 1946. Cabinet Mission 1946. And the mnemonic for Cabinet Mission is pass. Pass, pass, pass. वो आने लगे जरा जरा that you are coming closer to me. Pass. Pethick Lawrence, Sir A.V. Alexander and Stafford Cripps. A.V. Alexander, Pethick Lawrence and Stafford Cripps. Pass, pass. Okay. So where are we? Yeah. So answer is B, Cripps proposal, as stated by so many people. S.S. Stokes, B, Sunana, Akash, Sankalp. Cool, cool, cool. Again, see 1929 session. That's why I'm telling you this is actually a very important session. Sir, also please tell about Simon and Webble also. Okay, I will tell about Simon and Webble. Webble plan. Oh my God, my voice is gone. 1929 session, they are talking again about Lahore session. 1929 Lahore session. What happened in Lahore session? They asked for Purna Swaraj. Maybe you're not, see these kind of Hindi words they can also include in the answer. Purna Swaraj is complete independence. Time and again we are continuously discussing. First time they asked for complete independence in 1929 session. As Sunana asked, Simon Commission and Webble, like Webble plan. So Simon Commission 1927 it was formed. It came in 1927-28. Why Simon Commission was formed in 1927-28? Because see, in 1919 there was a Montag Chainsford reforms. Montag Chainsford reforms which was passed. So Montag Chainsford reforms, they had so many provisions. It was to be evaluated after 10 years. But in 1927, election was supposed to happen and government could have changed in Britain. So even before 10 years, they appointed Simon Commission to review 1919 Act. Simon Commission was all white. That's why it was protested by Indian people. Lala Lajpat Roy sir, he protested. Then Lathi charge happened and Lala Lajpat Roy sir died. And then Bhagat Singh took revenge. So all these things happened in Simon Commission. Webble plan, if you talk about, Webble plan around 1944-45. Webble plan is also known as Shimla Conference because it happened in Shimla. Obviously, Lord Webble was the viceroy at that time. He asked, like at that 1944-45, Quit India movement was reaching the end. All the big leaders were in jail. All these leaders were taken out from jail, Congress leaders, and they were called to Shimla. So Congress and Muslim League, they met in this Webble plan, the Shimla Conference, Muslim League. Now, Webble is saying that Hindus and Muslims, they will have equal representation in Viceroy's Executive Council. Equal representation. And they can submit a list. Congress and Muslim League, they can submit a list of what Hindus and Muslims they want. If they are not agreeing on a common list, they can separate or they can send or submit separate list. Muslim League is saying that all Muslim members will be from like nominated by them only. Congress is like, we are not a Hindu party. So, and then Lord Webble is like, there is a deadlock which happened. So the mission failed. And because of that, Congress and Muslim League came on an equal footing. And then around 1945-46, elections happened, provincial elections, and Muslim League did very well. Who are the members of Simon Commission, sir? No, Simon Commission had around 6-7 members. The exact name we also don't know, Akash, but it's like all members are white members. Even if you Google Simon Commission members, you won't get it. It's just that all the members are white members. Like I will give you another fascinating point because you just asked. Cripps Mission, which came in 1942. Sir Stafford Cripps, he's not the only member. There are other members also of their private houses and all those stuff. We don't know the exact name. That is again confidential. We just know about Cripps Mission. And when it comes to Simon Commission, we don't know about like any member at all. It's just that it was all white member. Like there are around 7 members and all were white. That's it. You don't need to go there. Nobody asks. Nobody cares about that. So the answer is B, attainment of Purna Swaraj. Webble plan, Shimla Conference, they are one and the same. Don't get confused. They can ask you Shimla Conference, who was the viceroy? Please remember Lord Webble. They have already asked these things. Okay, so many people have given the correct answer. See this question. Radcliffe Committee was appointed to do what? Radcliffe Committee. So we have talked about Simon Commission. Let's see, if we talk about the chronology, because Sunena asked, so your August offer happened in 1940, then Cripps Mission came 1942, then you have this Wavell Plan or Shimla Conference, then you had Cabinet Mission, and then you have something known as Mountbatten Plan. Lord Mountbatten was sent to India in 1947 because at that time Clement Attlee was like, we will leave India by June 1948. We don't care what you people do, because you people are fighting among yourself, Congress, Muslim, this and that. We don't care. We will leave by June 1948. He gave a lot of powers to Mountbatten, and then Mountbatten came up with his own plan, Mountbatten Plan. For the first time, he talked about creation of Pakistan and then demarcation of Indian Pakistan boundaries via Radcliffe Committee, as stated by Sunena, Akash, Aku, SS Talk, Sankal, BFAC. Very good, yeah. So remember it. And remember the chronology also. This is also important from exam perspective. See this question. Who of the following organized a march on the Tanjore coast to break the salt law in April 1930? So we are talking about, or we were talking about civil disobedience movement. And again, if you see a lot of questions on a particular movement, that means that movement is important. Civil disobedience movement started on 12th March 1930 via Dandi March. Dandi March? The Dandi March is just like march from Sabarmati to Dandi. Please remember, the destination is Dandi. The source is Sabarmati. 12th March 1930, and they ended this whole thing on 6th April 1930. So it was around 24 days. So Dandi March started, but then it spread to different regions. It spread in South India also. So there it was led by, as you people have already stated, Akash has stated, Sunena stated, SS Talks and Aku. So C. Rajagopalachari sir was leading it in Tanjore region. There were other leaders. K. Kelappan was leading it in Kerala. So these leaders are actually important. April. And then here, when we talk about civil disobedience movement, as I've told you, Quit India movement was a leaderless movement. 8th August 1942 it was launched. By 9th August, all the important leaders were arrested. That was not the case with the civil disobedience movement. Here, Britishers are confused. They're like, what should we do? Should we arrest these leaders? Should we not arrest these leaders? So 12th March 1930, civil disobedience movement started via Dandi March. For 1 month, they were not arresting anyone. In April 1930, Jawaharlal Nehru was arrested. In May 1930, Gandhiji was arrested because he said that he will raid Dharshana salt works, which was happening. And then Sarojini Naidu led Dharshana salt satyagraha, where these Britishers did lathi charge, and that came into international media, and that made civil disobedience movement very popular. So do remember these facts, whatever we are reading. The answer is C. Rajagopalachari, as you people stated, many of you stated. So these leaders, they are important. K. Kelappan, you can see the hairs in Sir's ear, and this looks so cool. K. Kelappan was leading it in Kerala, jokes apart, and C. Rajagopalachari sir was leading it in Tamil Nadu region. See this question? Consider the following statement. The first woman president of INC was Sarojini Naidu. The first Muslim president of INC was Badruddin Tayyabji. One only, two only, both one and two, D neither one nor two. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, bro. I need a break because we are talking for from a long period. So it is 6:49. Let's meet at 6:59. 10 minutes break. In the meantime, you can post your answer. Oh my God, so many comments. Sankalp, BFAT, SS Talks. Hope I'm audible to everyone. If you are not able to hear me at any point of time, do tell me. So, see these questions. Now, what will happen, since we have talked about something about all these events or most of these events, so you will see certain repetition, and then we will talk something or some stuff, a little bit more, and then you will remember these stuff. First woman president of Indian National Congress was not Sarojini Naidu. First Indian woman president was Sarojini Naidu. First woman president was Annie Besant. Cool. So first statement is wrong. If first is wrong, eliminate A and C. You're left with B and D. First Muslim president was, yes, Badruddin Tayyabji, 1887. Remember certain facts which I keep on telling people, that 1885 when Congress was established, Umesh Chandra Banerjee, he was the president. He was a Hindu. 1886, Dadabhai Naroji, grand old man of India. Dadabhai Naroji. He is a Parsi. Dadabhai Naroji again became president in 1893 and 1906 Congress sessions. 1886, as we have just discussed, Badruddin Tayyabji sir, BT, he is a Muslim. 1888, George Yule, who is a Christian. 4 people belonging to 4 different religions, proving India's secularism. So second statement is correct. B, 2 only. Very good here. Very good. Sankalp has given the answer. Very nice here, Sankalp. It's B, 100%. Sankalp is a serious guy. Cool. Cool. Sankalp and others. So proud of you, bros. Let's move on. So B, 2 only, as Sankalp and other people said. Let me just have a look at who else answered. SS Talks, Aku, Akash, Shunena. Cool. Let's move on. Oh, this is a question in front of you, new question. With reference to cabinet mission, we have talked about cabinet mission a little. We'll talk cabinet mission a little bit more. 2015 question, let's try to solve it. No. In fact, that's actually what everybody should do, but everybody does not do. That's why the problem is like arise. If you do like previous year questions, you will be able to solve most of the questions in current exam also, because they don't deviate much. UPSC tells you the trend. Sometimes they will go away from the trend, but not for all questions. So Sankalp has given the answer related to cabinet mission. So we have talked about a chronology, August offer, then Cripps mission, then your Webble plan or Shimla conference, then cabinet mission, then your Mountbatten plan. So cabinet mission, they came in 1946, 3 members. Pass is the mnemonic, Pethick Lawrence, A.V. Alexander, Sir Stafford Cripps. And they rejected the demand for Pakistan. Please remember, this has been asked a lot in different exams, including UPSC, that they accepted the demand for Pakistan. The answer is now. What else they talked about? They talked about creation of, grouping of provinces. They talked about grouping of provinces. 3 groupings they talked about. 1 grouping of Muslim majority provinces in the east, 1 grouping of Muslim majority provinces in the west, 1 grouping of Hindu majority provinces, grouping of province. And then they talked about how province can come out of these groups, how different constitution will be made, 1 constitution for the province, 1 constitution for the group, 1 constitution for the whole federal government, 3 types of constitution. They talked about these kind of things. Enlarge the power of Indian courts, they did not talk about this. Provided for more Indians, they did not talk about this. They just talked about the first part and the other things which we just discussed, as stated by Sankalp, Akash, Aku also answered it, Sunena also answered it. So this cabinet mission is also important. 1940 to 47, that time period is very important. And this cabinet mission, these are the 3 guys. Like this one you can ignore. Can you tell who is this guy? Again, don't kill me in the comment section later on. I'm just telling that he is not part of the cabinet mission. These 3 are. And he is Sir Stafford Cripps, who came earlier also in the Cripps mission. Cabinet mission, February 1946 they announced, March 1946 they came, and all those things. You can have a look at it. And we have talked about the important provision related to cabinet mission. Grouping of provincial or grouping of provinces. 3 groups. 1, Muslim majority provinces in the east, 2nd, Muslim majority provinces in the west, and 3rd, Hindu majority provinces. So these kind of groupings they talked about. And here we are talking about cabinet mission. Oh my God. Just give me a second. Constituent Assembly, they will form a constituent assembly. This federation thing was there in the comment section. This is Gandhiji and these cabinet mission members, they're meeting with different people. Oh, just a second. Okay. Let's have a look at this question. Jinnah. Which one of the following movements has contributed to a split in Indian National Congress, resulting in the emergence of moderates and extremists? Akash has given the answer. We have talked about the split part. We have talked about two things. Like Surat split 1907 and then they came together in 1916 Lucknow Pact. Why this 1907 Surat split happened? This flashback thing is actually awesome. This will create more interest. Why these two guys split in the first place? Because partition of Bengal was announced in 1905 by Lord Curzon. As a reaction to that, Swadeshi and boycott movement was launched. Extremist leaders, they wanted to extend Swadeshi and boycott movement beyond Bengal, and they did not have much belief in the methods of moderates, which was revolving around 3P, prayer, petition and protest, and that's why the split happened. So it has everything to do with Swadeshi movement. They were like, these moderate leaders, they are doing something known as political mendicancy. In Hindi, it is called as bheek mangna, political mendicancy. So the answer is A, Swadeshi movement, as stated by Akash, Sankalp, Sunaina, Aku, B fact. Very good. Okay, let's move on. Please don't. Okay, Surat split 1907, and here remember Surat split. There are different Congress sessions which are important. We are continuously talking about it. 1905 to 1907, these sessions are actually important. So 1905, Gopal Krishna Gokhale, political guru of Gandhiji, he is the president. 1906, Dadabhai Naroji, he had become president thrice. 1886, 93, 1906. 1907, this is Rash Bihari Ghosh. Not Bosch, Raj Bihari Ghosh, when Surat split happened. So all these three sessions are actually important. Raj Bihari Ghosh and Raj Bihari Bosch, they are two different personalities. Don't mix them up. Same but different. Very good. Okay. Solve this question. The Swadeshi and boycott were adopted as methods of struggle for the... You can see a pattern here. You can see certain stuff which are asked a lot. Agitation against the partition of Bengal, Home Rule movement, non-cooperation movement. B fact, Sankalp, Sunaina, Akash. We have just discussed this, right? So Swadeshi and boycott adopted during the partition of Bengal. So again, cool. See this. Montag Chelmsford proposals were related to A, social reforms, educational reforms, reforms in public administration, or D, constitutional reforms. So Montag-Chelmsford proposals led to the passage of Montag-Chelmsford Acts or 1919 Act. So it is related to constitutional reforms. Now pay attention, there are three acts which are most important from UPSC pre-2025 perspective. 1909, 1919 and 1935. In fact, 50% of India's constitution is 1935 Act. So you cannot ignore it, right? 1909, it is known as Morley-Minto reforms. Morley is the secretary, Minto is the viceroy. 1919 is known as Montag-Chelmsford. Again, Montag is the secretary, Chelmsford is the viceroy. 1935 is Government of India. Then what else happened in 1909 Act? 1 out of 6, there was a Viceroy Executive Council. 1 out of 6, first time Indian member was made part of Viceroy Executive Council, and that guy was Satyendra Prasanna Sinha. Here we are talking about Viceroy's Executive Council, EC. Now 3 out of 6, in 1919 Act, 3 out of 6 Executive Council were Indian members. Same thing continued in 1935 Act. 3 out of 6 Indian members were made part of Viceroy's Executive Council. What else happened? Separate electorate was introduced for Muslims in 1909 Act. Separate electorate was extended for Anglo-Indians, Christians and other communities. Separate electorate was extended further for women and depressed classes and among other communities. So all these things are common points. Then what else happened in 1919, 1909, 1935 Act? These acts are very important. Almost every year one question comes. 1919 Act, they introduced diarchy in province. If you are right here only. Diarchy in provinces. Diarchy in provinces means they divided provincial subjects into reserved and transferred list. Reserved subjects, governor took it with him along with his executive council, and transferred, they gave it to legislative council where Indian members were also there. This diarchy in provinces was abolished. Diarchy in provinces was abolished in 1935 Act, and diarchy was introduced at the center. Diarchy introduced at center. If we talk about some more difference between these two things, let's say we continue the discussion on 1919 and 1935 Act. So in 1919 Act, direct election was introduced for the first time. Direct election introduced for first time in India. Anything first is very important. Your first love, your first crush. Sir, if it's okay for you, if you can tell if Indian Council acts in short. I can tell you Indian Council Act in short. I'm just doing the most important parts, Sunaina. These three, 1909, 1990. I will tell other also. Don't worry. We'll do that. So direct election, I will give you a brief because you talked, and this is actually important. Direct election introduced for first time, but the franchise was very less. 5% people got voting rights. This extended to 1/6 of population in 1935. What else happened? So if we talk about 1919 Act more, bicameralism at center. The Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, which we are seeing right now, that has genesis in 1919 Act. This bicameralism at provinces, the Legislative Assembly and Legislative Council, which you are seeing right now, it has its genesis in 1935 Act. So these are some important provisions which we cannot forget about these acts. As Sunaina asked about the Indian Council Act and everything, so if you start from Regulating Act of 1773, so at that time, Warren Hastings was the Governor General of Bengal, and he had one council. There was no executive or legislative council. He had one council. They had 4 members. 4 members plus Warren Hastings. So even if 3 members are saying something and 1 member and Warren Hastings is saying something else, so then Warren Hastings' words did not have any value. So 1784 Pitt's India Act, it reduced the number of council members from 4 to 3. That went on. Then came Charter Act of 1833. In Charter Act of 1833, you had voice like Governor General Council. Then they added 4th member as the temporary member. His name was Lord Macaulay, who codified the laws. 4th member, optional member. He did not have voting rights and everything. Then 1853, he was made a permanent member. So now you have a council plus 4 members in 1853. And then they also did one thing. In 1853, this is actually important. Charter Act of 1853 is very important because up until now, there was a khichdi. Viceroy Council, they were doing the executive work as well as legislative work. They were making laws, they were implementing laws. So they separated it. They made 2 things, Executive Council and Legislative Council. Please remember this is important. Executive Council and Legislative Council. In Legislative Council, they will add Indian members via Indian Council Act of 1861. Dinkar Rao, this and that. They added Indian members in 1861. But first Indian member will be made part of in 1909. Do remember, Executive Council, they have more powers as compared to Legislative Council. First Indian member 1909, Satyendra Prasanna Sinha. Legislative Council 1861, first Indian members were added. and then more and more members were added. So I've just given you a brief overview. Hope, Sunaina, that will help you. Plus, we'll solve some more questions, so things will become more and more clearer. Let's move on. See this question. You will see a repetition, you will see a pattern, you will see certain areas which UPSC loves to focus on. What was the main reason for the split in INC at Surat in 1907? Welcome, Sunaina. So, Surat split, why it happened? Because extremists, they did not believe in these moderates. See, Congress had a moderate phase from 1885 to 1905. Gopal Krishna Gokhale, Firoz Shah Mehta, all these are leaders part of moderate phase. As we have just discussed, their movement revolved around 3P. Prayer, petition, protest. Extremists were like, dude, political mendicancy, don't beg for freedom, take it. So extremists had lack of faith. So the answer is B, as stated by, thank you B fact, I am cool. I'm hot also, oh my god, let's not go there. So Akash like the answer is B. Akash tried it, SS Talks stated it, the answer, Sunaina, Sankalp, Aku. Cool, let's move on. See this question. Again, Cripps mission. UPSC loves Cripps mission. I love you now, Piriya Dipoina. In our time, there was a movie, Arya. Nuvunte Nizamega Satyam. Allu Arjun. You people know Allu Arjun from Pushpa. He was the real deal in Arya. Pushpa I don't like. Arya 1, Arya 2. Watch those movies. And the Telugu version, not the dubbed version. Telugu things and watch it with English subtitles. First of all, let's solve this. So, plan of Sir Stafford Cripps envisaged that after Second World War, India should be granted complete independence. India should be partitioned into two, granting independence. India should be made a republic with the condition that she will join the Commonwealth. India should be given dominion status. I love Arya movie. Me too, Sunaina. That actress, God knows where she went after that movie. Mr. Perfect, perfect, he's Mr. Perfect. Bros, let's focus on the exam first. We can sing songs later on. So, plan of Sir Stafford Cripps. He, understand one thing. August offer, 1940, offered by Lord Linlithgow. They also talked about dominion status. Please remember, this is causing irritation among Congress leaders. This August offer is 1940. In 1929, lag di Lahore diya. Lahore session, Kudiyan Lahore diya. Like in our times, these were the songs sung by Guru Randhawa and Hadi Sandhu. So 1929 Lahore session only, we have demanded complete independence. We are like, dude, 11 years have passed and you people are still giving us dominion status. After this August offer, there were some leaders who said that the concept of dominion status is as dead as a doornail. And then Sir Stafford Cripps came because he was a good guy. You will see some good people. So he was a good guy, but he was not given enough power by Winston Churchill. So he's still sticking to dominion status, and that is causing irritation among us. And yeah, so India should be given dominion status. That is the answer. As SS Talks, Sankalp, Sunaina, and other people are saying, you people, I am from Bihar, bro, but my family is currently settled in Bengal. Okay, let's focus. So where are we going with this? India should be given dominion status. D is the answer. Let's solve this question. I don't know Bhojpuri. I can understand Bhojpuri, as B Fact is asking. I love all Pawan Singh songs. I nahi. And Nirahua, I Dinesh Lal Nadam Nirahua. Nirahua Rickshaw is my favorite movie, B Fact. Let's focus, bros. We are deviating from the topic. Nirahua Rickshawala. Everybody should watch that movie. In the context of Indian history, the principle of diarchy refers to division of central legislature into diarchy. We have just discussed when we were doing a comparative analysis of 1909, 1919, 1935 Act. Then we have talked diarchy is separating provincial subjects into two parts, reserved subject and transferred subject. Governor and his executive council took care of the reserved subjects where there was all good things, and not so good things were given to legislative council where they had Indian members. So the answer as stated by Sankalp has tried it, Akash has tried it, Sunaina SS talks. D. Diarchy. Diarchy in the provinces, division of subjects delegated to provinces into two categories. Provincial subjects transferred and reserved. The important subjects like police, revenue, justice, it will be there in this reserve subject. The not so important, like I'm not saying local government is not that important, but if you do a comparative analysis, police, revenue and justice, you have police in your pocket, you have revenue in your pocket, you have justice in your pocket, what else do you need? You can do away with local government. So they took the good things with them. Governor and his executive council. Not so good things given to legislative council. That's why there was so much protest happened when Simon Commission came, apart from the fact that it was all white member commission, and they say that it has to go away. And that's why diarchy was abolished in 1935 Act. Let's solve this question. We are just getting started, Sunaina. At least 6 more hours. With reference to Indian freedom struggle, consider the following events. Mutiny in Royal Indian Navy, Quit India Movement, Quit India Movement launched. Second Round Table Conference, correct chronological sequence of the above events. I think it will be included there, Sankalp. It will come somewhere or the other. It's all jumbled up. I must have done a lot of UPSC 2015 questions. I cannot leave them. What is the answer of this question? B Fact has given the answer. Akash has given the answer. See, this is a question which we should not be getting, wrong. Royal Indian Navy, again, we have not discussed this. So, what has happened? 1939, Second World War announced, and then Congress ministry resigned. 3 groups were formed in the Congress part. Like one group is saying that we should take advantage of this vulnerable situation of the Britishers, led by Subhash Chandra Bose. Then there are other 2 groups, Gandhiji and Nehruji. They are saying separate stuff. Subhash Chandra Bose got disillusioned, and then he left Congress, left India, went to Germany, established Free Indian League, because enemy of enemy is my friend. Germany was the enemy of Britishers. But then he did not get enough support in Germany. He came back to Singapore, organized Indian National Army, which was formed by Mohan Singh. And then he fought against Britishers in this Nagaland. There was a battle of Kohima, Imphal, which happened. And these mutiny in Royal Indian Navy, that was INA trials, which happened around 1946. Around the same time, Royal Indian Navy also revolted in Mumbai, in Karachi. They revolted. It happened around 1946. Quit India Movement, we know 1942. Round Table Conference, even if you know 1930s. So you have an idea, bro. You have a chronology here. 3, 2, 1. You shouldn't be getting this question wrong. If you're getting this question wrong, Nadi Kinare Saap hai, pada hua galat karna paap hai. That means alongside a river bank, you will get a snake. And if you're making mistakes in the things which you have already stated, that's a sin. Oh my God. That sounds so stupid in English. But I keep on telling it. C is the answer. I keep on telling you, there are certain questions which you should not get wrong. This is one such question. You should not be getting this wrong. Because, if we have read basic modern history, this question we should be getting it right. It's not like all these things are happening very closely. It's the events are very far away from each other. So we should be getting this correct. See this question now. This question, if you're getting it wrong, it's fine. With the previous question, we should get it correct. So that's why I'm telling you, as somebody was saying in the comment section, everybody do PYQs. Not everybody does PYQ. If everybody does PYQ, the competition will be more stiffer, the cutoff will rise more. So please revise all these things once we are done with this lecture. Don't make mistake. You will get 80% or more questions from the things which we have studied or will be studying today. And if you're doing mistake in that, then that's stupidity. With due respect. Very good B fact. So objective of Butler committee was to, now this is a question, like there are different committees. Hunter committee. I am a hunter. There was a movie in our time, a movie called Gangs of Wasseypur. In that there was a song, I am a hunter. So Hunter committee was established in 1880s also, related to I think education. Then it was established after Jallianwala Bagh massacre. So Hunter commission. Similarly Butler committee. It was to see, there was like, British ruled provinces. Then there was princely states. To improve the relationship between princely states and the British ruled provinces, you had this Butler committee. So these kind of committees come, how many you will remember? The more questions you solve, the more you will be able to remember. So the answer is D. Improve the relationship between Government of India and Indian states. Then there is Lothian committee. So Lothian committee is associated with, as we have just discussed, direct election was franchise, adult franchise. Right to vote, this is. I don't know why it is called adult franchise. It sounds so adult. So Lothian committee, right to vote. How much percentage? 1919 direct election introduced for the first time. But only 5% people got voting rights, right? 1/6 population got by voting rights by 1935. That happened because of this Lothian committee, which was established in between. So the more questions you solve, the more you'll be able to remember these committees. Very good. Okay, D is the answer. You can read all these things. I will share the PDF in the Telegram group. Let's solve this question. You can again see a pattern here. UPSC asking questions on certain stuff. So that the previous question, if you're getting it wrong, that's fine. Sunana has given the answer. So, Ryotwadi settlement, Lord Cornwallis, I think in this lecture only we have talked about it. 1793, he introduced permanent settlement. That is Zamindari system. Same, not different. So, one is wrong. If one is wrong, even if we know one is wrong, we are getting the answer, bro. We don't even need to know anything about Alexander Reed and Thomas Munro. So, option elimination does work. In 2023, they asked so many questions on 1 only, 2 only, 3 only. So people are like, option elimination has gone out of the window. Not every question will be 1 only, 2 only, 3 only. 2024, they reverted back, right? So the answer is C, 2 and 3 only. Alexander Reed, Thomas Munro. We have talked about Ryotwadi settlement, why it was introduced in South India. The concept of Zamindari is relatively absent there. Very good. Sunana, Sankalp, Akash, SS Talks, Aku. See this question. Again, if you're getting this question wrong, it's fine. I think I have told this for 6 or 7, maximum 10 questions. So those questions will always be there in exam. You can leave it. But then maximum questions, we should be getting it correct. Timeline of other two, sir. What were the other two? Just give me a second. Which other two? Here other two. Which other two, Sunana? Which timeline? Oh, timeline of Ryotwadi and Mehalwadi system in 1800s. There is no exact date as such. Permanent settlement is the most important of them all. So that's why we know the exact year 1793. In 1800s, when they realized that inflation is a concept and they cannot fix the price in Zamindari system, so they started experimenting with Mehalwadi and Ryotwadi in a gradual manner. It is said about Ryotwadi system that you saw Thomas Munro and Alexander Reed. So they first tested it in certain regions of South India and then they extended it. So there is no once like date particular. 1800s they did it in, like they extended Ryotwadi and Mehalwadi. Trade Disputes Act of 1929 provided for system of tribunals and ban on strike. This is a factual information. At that time, they did not, if strikes happen and all those stuff, they will compromise industrial production, this and that. So that's why this act was passed. It may not sound cool. It was actually not cool. Again, a factual information. UPSC sometimes asks questions like this. So you cannot do anything. You have to solve it or leave it. See this question. As in 2018, there is a guy who wrote certain stuff. And was also elected to, wrote biographies of Mazzini, Garibaldi, Shivaji and Sri Krishna, stayed in America for some time and was also elected to Central Assembly. What was the name of this guy? Aurobindo Ghosh, Bipin Chandra Pal, Lala Lajpat Roy, Motilal Nehru. The answer is Lala Lajpat Roy. He wrote biographies on Mazzini, Garibaldi. These are the people who are associated with Italian unification, if I'm not wrong. Then there is German unification also. So those things were very famous because again India has to be unified as well. And stayed in America. And then Lala Lajpat Roy sir, he is the one who died during the Lathi charge which happened, during the Simon Commission. He also joined Swaraj Party. So what is the Swaraj Party? 1920 to 22, non-cooperation movement was going on. Then Chauri Chaura movement happened. At that time, Gandhiji was very rigid about non-violence as a concept. He called off non-cooperation movement. Then a group formed within Congress known as Swarajists. They formed Swaraj Party. C.R. Das, Motilal Nehru. Around 1926, Lala Lajpat Roy also joined this Swaraj Party. Many people say later on, Swaraj Party also got divided into, responsivist, non-responsivist, communal people, non-communal people. Lala Lajpat Roy became a little communal. Bhagat Singh had a love-hate relationship with Lala Lajpat Roy, sir. Why? Because he studied in the schools and colleges founded by Lala Lajpat Roy. So he initially loved him. Then when Lala Lajpat Roy started becoming a little communal, Swaraj Party and responsivist and this not. So Bhagat Singh felt a little bit disenchanted. Then when Lala Lajpat Roy died due to the Lathi charge which happened during the protest of Simon Commission, Bhagat Singh decided that he will kill the people who were involved in this Lathi charge. So yes, love-hate relationship. Lala Lajpat Roy is the answer, if I'm not wrong. Lala Lajpat Roy. So again, a factual question. If you know it, you know it. Otherwise, see, you people have seen a lot of questions from ancient till modern. You may have realized up until now, it's not like all the questions are factual. There are some questions where you're like this question also. If you have basic idea about Wood's dispatch, you'll be able to solve it. If you don't have basic idea, I will give you the basic idea. But there will be some factual question. Regarding Wood's dispatch, which of the following statements are true? Grant in aid system was introduced. Grant in ad. Establishment of universities was recommended. English as a medium of instruction at all levels of education was recommended. So let's try to do the Wood's dispatch, 1850s. Even if you don't remember the year, just remember 1850s. Before that, in 1830s, Macaulay Minute was there. Macaulay Minute, 1830s. I have just told you that 1833 Charter Act of 1833, Governor General of Bengal became Governor General of India. William Bentinck, first Governor General of India. And during that period, Lord Macaulay became the 4th member of Viceroy Council, or Governor General Council rather. Viceroy is the term which you will use from 1858 onwards. So Lord Macaulay, he was a Anglicist. There are two groups here, Orientalist and Anglicist. So Anglicist people, they are like English should be the medium of education at all levels. That's what happened in Macaulay Minute. That thing was undone by Wood's dispatch. Wood's dispatch, they said that no, people who are at the lower level, they learn in vernacular language. So at least at lower level, things and instructions or medium of instruction should be in vernacular language. So this English as a medium of instruction at all level was removed by Wood's dispatch. This is a basic concept associated with Wood's dispatch, that they undo the things which was done by Macaulay Minute, because Macaulay was a Anglicist. That means he felt like, English supremacy, and there is a theory of white man's burden by Rudyard Kipling, that we have to civilize these so-called brown Indians, that kind of a thing. So if you know this basic concept, that they undid or undo the things which was done by Macaulay Minute, and this thing is the undo part. So third, if you eliminate, you will get the answer. So this is a conceptual question. It's not, rectification or mugging up kind of a question, rote learning kind of a question. You can read the whole theory, etc. I will share it. See this question. In the federation established by Government of India Act of 1935, residuary powers were given to. Now let me also see how much is left. Based on that, we will decide whether we need a break or not. Yes, we do need a break. Oh my god. So you people give the answer. Let's take a 5-minute break. I will see you people at 7:41. I think I'm audible to all of you. Sunena has given the answer. Akash has given the answer. B fact assist stocks. So residuary power. What is the basic meaning of residuary power? In current context, like you have union list. You know, state union government can make and parliament can make laws on that. You have state list. Legislative assembly can make laws on that, councils can make law on that. Then you have concurrent list, both can make laws on that. And then there's something called as residuary list. A residuary list means something which has not been mentioned in union, state and concurrent. Because let's say at that time 1935, 1940s, they must not have heard about artificial intelligence, big data, ubiquitous computing, etc. So where would they put it? In union, state or concurrent? They will put it in residuary list. And that was given to Governor General in 1935. Ideally, they should have used the word viceroy, because this term is no longer there after 1858 Queen's Proclamation. But fine, Governor General. In current setup, it has been given to center, and that's why we say India is a strong, like, you know, federal state with strong unitary bias. Cool, sir. Let's move on. We have a lot to cover. Oh my God. You can have a look at this all jibber jabber. See this question. Economically, one of the results of British rule in India in 19th century was the what was the result? And this is a question, analytical question. And please remember, they always ask you to choose the best possible option. Best. You may feel like, oh my God, there are multiple answers, but best possible option. Try to think. What could be the best possible option according to you? Increase in export of Indian handicrafts, growth in the number of Indian owned factories, commercialization of Indian agriculture, rapid increase in urban population. The impact. Okay. So, economically, increase in export, no, decrease happened. Growth in number of Indian owned factories, no, growth did not happen. Rapid increase in urban population. So the answer is commercialization of Indian agriculture. When you talk about economic exploitation, this and that we discuss, right? So one, and like, see, there is an interesting thing which you will read in mains. In like when we talk about commercialization, indigo crop, plantation crops, this is commercialization. You're moving from food crops to cash crops. But there are some issues here. There are two types of commercialization. One is natural commercialization, other is forced commercialization. So it is said that this whole thing in 19th century was forced commercialization, because of which we did not have enough food crops, that led to famines. And in 21st century India, we have natural commercialization, which is actually good. So commercialization of Indian agriculture. There is also one thing, when we talk about economic impact of British rule, we always say negative things. One positive thing is regional specialization of crops. You see tea growing in Assam region, coffee growing in southern India. So this regional specialization also happened because of the economic policies. So this is one of the few good things, or good aspect, or better aspects of British economic policy. C. Very good. Okay. What is this? Okay. See this question. Which one of the following is a very significant aspect of Champaran Satyagraha? Again, there will be some ambiguous questions which we will see, but we have to go with what UPSC chooses, chose as the option, and again the best possible option. UPSC always plays safe. Best possible option. Active all India participation of lawyers, and again active involvement of Dalit and tribal, joining of peasant unrest to India's national movement, drastic decrease in the cultivation of plantation crops and commercial crops. The answer is joining of peasant unrest to Indian national movement. There is a mnemonic which we have discussed, cake. Like before Gandhiji became involved with non-cooperation movement at all at Satyagraha, he was involved in cake, Champaran, Ahmedabad and Kheda. So now peasants are joined. Now this will play a crucial role in Indian movement or national movement acquiring a so-called national characteristics. When we will see non-cooperation movement, we will see active all India participation. So the best possible option is joining a peasant unrest. Drastic decrease, which many people are feeling here, that has already started happening. Once when we talk about indigo, and Champaran Satyagraha and Tinkathia system, 3/20th portion land indigo should be grown. Already an alternative to indigo was being grown or developed in Germany. So slowly and gradually, indigo planters were anyway losing interest. And this Champaran Satyagraha was a death nail. So drastic decreases already started happening. It has nothing to do with Champaran Satyagraha, so to say. It was just like, even before this Champaran Satyagraha, there was an indigo rebellion which happened in late 1850s. So the best possible option is joining of peasant unrest. Again, a question which can have multiple answers, but yeah, C is the most possible here. Most plausible. See this question. Which one of the following statements does not apply to the system of subsidiary alliance introduced by Lord Wellesley? Again, a good question. These kind of questions make you think. So, subsidiary alliance introduced around 1798 by Lord Wellesley, because at that time, early 1800s, there was a danger of Napoleon. Napoleon was doing certain stuff. So, in this subsidiary alliance, they are stationing their or keeping their army in nearby provinces to keep a watch on what is happening in these provinces. In return, the provinces will provide them some money and all those stuff. So, to maintain a last standing army at others' expense, because they are getting money. So yes, they're asking not apply. Sometimes they will make this not bold, sometimes they won't do that. So first is correct. And to keep India safe from Napoleonic danger, yes, 1800s, when you will read about world history, you will read about Napoleon, Berlin Decree, Milan Decree, how he was posing a lot of problems for Britishers and their trade to secure a fixed income for the company. For this, we had permanent settlement. Subsidiary alliance is not the thing. What is fixed income? When will these princely states be able to pay them? We don't know. So fixed income is or was taken care of by permanent settlement to establish British paramountcy. That was the reason. So not reason is C, to secure a fixed income. For that they had permanent settlement. Subsidiary alliance is all about securing power. In return, if they're getting some money, that's fine. But this is not fixed. This is not even like timely. They don't even know when they will get the money. So the answer is to secure a fixed income is not the reason. It does not apply. Oh my God, BFACT and other people. See, PYQs, don't ignore them. Chepandis, Chepu Telsu Ledu Kadu, that means tell me. Let's move on. Read these things. We have just discussed all the things. See this question. In 1920, which of the following changed its name to Swarajya Sabha? I am not, that will happen, BFACT. That is a very common thing, because sometimes they will make be like not bold, sometimes they won't. So you have to look at them. Oh my God. In 1920, which of the following changed its name to Swarajya Sabha? All India Home Rule League, Hindu Mahasabha, South Indian Liberal Federation, Servants of India Society. So around 1915, Home Rule movement happened, and then Annie Besant ma'am, she got little confused because Britishers were willing to give concession, Montague Chelmsford reforms. So she was oscillating between whether to accept these concessions, constitutional reforms or not. And slowly and gradually, it merged with the Rowlatt movement, and Gandhiji made it a part of Congress. And All India Home Rule League later on changed name to Swarajya Sabha. The answer is All India Home Rule League, not Hindu Mahasabha, All India Home Rule League. See this question. Which among the following events happened earliest? That will also tell you what are the books which are important from exam perspective. There are so many books and journals. Bengali by Surendranath Banerjee. Surendranath Banerjee. Amrita Bazar Patrika. See, what is happening with these PYQs also? We are also talking about the related stuff. Amrita Bazar Patrika, Shishir Kumar Ghosh, you know. You have Young India, New India, Lala Lajpat Rai, Gandhiji, Annie Besant, Commonweal, this and that. So there are so many magazines. The more questions you solve, the more you realize where UPSC focuses its energy on. Swami Dayanand established Arya Samaj 1875. Deen Bandhu Mitra wrote Neel Darpan around 1858-59. Bankim Chand Chattopadhyay wrote Anand Math 1882. Satyendranath Tagore became the first Indian to be like 1860 to 63. So if we see by this particular logic, B, Deen Bandhu Mitra wrote Neel Darpan first. Again, a factual question, but these events are important. Arya Samaj, you will read about it in social religious reform movements. So they are important. Dates are important. We should not be forgetting it. Cool. See this question. Swadeshi movement. We have solved a question, like a lot of questions on Swadeshi, partition of Bengal, this and that. Have a look at this question as well. With reference to Swadeshi, with reference to Swadeshi movement, consider the following statement. It contributed to the revival of indigenous artisan crafts and industries. The National Council of Education was established as part of Swadeshi movement. Again, these are general statements. Swadeshi means promote indigenous goods. As our Honorable PM Sir says, make in India this and that. Again, not this and that. Anything which our Honorable PM Sir says is very important. So both these statements are correct. Aurobindo Ghosh, there was a college which was established, he became the principal and this and that. Again, this and that I'm saying, not this and that. So both these statements are correct. The answer is C, both 1 and 2. Thank you, Kunal. Thank you for your generous words. So C as stated by Akash, Sunaina and cool. Let's move on. So what are the things which we are realizing from PYQs? Lahore session, Swadeshi, boycott, partition of Bengal, Rayotwadi settlement. There are certain areas where indigo cultivation, Champaran Satyagraha, UPSC loves to ask questions on them. Solve this question. Indigo cultivation declined by the beginning of 20th century because of peasant resistance to oppressive conduct of planters, its unprofitability in the world market because of new inventions. We have talked about this. If you go back and rewind, we have discussed this. So why indigo cultivation declined? We are talking about, you will read Indigo Rebellion, around late 1850s, Neel Bidroh it's called, and again Neel Darpan, Deen Bandhu Mitra, he wrote on this. And then Champaran Satyagraha, 21st century, but 21st century we are saying, 20th century. But the thing is, already these guys, they are losing interest because in Germany, a German dye was discovered which was accepted world over because of their multifarious use and purposes. So it's unprofitability in the world market because of new invention, German dye, so to say. So the answer is B. See this. Wellesley established Fort William College at Calcutta because, why he established this? Unprofitable. Very good, Akash. B fact. Aku. He was asked by board of directors to do so. Who makes these kind of statements? He wanted to revive interest in Oriental learning in India. He wanted to provide William Carey and his associate. He established Fort William College because he wanted to learn about Indian culture. How can you rule over Indian people without even knowing how these people, like how we work, what is our culture, how we carry out our works? Again, different tradition, customs. So he wanted to train British civilians for administrative purpose in India. So that is the reason why Fort William College was established by Wellesley. Again, when you are looking at these kind of questions, options, think, because there will be a scenario in exam, you will witness it, when you will be like, oh my god, I want to solve 5 more questions, 10 more questions, and then you have to think on these kind of questions? What looks the most plausible option? See this question. Which of the following statement correctly explain the impact of Industrial Revolution on India during the first half of 19th century? Thank you for the concern, Kunal. I have taken the breaks. Which of the following statement correctly explain the impact of IR on India during the first half of When we are saying first half of 19th century, we are saying like period from 1801 to 1850. You know, so that period, what happened during that period? Machines were introduced, railway lines were led, heavy duties were imposed, Indian handicrafts were ruined. Because we talk about industrial revolution, we talk about these British goods or machine made goods flooding our market, and then they also imposed restrictions on our export. So the answer is Indian handicrafts were ruined. So again, these are not the questions where you need to study a lot. You just have to see the options which makes maximum sense. You may feel like all the options make sense, but then see which makes most sense. And here A makes most sense. Okay, let's move on. Gandhi-Irwin Pact included which of the following? Just give me a second. Just give me 2 minutes. I need to pee pee. Oh my God. Okay, so Gandhi-Irwin Pact. was included which of the following? See, so we are talking about civil disobedience movement getting launched in March 1930. Cool. So civil disobedience movement is going on in March 1930. In the meantime, they have also started having round table conference. First round table conference happened, Congress was not there. And now Lord Irwin and other people, they are missing Congress, they're missing Gandhiji. They're like, something is incomplete. Gandhiji has to be here. Then March 1931, this Gandhi-Irwin pact happened. They're like, Gandhiji, we are missing you. Please come. Oh my God. So Gandhiji is like, okay, I'm coming. And he suspended the first phase of civil disobedience movement. And this whole thing was endorsed in the Karachi session of 1931 also, which Vallabhbhai Patel sir presided. So Gandhi-Irwin Pact, invitation to participate in second roundtable conference. Roundtable conference, second. This is correct. So if this is correct, two options are gone. You're left with A and B. Withdrawal of ordinances promulgated in connection with the civil disobedience movement. Let's say we don't know, leave it. Acceptance of Gandhiji's suggestions. See, Lord Irwin did not accept two things. First, at that time, Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru, they were on death sentence. Gandhiji, many people say he suggested about the commutation. Now, this is the homework for you people. You have to read about these different words. Commutation, remission, respite, reprieve. What do these words mean? And pardoning. What is the basic difference between them? So that was rejected, commutation of Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, Rajguru. And this second point, Gandhiji's suggestion for inquiry into police accesses, what police did during this whole 1 year period when civil disobedience movement was going on. Irwin did not accept it. So third is wrong. If third is wrong, release of only those prisoners. Fourth is correct. If fourth is correct, second automatically becomes correct. And the answer is B, as stated by, who stated it? Aku, Akash, SS, Sunaina and B. Gandhiji is enjoying party in heaven right now with, okay. Let's not go there. And then Gandhiji went and attended second roundtable conference. Sarojini Naidu ma'am was also there. Madan Mohan Malviya, I think he was also there. Okay, it's fine. So B is the answer. You people are awesome. Let's move on. Do remember the chronology. Chronology is also important. When Irwin Pact happened and all those stuff. Okay. See this question. Which amongst the following provided a common factor for tribal insurrection in India in the 19th century? Oh my God, after doing Susu, I'm feeling so relieved. Although we shouldn't be talking about these things here. My phone was also discharged. This has been such a long session. But yeah, this will help you. You will thank me. You people will thank me later. Tribal insurrection. Now, see here. Tribal, basically, this is a fancy word for revolts. What provided a common ground for tribal revolts? Introduction of new system of land revenue, influence of foreign religious missionaries, rise of large number of moneylender traders, blah, blah, blah. Complete disruption. Again, if you see the best possible option, anything can be the answer, bro. C can be the answer, D can be the answer. These two look the most plausible, but UPSC went with D. That's why we have to go with D. As Akash is saying, C also looks good, right, Sunena? But UPSC has given D. See, both C and D are the reasons for tribal revolts. Moneylenders, etc. They used to be called as Dikus or Ravanas. So this is also a good option, but D. Complete disruption of old agrarian order, and that's why these tribal revolts happened. UPSC says D, so we will stick with D. Now this is an ambiguous question, and UPSC will give you ambiguous question. I think we have discussed this, that right to vote, constitutional right, legal right, enough evidences for both. UPSC went with constitutional, so again, constitutional it is. So here UPSC went with D, so D it is. But C is also not wrong. C has also every right to be correct. But fine. See this. Tibhagga peasant movement demand. Try to solve it. Very good, Darshan, SS, Sunaina, Akash. Let's see how much is left. Okay, still a little bit left, but we will be ending it soon. But the point is, let's try to understand stuff. Let's not rush through things. We have not rushed up until now. Let's not rush it further as well. Tibhagga peasant movement. Yes, exactly. C also looking nearer. I totally agree with you, Darshan. C or D, any option could have been the answer. But since UPSC went with D, so we are going with D. So Tibhagga peasant movement around 1946. Around 1946. The point is, see, there are, like, even now, what happens in so many places and villages, that the people who have their land, they don't work on their land, and they gave it to sharecroppers or tenants. So tenants work, they take 50%, and the owner, they give owner 50% of the produce. But then at that time, the Bengal peasants were like, why are we giving owner 50%? Because he's not even working, bro. So we'll give only 33%. We'll take 67%, two-thirds. So that was Tibhagga movement. Reduction of the share of landlords from one half of the crop to one-third. Tibhagga peasant movement. Now again, this is a question Akash, SS and others, which we shouldn't be getting wrong. Because Tibhagga, the basic meaning, even if you know Tibhagga, so you will understand what they are saying. But we shouldn't be getting this wrong. This is a basic question. We should be knowing about it. Cool. So hopefully the questions and the things which we have discussed, like, it's not, and we are not ending it, but I'm just saying that hopefully you will not make mistakes in these. Revise these things. I will share all the PDFs by tomorrow on the Telegram channel. First of all, let's solve this question. Santhal uprising. After the Santhal uprising subsided, what were the measures taken by colonial government? Santhal rule happened again. Why? Because these Dikus, outsiders, they are coming, charging exorbitant interest rate, this and that. Sidho Kanu, they were the leaders. There's a bigger story related to Santhal uprising, because this whole Raj Mahal Hill area where they were settled earlier, there were people called as Pahadias who used to live there. But those Pahadia people, the tribal people, they did not listen to Britishers. Then Britishers, what they did, they started calling Santhal people from the Odisha region. 100 PDF is tougher in extending, or don't worry, Sunena, it's all fine. The thing is, the mistakes which you're doing here, these mistakes should not be getting repeated in the actual exam. That's the purpose. So Pahadias were living in the Rajmahal Hills. They were not listening to Britishers. So Britishers called Santhal from the Odisha coast. But these Santhal people, they are also not from India. It is said that they came from Southeast Asia or something, the other story. The Ho and Plo conundrum started, and slowly and gradually there was a area which was, there was a place, Damineko region was given to the Santhal people. Place was allocated to them. But slowly and gradually the Santhal people realized that Britishers are not friends of anyone, and these, you know, money lenders, etc., they're charging exorbitant interest rate. Britishers are asking for too much revenue, and then they revolted under Sidho and Kanu. To appease or to keep a tab on these revolt, Santhal Parganas were created, and Santhal land, it became illegal for Santhals to transfer land to non-Santhal. Even this happens right now also in tribal areas. You cannot transfer your land to non-tribal people. Forget about that. There's so many protections which are given to tribal people, which is actually the need of the hour. Because I have been to tribal regions, I have seen how cute and vulnerable and innocent these people are, and it's very sometimes gullible also, and you need to protect them. Okay, that's enough. So the answer is both of these statements are correct, and C is the answer. Solve this question. Ul-Gulan, great tumult, is the description of what? Very good, Aku. Ul-Gulan, a great tumult. It is associated with Munda Rebellion of 1899-100. Again, Munda Rebellion, you will see common traits associated with these tribal movements. They are not happy with the money lenders, Dikus, outsiders, Britishers' exploitative policies. Again, here also, Chota Nagpur Tenancy Act will be passed around 1908 around, and Birsa Munda Rebellion happened because of these Britishers and the outsiders. He also started his own thing called as Birset. So the answer is Birsa Munda Revolt of 1899-1900, as stated by BFATS, SS Talks and Darshan. Cool. Rowlatt Satyagraha. Let's solve this question. Rowlatt Act, we have solved questions on Rowlatt Act, then we have read some history related to Rowlatt Act. Recently, 150th anniversary of Birsa was celebrated, sir, and then it's important. You know, even this one, temple entry movement, Vaikom Satyagraha, 100 years completed. So all these things are very important, these years. So Rowlatt Satyagraha, Rowlatt Act, preventive detention law, you can be arrested even if you have not committed any crime. We have discussed this. So Rowlatt Satyagraha, now let's try to see. Let's say that we don't know sedition committee. We have not talked about it. Let's see, read all these options. See the third one. Demonstration against the arrival of Simon Commission coincided with Rowlatt Satyagraha. Bro, Rowlatt Act we are talking about in 1919, around that period. Simon Commission will come in 1927. Almost a time lag, bro. How will these two coincide? So third, eliminate third. You are left with A and B. Now just check for the second one. Gandhiji, yes, he utilized Home Rule League. Even if we don't know anything about sedition committee, we can still solve this question. Very good, Dibya. Hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. So temple entry movement. Very good, Akash. So answer is B. Gandhiji did utilize Home Rule League, and later on even the name was changed of Home Rule League. So Rajya Sabha. We have solved that question as well. Let's solve this question. Who of the following was where? Economic critiques of colonialism in India. In Kerala, yes sir, it was in news. Even Kelappan sir also important leader. Very good. K. Kelappan sir, civil disobedience movement. He has hairs in his ears, but it looks cool. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Oh my god. So the question is economic critique. We talk about drain of wealth. We talk about British economic policies, exploitative policies. So who criticized economic policies of Britishers? Dadabhai Naoroji wrote Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. And he talked about drain of wealth. He talked about, you know, British reign as knife of sugar. They're cutting us from, they're bleeding us from inside. R.C. Dutt, he wrote Economic History of India. Economic History of India. He also talked about all these things. They are acting as sponges, taking out, extracting good things from the Ganges and pouring out in Thames. G. Subramania Iyer, The Hindu, if I'm not wrong, he started Swadesh Mitran, The Hindu. All these guys, they criticize Britishers and their economic policy. So the answer is D, 1, 2 and 3. As stated by SS Talks, the question has been tried by Aku, Akash, Sunena as well. Very good. Okay. Dadabhai Naoroji is yatra tatra sarvatra. That means he is omnipresent. He is anywhere and everywhere. Let's solve this question on Congress Socialist Party. With reference to, let me recharge the phone. With reference to Congress Socialist Party, consider the following statement. It advocated the boycott of British goods and taxes. Now, please also try to understand there are certain terms which are important from exam perspective. What is the basic difference between socialism, communism? We should know about it. So, okay, first of all, let's try this question. Socialism, communism, you know, so it's not, there's not much difference, but communism is very extreme. They don't rule out violence. They focus on internationalism. And they don't even like rule out violence, as we have discussed. Dictatorship of proletariat is the concept associated with communism. Both of them are talking about equitable distribution of resources, casteless, classless society. But communism, when you will read about it, you will realize it is much more extreme. It wanted to establish dictatorship of proletariat. This is the approach of communist people, not socialist people. Communists, they talk about internationalism. Socialism, here, nations can also exist. It's not like we cannot have socialism within nations, but when you talk about communism, you talk about communist international, this and that. They focus more on internationalism. So second is wrong. If second is wrong, we are left with B and D. Advocate is separate. No, bro, this is not their agenda. Separate electorates for minorities and oppressed classes. They are all about, if you have to state their policy, Congress Socialist Party policy, or even socialism policy, 4 words: equitable distribution of resources. These are the 4 words which we have to focus on. That's it. Not separate electorate, this and that. Cool. So the answer is D, none. Good question, interesting question. You should, like you people, should read more about communism and like socialism. Many people even confuse communism with communalism. They are not same. Let's solve this question. Government of India Act of 1919 clearly defined what? Separation of power between judiciary and legislature, jurisdiction of central and provincial governments, power of Secretary of State for India and Viceroy, none of the above. So when we are talking about Government of India Act 1919, what are the things which we have discussed? We have talked about diarchy in the provinces and bicameralism at center and all those stuff. So it's more about jurisdiction of central and provincial governments. What power center has, what power provinces have, more or less. If you again go back, separation of power between judiciary and legislature, if we eliminate options, this has, like, we have not talked about all these things. Power of Secretary of State, we have not talked about this. This is the most closest to what we have discussed when we have done a comparative analysis. Jurisdiction of central and provincial government, where provincial government will act, what are the reserve subject, transferred subject. So the most plausible option here is B. No, we have not talked. Have we talked about judiciary? Have we talked about judicial review, activism, overreach? No. We have basically talked about central government, provincial government, what will happen in the center, what will happen in the province. Cool. No issues, Akash. The only thing is we should not be making these mistakes in the exam. Early British India. See this question? Cool. Cool, Darshan and others. Home charges are what? Funds used to support India office in London, funds used to pay salaries and pensions, funds used to waging wars outside India by the British. This whole home charges is nothing but an expansion of the drain of wealth theory, which we keep on talking about. Like, they are using our fund. They have given so much statements. Like, there are William Digby, there is Dadabhai Naroji, R.C. Dutt, G. Subramania Iyer. They have talked about how much wealth is being pumped out of India every year. And these were the acts. These were some of the acts in which they were using our money and for waging wars outside India. They were fighting with Afghanistan, they were fighting with Burma using our money. If we know third is correct, eliminate A and B. You don't need to check for second, check the first one. Funds used to support India office in London. So they created this India office. They had the Secretary of State. They had 15-member India Council that would assist. Who is paying the money for that? Our own money is used for that. So all the options are correct. D, 1, 2, 3. Everything is correct. It's just exploitation. It's just drain of wealth. See this question. Again, as Sunena was saying, some tough questions. Maybe I'm speeding up a bit, but what is the time? Let's not speed up because we can take a break. Let me see how much is left. We still have 60 slides to go. Oh my God. Let's take a 5-minute break. Because speeding up thing is not the solution for anything. We cannot degrade the quality of the class. So 5-minute break. Right now it is 8:21. Let's meet at 8:26. It's fine. It should be worth it. Hello everyone, hope I'm audible, visible to all of you. So when you talk about British rule in India, there are some good Britishers which you can count on your fingers. So Indian office means for discuss how to rule in India or other. Yeah, meant to discuss how to rule in India, but in doing that particular thing, they wasted a lot of money of ours, bro. Akash. So, valid point. So, yes, what we are discussing is there are some good people whom you can count on your finger. Let's say William Bentinck, Lord Ripon, Sir Stafford Cripps. And you can include these names also, William Wedderburn, W.S. Kane, and they agitated for Indian political reforms in House of Commons. And then later on, even Dadabhai Naoroji became a part of House of Commons, first Indian member to become a part of House of Commons. That's why we are saying Dadabhai Naoroji is Yatra Tatra Sarvatra. He also started a journal known as Rast Guftar. Oh my God. And he also had a secretary. Her name was Bhikaji Kama. Madam Bhikaji Kama. That madam is also very important because she unfurled Indian flag at Stuttgart, Germany. So there are so many facts which are connected here, bros. So the answer is A, to agitate for Indian political reforms in House of Commons. See this question. During Indian freedom struggle, the National Social Conference was formed. Why? Different social reform groups or organizations of Bengal region united to form a single body to discuss the issues of larger interest, to prepare appropriate petition representations to the government. INC did not want to included, you cannot write included, social reforms in its deliberation. Behramji Malabari, MG Rana, you can read this. What do you think is the answer? So, Indian National Congress established in 85. This National Social Conference established in 87. They used to meet in the same period, same time, same place. And MG Ranade, etc., those guys were involved here. But basically, Congress had a particular stance. They were like, dude, religion is a very sensitive topic. These social issues are very sensitive topics. So, we will not talk about religion and all those stuff. We will leave it to National Social Conference. They will talk about these things because anyway, religion is a sensitive issue. So, INC did not want to include social reforms in its deliberation. And even now, you see how, serious this whole issue is, how people are very fearful to talk about religion. Some people are not, but yeah. So, second, B option is the answer. 1887, this National Social Conference was formed. See this question. Now, this is a question which if you people are getting it wrong, then we will use that particular quote. Nadi kinare saap hai pada hua galat karna paap hai. That means alongside a river bank, you will see a witness a snake. And if you're doing mistakes in the thing which you have already read, that is actually a big, big sin. Dadabhai Naoroji's most effective contribution. Why I am saying, I know when I said this, I put you people in a pressure cooker situation, and not everybody is Michael Bevan. He used to play good in pressure cooker situation. Dhoni also in certain period. So let's focus because you don't have to know everything about Dadabhai Naoroji. We know he is Yatra Tatra Sarvatra. That means he is omnipresent. But let's see the options. Exposed economic exploitation looks correct. Let's not judge and jump onto options. Interpreted the ancient Indian text and restored the self-confidence. Okay, fine. Stress the need for eradication. See here. Eradication of all social evils before anything else. That means let's first okay. So let's first eradicate all social evils and then we'll talk about anything else. Can he ever say that? Can any person with a sane mind ever say that? That let's first of all remove all social evils and then we'll talk about anything else. Sometimes UPSC, God knows how they frame the option. Even if you eliminate this extreme statement, B gone, C gone, D gone, you're left with A, one only. As stated by, who stated it? As a stock stated it. So that's why I was saying, please read all these statements. You will realize there are some statements which UPSC frame in such a way you can easily eliminate option. Ilbert Bill controversy. I just told you that there are some Britishers. Lag gaye sir. Okay, no issues. So the point is, there are some people, some Britishers who are good. Lord Ripon was one of them. During his period, he's thought about introducing, or he attempted to introduce this Ilbert Bill. What is this whole controversy all about? Where are you from, Sunaina? These marathons are fun. Tomorrow I will have body aches and all those stuff. Aches. My body will hurt like anything, but it's worth it. So, Ilbert Bill controversy. You had Lord Lytton and 1876 to 1880, and then Lord Ripon 1880 to 84. Again, if I'm not wrong, do check it out. So, during Lord Ripon's period, Ilbert Bill was introduced so that everybody, Haryana, cool. So, everybody, it's earlier what used to happen was European judges could be put on trial when it comes to European people. Indian judges will, look into the trial, and Indian and European judges both can look into the trial of Indian people. This Ilbert Bill removed that distinction. Anybody could try anyone and could be put, like, they can be present in the trial, Indian judges or European judges. So to put, like, there should not be these kind of racial superiority concept when it comes to trial. So imposition of this is Vernacular Press Act. Removal of disqualification imposed on the Indian magistrate with regard to trial of Europeans. This is about Ilbert Bill. Very good personality, Sir Ilbert. Exactly. If you read about Lord Ilbert, and you will realize that Lord Ilbert, I'm saying, Lord Ripon, you will realize that he's a good guy. So yeah, during whose period Ilbert Bill was passed. See this question. People of India agitated against the arrival of Simon Commission because Indians never wanted a review of the working of 1919 Act. Simon Commission recommended the abolition of diarchy in the provinces. There was no Indian member in the Simon Commission. Simon Commission suggested the partition of the country. There was no Indian member, right? This is the easiest question you will get related to Simon Commission. It was all white, it was all European. No Indian member in the Simon Commission. Have a look at this particular question. Very good. SS Talks, Aku, Sunaina, Akash. Partition of Bengal made by Lord Curzon, announced by Lord Curzon in 1905, lasted until. Oh my God, it dropped. It lasted until which particular period? This partition of Bengal announced in 1905, ended in 1911. So even if you just know this particular year 1911, you can solve this particular question. Particular. King George V abrogated Curzon's Act as the Royal Darbar in Delhi in 1911 as stated by SS Talks. Cool. Gadar. What was Gadar? Is it the Sunny Deol movie? But that is not the option. Yes, Akash, SS, it's B. So Gadar party, when you're talking about revolutionary activities in India, and first phase of revolutionary activities, 1900s, and during that period, and even in the 1910s, early 1910s, things were happening outside India also. So Gadar party, it was formed in San Francisco, USA, and so many people, Lala Hardayal was involved, Sohan Singh Bhakna, and so many people from different religion, they were associated with this Gadar party and inspired from 1857 revolt. And then Komagata Maru incident happened in 1910. That also ignited their passion. So Gadar was a revolutionary association of Indians with headquarters at San Francisco. A is the answer. A. Gadar Party, you shouldn't be forgetting it. UPSC asked a lot of questions on Gadar Party. See this question related to 1919 Act. We have done a comparative analysis of these acts 1909, 1919, 1935. These three acts are very important. Introduction of diarchy in the executive government of the provinces. Introduction of separate electorates. Now, when we were doing the comparative analysis of 1909, 1919, 1939, or 35 rather, oh my god. So we have talked about this thing, that separate electorate was introduced in 1909 Act, not 19. And then it was extended to Anglo-Indians, Christians, etc. in 1919. So second is wrong. If we know second is wrong, we are left with A and C, right? And let's see the third option, devolution of legislative authority. We have just seen in provinces you have reserved list, transferred list. So yes, devolution happened. So the answer is C, 1 and 3 only, as stated by S.S. Stokes. Cool. See this particular question. Okay, Aku. Sunena, Akash. So distribution of powers between center and state in the Indian Constitution is based on the scheme. When we were again doing 1909, 1919, 1935, there was one particular statement I told you people that 50% of India's constitution or more is derived from 1935 Act. So the answer is 1935 Act. Why we have done that? Because we conducted provincial elections 1937, Central Legislative Council election, and then again provincial elections in around 1946 using the provision of 1935 Act. So we were well acquainted with this particular act, and that's why this whole distribution of power is based on 1935 Act. See this question, Queen Victoria's Proclamation, 1858. What was or were the objectives of Queen Victoria's proclamation? Akash has given the answer. Very good here. So to disclaim any intention to annex Indian state, you can understand it. 1857 revolt has happened, and after this Queen's proclamation has been passed. So obviously they will give this particular statement to appease the discontent, or what do you say? Appease the rising discontent among Indian states. So yes, first is correct. If first is correct, eliminate B. To place Indian administration under British Crown. Let's see that. Let's have a loop. Let's keep it in the loop. To regulate East India Company's trade with India. This thing has already started with Regulating Act of 1773. So this is not correct. Third is wrong. If third is wrong, eliminate these two options and you are left with A1 and 2 only. So the answer is A. Again, a good question. You have to revise these questions. Don't make mistake in the act part, because acts are important. Question comes every year on these acts. See this question related to Brahmo Samaj associated with Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Many people call him as the first modern man of India. Cool, Sunena, SS Stokes, Akash, Aku, and other people. Brahmo Samaj opposed idolatry, denied the need for a priestly class for interpreting the religious text, popularized the doctrine that Vedas are infallible. So Brahmo Samaj, when you will read about, or if you have read about social religious reform movements, there's something called as reformism, and reformist movements rather, and revivalist movement. Revivalist. So revivalist movement, Arya Samaj, back to the Vedas. They are saying that our past culture was awesome. It's just that we are interpreting it wrong rightly. Means current now. Oh my God, current now. See, this is the impact of almost 6 hours marathon. Okay, but marathon can go on and on. Right, current now. So revivalists, they are saying that our past culture was awesome. Arya Samaj, we go back to the Vedas. We have to interpret our Vedas in a correct manner. Reformist, Brahmo Samaj is reformist. They're like, we have to take the best of all worlds and Western education, everything. We cannot say that Vedas are infallible. That has been stated by Arya Samaj, who believe that we have to go back to the Vedas. So that means third statement is wrong. If third is wrong, you're left with A and B. You don't need to check for one. Just see the second part, a second statement. It denied the need for a priestly class for interpreting religious texts. Yes, read the books, religious texts, interpret it yourself. So the answer is B, 1 and 2 only. Oh my God, I'm seeing Bulbul after such a long time. How are you, Bulbul? Cool. So the answer is B, 1 and 2 only. Let's solve this question on Satyasodhak Samaj. Bulbul is one of the students who has been with me from a very long period of time. She has attended so many classes of mine. So thankful to Bulbul for that. So Satyasodhak Samaj organized a movement for upliftment of tribals in Bihar, temple entry movement in Gujarat, B. C option is anti-caste movement in Maharashtra, and D option is peasant movement in Punjab. What is Satyasodhak Samaj? Phule, Jyotiba Phule sir is in news. A movie was made, then it was banned or not allowed to release for a certain period of time. So be ready if a question comes on Jyotiba Phule sir and his organization Satyasodhak Samaj. Jyotiba Phule sir wrote certain books like Sarvajanik Satyadharma, Gulamgiri. So they can give you these names who wrote these books. Sarvajanik Satyadharma, Gulamgiri. In Gulamgiri, he compared the condition of depressed classes or the lower classes in India to the black people or the slaves in America. Gulamgiri. I'm also good, Bulbul. Thank you for asking. So Satyasodhak Samaj organized an anti-caste movement in Maharashtra as stated by S.S. Stokes. Very good. (2023) question. By which one of the following act? Now we are nearing the end of the session. Don't worry. You people will not die and everything will be awesome. So by which one of the following acts Governor General of Bengal designated as Governor General of India? Regulating Act, Pitt's India Act, Charter Act of 1793, Charter Act of 1833. Now, this is one question. If you are getting this particular question wrong, then again, this is sad. Like, we should not be getting this question wrong. Governor of Bengal became Governor General of Bengal, Regulating Act of 1773. And then Governor General of Bengal became Governor General of India. That happened via Charter Act of 1833. And your William Bentinck was the first Governor General of India. So these are very basic questions asked in 2023. If you're getting this question wrong, we should be feeling bad about ourselves, right? We should not be getting these questions wrong. 2021. Who among the following was associated as secretary with Hindu Female School, which later came to be known as Bethune Female School? A. Annie Besant, B. Debendranath Tagore, C. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, D. Sarojini Naidu. So the answer is Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. It's not like his name, like when he sir was born, his name was ending with Vidyasagar. This particular Vidyasagar thing he got when he started so many girls' school. Then there was this Bethune school which was started by, obviously Bethune sir. He became the secretary. He assisted, he helped him. This Bethune school has become one of the oldest girls. Now it has changed into college, I think, girls' college. Very famous. If you go to Kolkata, etc., very famous. So the answer is Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Please, all boys and girls, do revise this particular lecture because you people, need to revise these lectures. Have a look at this question. Gadar Party. This is not the first question we are doing on Gadar Party. Earlier also we have solved questions on Gadar Party. Consider the following freedom fighters: Barindra Kumar Ghosh, Jogesh Chand Chatterjee, Rash Bihari Bose. Who of the above were actively associated with Gadar Party? A1 and 2, B2 only, C1 and 3, D3 only. My intuitions are right, and then I overthink. Don't overthink, Sunaina, and revise this particular lecture a lot. That will help. Again, a tough question. This is a tough question. If you're getting this question wrong, this is also factual. These questions, you can ignore it and it will not make or break. But again, these are only 5 or 10% of the question which we have discussed. So let's discuss. So Barindra Kumar Ghosh, he is the brother of Aurobindo Ghosh, who is one of the famous extremist leader. So Barindra Kumar Ghosh, he is associated with Anushilan Samiti, Jugantar. So all these are revolutionary societies operating in early 1900s under the disguise of jibbing societies. Anushilan Samiti, Jugantar. Then you have Jogesh Chand Chatterjee. He was associated with HSRA, Hindustan Socialist Republican Association. Rash Bihari Bose, sir, he was associated with Gadar Party. And this is Rash Bihari Bose. He is different from Rash Bihari Ghosh, whom we have read in Surat Split, 1907 session. So the answer is D, 3 only, as stated by SS Talks. Very good. A tough question. If you're getting this question wrong, it's fine. It's acceptable. Read the theory. See this question. Montag Chelmsford reforms. We have seen a lot of questions on Chelmsford reforms and this and that. So Chelmsford reforms from 1919 recommended granting voting rights to all the women above the age of 21. Government of India Act of 1935 gave women reserved seats in legislature. And they're asking which of the statements given above these are correct. A1 only, B2 only, C both 1 and 2, D neither 1 nor 2. Welcome, Kunal. So, Montag Chelmsford reforms recommended granting voting rights to all the women. Again, let's go back. When we have done the comparative analysis, at that time we have discussed 1919 Act, only 5 or 6% people got voting rights. So again, they give it to all the women, bro. So it's but obvious if you just have if we just remember that particular statement, just eliminate one only. Eliminate both. You're left with B2 only, D neither. Government of India Act of 1935 gave women reserved seats in the legislature. Yes, they did. So the answer is B2 only. So Naina, B. Cool. Tough question. Again, this is a tough question, tricky question. But I think by option elimination, you could have solved. But tough question nonetheless. Now, again, a question on 1919 Act. Related to reserved and transferred subjects, which of the following were treated as reserved subject? First statement is administration of justice. Second is local self-government. Third is land revenue. Fourth is police. Select the correct answer. A1, 2 and 3, B2, 3 and 4, C1, 3 and 4, D1, 2 and 4. Cool, Bulbul. Sunana, cool, like Bulbul. So, reserved and transferred subject. There we have discussed that most of the important subjects, governor took it within the ambit of reserved subject because he was looking after it with the help of his ministers, and the not so good subject was transferred to transferred subject, and that was looked after by the Legislative Council, which included Indians, a lot of Indians. So reserved subject, important subject. If we talk about importance, revenue is very important. Money matters, right? So third has to be there. If third has to be there, you are left with A, B and C. Revenue matters. If police is also in your pocket, that also helps. So police, we have discussed this. I have given you those examples even when we have discussed reserved and transferred. So fourth has to be there. If fourth has to be there, A is also gone. We are left with B and C. Then what else? Justice, local self-government. Out of these two things, justice, obviously we need more. Let's say if we have, judges in our pocket, police in our pocket, revenue in our pocket, what else do we need? We can do, ho jayegi balle balle, ho gayi tere balle balle, aha. That means we'll do balle balle. So the answer is 1, 3, 4, C. C is the answer. Tough question, but again, it could be done. You just have to see reserved subject, the most important subject. What is the most? Nothing like matters more than revenue, and then accordingly you can go and solve this question. Cripps mission again came. When you solve these questions in jumbled order, because in exam also you will get it in jumbled order, so then your mind thinks a lot, and that's what we have to do. You people will be like, oh my God, sir, you are a psycho. We have to be psychos. Everybody is a psycho. So, Constituent Assembly, Cripps Mission. Sir Stafford Cripps, one of the good Britishers. What he talked about in Cripps Mission. Constituent Assembly would have members nominated by the provincial assemblies as well as the princely states. Second statement, any province which is not prepared to accept the new constitution would have the right to sign a separate agreement with Britain regarding its future status. That's what we have discussed. Provinces could secede and Congress did not like it. Plus, this whole thing. Constituent Assembly will be elected by provincial assemblies but nominated by princely states. Not all will be nomination. So first is wrong, second is correct, answer is B, 2 only. Do revise Cripps Mission. UPSC has asked a lot of questions on Cripps Mission. See this question. With reference to 8th August 1942, I have told you the significance of 8th August 1942. Now give me the answer. Very good, Sinana, Akash, SS Talks, Bulbul, Kunal. Oh my God. What happened on 8th August 1942? Sunana has given the answer. Quit India resolution. We have talked about leaderless movement. 8th August proclamation was passed. 9th August morning everybody was arrested. They did not repeat the mistake which they have done in civil disobedience movement. For 1 month they did not arrest important leaders. March 1930 civil disobedience movement was launched. April 1930 they arrested Jawaharlal Nehru. May 1930 they arrested Mahatma Gandhi. They did not repeat the mistake here and they arrested all of them. So Quit India resolution was adopted by AICC. And by 9th, most of the important leaders were arrested. Madanapalli of Andhra Pradesh. Why is it famous? Again, a factual question. If you get this question wrong or if you skip this question, it's totally fine. Totally fine. Pingali Venkaiah designed tricolor. Pattabi Sitaramaiah led the Quit India movement. Rabindranath Tagore translated the national anthem. Madam Blavatsky and Colonel Olcott, if you read about Theosophical Society, you will realize 1875 they established it in US, Blavatsky Olcott. 1882 in Adyar, Madras, they established a headquarter. So this thing is generally known. If you read about Theosophical Society, this is one of the first things you read. Now you're left with A, B and C. So the answer is Rabindranath Tagore translated the national anthem from Bengali to English here, and then the tune was composed by Margaret Cousin. On all these facts, UPSC has already asked questions, so we cannot make mistake. Pattabi Sitaramaiah is important. Why? Because 1938, 1939 Congress sessions. 1939, Gandhiji wanted Pattabi Sitaramaiah to become the president. Subhash Chandra Bose again wanted to become the president. After 38, he won the election. Gandhiji became sad, and then Subhash Chandra Bose resigned, formed Forward Bloc. And Pattabi Sitaramaiah, we have read about him at that time. And then 1939, instead of Pattabi Sitaramaiah becoming president, Rajendra Prasad became the president. So all these facts, remember it. Important from exam perspective. Shahnawaz Khan, Prem Kumar Sehgal, Gurbaksh Singh Dhillon. Why do we remember them? Aren't we nearing the end? Yes, 12 more slides. We are nearing the end. Hip hip hooray. Hip hip hooray. Who are these guys? Shah Nawaz Khan, Prem Kumar Sehgal, Gurbakh Singh Dhillon, leaders of Swadeshi and boycott movement, members of interim government in 1946, members of drafting committee in Constituent Assembly, D. Officers of Indian National Army. Again, when you will read about INA trials, these people, these like INA trials of Indian National Army, trials of Shah Nawaz Khan, Prem Kumar Sehgal, Gurbakh Singh Dhillon is very well known because you see 3 people belonging to 3 different religions. And this was the last time when Congress and Muslim League they came together to fight for their case. So they were officers of Indian National Army, these guys. (2023) Statement 1, 7th August is declared as National Handloom Day. Very good ASS talks. And Statement 2, it was in 1905, Swadeshi movement was launched on this same day. So which of the following is correct? Both statement 1 and 2 are correct. Statement 2 is correct explanation for statement 1. Both statement 1 and 2 are correct. Statement 2 is not correct explanation. C, statement 1 is correct. Statement 2 is incorrect. D, statement 1 is incorrect. Statement 2 is correct. What do you think is the answer? Now, these kind of questions, UPSC has stopped making these kind of questions now. So this is actually a fresh change. After like lots of years, they have started asking these kind of questions. Earlier, they used to ask these kind of questions a lot. We call it assertion reason. Yeah, to a certain extent. So 7th August, yes, it is National Handloom Day, and yes, Swadeshi boycott movement, we promote indigenization. So yes, both these statements are correct, and statement 2 is the correct explanation. Ideally, answer should be A. Answer is A. Let's solve this 2024 PYQ. Again, Rayotwadi settlement, again permanent settlement. UPSC loves these things. Very good. Akash, SS Talks, Bulbul, Sunana and others. With reference to revenue collection by Cornwallis, consider the following statement. First, under the Rayotwadi settlement of revenue collection, the peasants were exempted from revenue payment in case of bad harvest or natural calamities. Second, under permanent settlement in Bengal, if the Zamindar failed to pay his revenues to the state, on or before the fixed date, he would be removed from his Zamindari. Which of the statement given above is or are correct? A1 only, B2 only, C both, D neither. So, let's say the first statement you are not knowing. Let's leave it for now. Under permanent settlement, yes. This is sunset clause. The second statement which you are saying, it is given in NCERT. I don't remember the exact chapter. I think class 12 chapter 10 or something, or 11 or something. I will just show you the snippet. So this is sunset clause. They have to pay, Zamindar have to pay, otherwise the land would be auctioned off. So second statement is correct. If you know second is correct, then A and D are gone, right? You're left with B and C. First statement, Rayotwadi settlement was very inflexible. Bad harvest or not, you have to pay the revenue. So the answer is B. That is 2 only. And see, this is the snippet from NCERT. This second point, where is the point? Third, revenue was invariable regardless of harvest, had to be paid punctually. According to sunset law, if the payment did not come by the sunset of the specified date, Zamindari would be liable to be auctioned. So yes, sir, that's it from me. And I will share all the PDFs of ancient, medieval and modern by tomorrow on this Telegram channel of mine, Fun Study with Shubh, because study should be fun. So you can join this particular Telegram channel. Any queries, any doubts, any concerns you people have, or I will be go, gone. Anything you want to ask? Please practice. See, in these last days, one thing which you should do is revise your PYQs and also what? Solve mocks, revise your mocks. Plus have trust on yourself. Like, don't feel like, oh my God, what will happen now, this and that. No. Just revise stuff and be in the contact of positive people. Don't be in the contact of negative influences. That's true for every scenario, especially true for these last days. And yeah, all the best. If you need me for anything, you can find me on this Telegram group. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'm not on any social media. And I'm not able to attend ancient class. Don't worry, Akash. You can go and watch that. It will help you a lot. And again, I'm not on any social media except for LinkedIn and this Telegram. So you can meet and you can ask your queries. So I think you people don't have any doubts, any queries. So I'll be gone then. And again, other people, like if you have any friends who are preparing for 2026, you can tell them about our May evening batch. and they can join. They can use my code SHS Live, which is there in the bottom section. And yeah, all the very best from my side. My name is Shubham Sagar, and I think that's it from me. Take care, be blessed, tata, bye bye.